Мы на Международной неделе бизнеса 2020 в центре Уфы в Конгресс-холле Таратау. День первый. Что сегодня интересного, узнаем прямо сейчас. Идем. Программа «Неделя бизнеса» насыщенная. Здесь сразу несколько площадок. У вас сегодня кто в гостях?
У нас сегодня множество спикеров. Итальянцы, немцы.
Познакомишь?
Обязательно, еще бы, но только после.
Есть место любимое в Уфе?
Конечно, это нефтеперерабатывающие заводы.
А как вам башкирские красавицы?
Башкирские красавицы просто неотразимы в своих тюбетейках.
Проверяем, насколько мы все дисциплинированы. Женщина в красном пиджаке.
Анонсировал Рафик Хабиров, глава республики, третий пакет мер господдержки, на котором правительство работает. В следующий год малый и средний бизнес Башкортостана войдет уверенно, поэтому вот всех поздравляю с началом работы Международной недели.
Официальная часть подошла к концу. Сейчас мы перемещаемся плавно на показ от Космополитен. Мода без границ. Идем посмотрим.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the International Week. My name is Ravil Ibaturian, and we continue working here in our studio and keep talking about the Business Week. Today is the fourth day of this wonderful week, and this day is devoted to economics. Just as a reminder, the first day it was the private business, and the third day was tourism. And today we're going to talk about economy, and we'll have the meeting of the VIPs in this particular area. Of course, we will talk about the future of our economy, and we have many speakers today. Please stay with us on our channel. And at the moment, we'll have a number of short interviews. Please welcome Dmitry Mitroshin, representative of Innovation Association Regions of Russia. So you came here in Russia, it's wonderful weather, pretty chilly. Yes, the weather is wonderful, it's pretty chilly, and you are participating in the session of the innovations of the economic region. And of course, we think that the economy would have a slight growth. I'm not the only person who is responsible for such kind of statements, but if we had a look at the previous year, and at the moment we need to take decisions, and we need to talk about the infrastructure, and we need to point out the things where we need to do the startups, and we would like to talk about the sections. We need to talk about the regions, and we need to look through the barriers which take place in this particular area. We need to work hard on the strategy of how to overcome the challenge. But if we have a look at the transformation, what is the dynamics, and what do you think? If we had a look at the different regions, I would say that we have positive dynamics here. But if we have a look in the whole country, we have to do much work. Because the transfer of technologies, it's not just a couple of words. It's a deep work, starting from the university and ending up with the investments of foreign companies. And of course, we have many challenges in order to overcome the issues and the commercializing of the inventions come true. And if we talk about the potential, and is it possible to transfer innovations into the economy? Of course, we need to point out the stages. What do you think? We'll have 10 or 20 years, or sometimes our grandchildren will not be able to see that. We need to work hard and to aim the points in the whole area. And I think that 5 years would be enough. I do think that 5 years would be enough. Please stay with us. Come over to Ufa Congress Hall, Torotau. Participate in our forum, and of course, from transfers to innovation. It was Dmitry Mitroshin, head of the projects of the Innovation Association Regions of Russia. And I would say that we have 3 sections starting at 11 a.m. And we have a round table of Eurasia Economy Center. At 3:30, we have the work of the pandemics during the pandemic area. Please stay with us. It will be interesting for sure. Thank you.
Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
Мы с поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день 3, до завтра в Конгресс-холле Torotau.
С 21 по 25 июля 2021 года столица Республики Башкортостан примет финал национального чемпионата «Молодые профессионалы». В этот раз соревнования пройдут по 106 компетенциям. Сегодня движение «Молодые профессионалы» стало мощным драйвером для развития среднего профессионального образования в стране. Мировые стандарты качества, передовые образовательные программы, тесное взаимодействие учащихся с наставниками и мастерами на практике повышает престиж рабочих профессий. Организация мероприятия подобного уровня – показатель высокого потенциала региона. Здесь формируется большая команда профессионалов, экспертное сообщество, появляются важные партнеры, конкурсные площадки застраиваются в соответствии с международными стандартами. И все это остается в регионах в качестве наследия. Мы верим, финал национального чемпионата вновь откроет и подарит стране новые таланты. Уфа ждет молодых профессионалов в июле 2021 года.
Международная неделя бизнеса 2020 преодолела свой экватор. Сегодняшний день посвящен туризму, а цвет его – зеленый.
Вы знаете, я долгое время занималась спортом и не видела свою республику. Но когда я стала сейчас выезжать и увидела такие прекрасные места, и каждый уголок нашей республики – это уголок такой природы красивой, да? Вот это мы все должны развивать.
Природа Башкирии уникальна в своей сути, и поэтому приглашаем всех сюда и сами здесь отдыхаем.
И это очень здорово, что идет развитие внутреннего туризма в ковидных условиях. И мы очень быстро адаптировались в данных ситуациях.
Мы говорим, что курорт – это место, где человек возвращается в здоровье.
Я считаю, что это мероприятие очень хорошо было организовано. Большое вам спасибо.
Мне кажется, очень важно то, что вот они говорят, что мы приехали в Башкирию, она такая классная, типа мы влюбились в нее, мы обязательно будем сюда приезжать. Каждый такой форум – это на самом деле очень важный момент заявить о себе.
Я думаю, таких корреспондентов в этой юрте пока еще не было. Подошел к концу. Сегодня он был, пожалуй, самым гостеприимным, самым радушным и самым вкусным. Что, впереди заключительный. Увидимся завтра.
Connected with transfer of technologies. A few words about the association. It exists for 10 years. We have an anniversary this year. We comprise 17 regions, including Republic of Bashkortostan, that hosts us today. And if we speak about major directions of activity of our association, first of all, it's support and promotion of regional initiatives on federal level, and of course exchange of best regional practices on different projects, on different issues among the regions, member regions of our association. And that's why the aim of our session today is exchange of regional experience in terms of transfer of technologies and highlighting the barriers that stop this process, such as attraction of investment, stipulating entrepreneurship activity in educational establishments, questions concerning infrastructural development. And today we will try to move in this direction from design in educational establishments, then practice and best solutions to attract investments, including foreign investors, and we'll try to, so that everyone could get something useful on maybe salvation to his problems. So we have the following speakers today, representative of different regional innovative structures and also federal experts. So I'll start with speakers that are here today with us. It's Ruslan Sheymuhametov, representative of Innovative Support Foundation of the Republic of Bashkortostan, and Sergei Gladkih, Director of the Center for Technological Entrepreneurship of Ufa State Petroleum Technological University. The speakers that we have online today, it's Yegor Shipitsyn, Deputy Director of Department of Strategic Development and Innovations of the Ministry of Economic Development of Russia. Anatoly Semenov, Minister of Innovations, Digital Development and Info-Communicational Technologies of the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia. Alexey Filimonov, Executive Director of National Association of Transfer of Technologies. Nikolai Kolpakov, Director of Innovative Engineering Center. Levan Tatunashvili, Deputy General Director on Innovative Activity, Akadempark. Pavel Grankov, General Director of the Agency of Innovation Development of Kaluga region, Yana Shevchenko, General Director of Investment Development of Irkutsk region, and Mikhail Krundyshev, General Director of EXA Atlet Company. I would like to say that association in its projects constantly cooperating and interacting with federal ministries and different federal institutions of development, including the Ministry of Economic Development, and with the greeting word we have a representative of the ministry, Yegor Shipitsyn. Is he online? Technical team. Is Yegor online? Okay, so we will move on. In the process, I guess Yegor will be connected and say a few words. If we speak about transfer of technologies, most designs are born in university labs. But how can we understand how strong is it in institute or university? Until recent, this part was not evaluated. There was no criteria. There was no research in this field. And this story about readiness of transfers in educational establishments, this is one of the direction of our work of the Association of Transfer of Technologies. So the first question I would like to ask Alexey Filimonov, I would like to understand what are the indicator of readiness of the educational establishment to the transfer. What are the criteria that form it, and how the educational establishment, after getting information, can use it for its further development. Alexey, can you copy us? Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. I have a bit of video delay, but first of all, thank you for giving a word and a possibility to be the first to speak on today's event. The topic is transfer of technologies and the growth of economy. It's connected, so I'm asked to launch the presentation, to switch on the presentation. Yeah, okay, thank you. So before speaking about the readiness, what is transfer of technologies and the readiness for that, I would like to say a few words about the Association of Transfer of Technologies that I'm heading. Next slide, please. We exist since 2017, and today we comprise around 50 active members, including companies like Rosneft, Rostec, Rosatom, etc., leading universities that actively keep on entering to this association. We are financed only by means of membership fees, so it's kind of a network kind of development. Major directions of activity that we have right now we're implementing and developing right now. First of all, it's a digital platform of transfer of technologies, which is aimed to collect the demand of huge private and state business and their access. It's not about the promotion of projects, it's about promotion of technological demand. We have a lack of information in this sphere. The second is a direction is connected with. We do the development of regions. We have branches or subsidiaries, some kind of points of boiling that are aimed at transfer of technologies. We have it in Tomsk, and still we are negotiating about opening several similar ones. So we do the regulatory work in different working groups and do the research of the market of transfer technologies, educate specialists in this field, and so on. Why do we do this? Can we have the next slide, please? Why we decided to deal with this question of, if we look at the statistics connected with finances of the sector, of this sector in Russia and other countries, we have a very interesting upside-down situation. The major investor of this sector abroad is business. 70% of funds attracted. It's out of budget financing, and 30% is the state. In our country, it's vice versa. 70% is state plus some business, and it is connected with the fact that the different research why this is happening. We can speak about problems of uncompetitiveness of companies and so on, but the major problem is connected with, not the major problem, but the problem is in desynchronization of the demand and supply that we have between business and science. Of course, there are problems with competences, there are some problems with regulatory barriers, there are problems with transport infrastructure, because on the one hand, we have everything, but on the other hand, the transfers doesn't work. And to understand the problems of the infrastructure, whether they have problems or not, we offered, can we have the next slide? We offered methodology, we developed this methodology aimed at evaluating the processes connected with transfer of technologies. Today it is very trendy to evaluate maturity or readiness of digital maturity of the company. But all these approaches in this evaluation, they come from a system of quality management when business is checked. So that the system, the company would be mature, ready. This process must be repeated, they must be written, there must be KPI, there must be responsible person, and all the business processes connected with transfers from the very beginning. From the initiation to the agreements, we structurized them and evaluated somehow the level of maturity, and we offered this for test. We do questionnaires in leading institutions. So we attracted different universities to do that. The task is to test it. It's the first First reason why we started doing this, I just show everything. For example, the generation read technology push division. When we come from technologies, not from the market pool. So we ask whether you have these indicators, but the very important moment is that on the 5th of November there was a decree of the government on the roadmap on transformation of business climate and new forms of entrepreneurship. So it's all developed with development of methodological recommendations to highlight the pushes, their protection, and creation of the centers for transfer of technologies. And it's described and with the help of ministry, with the help, with the mutual agreement and wish and desire to do that, we collect all the best practices to turn them into recommendations on organization of transfer of technologies that the ministry is planning to finance within the next 5 years, and these centers must create a new network. So you would say that we have a lot of centers, but nevertheless, there are some problems with their efficiency. And the second thing is that the existing centers are aimed at questions connected with intellectual property, their protection. So it's a kind of a patent ambassadors and analysts. It wasn't big organizations. It's aimed at work with industrial partners. And we would like to build a system, centers of new generation. It will give us a lot of thinking.
А во-вторых, это там некая линейка на входе, которая позволит понять, вот где мы сейчас находимся, да, и какие там слабые
will allow us to understand where we are, what are weak points, and then we will move. We will understand what to do with this transfer center, where to go, what should we tune, and how we should tune the business processes to certain clear levels. That's practically everything I wanted to say, and I would be happy to hear some questions. So, frankly speaking, why we study this? It's just, if we make an analogy, it's like when the doctor checks the patient, he starts with measuring temperature. So, in order to diagnose the disease, and we do that to find out the problematic points, and then it will be clear what to do with it. We will have. Thank you.
Алексей, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Alexei.
Так вот,
Right now, so Yegor Shepitsyn is ready right now to take the floor and also present his welcoming speech. So, Yegor, now you have an opportunity to talk. Distinguished colleagues, I see that the schedule is changing. I noted some of the things which I would like to say, mostly about the transfer of technologies, that moments which are interesting for the ministries, and I reason with the ministries. Some of them are widely known, and now we're involved into the reloading of the corporations. Of course, from one side, it looks like it's something revolutionary. but in fact, it's just an organizing of the work right now. The companies are involved into.
Они уже методологически достаточно выверенные, и в этой связи можно сказать, что вот та доработка методических рекомендаций, она
of the recommendations would be aimed at having a look at the practice and the questions of interaction between universities and these state corporations or companies with state participation. This concerns analytics. I would highlight the big role of Association of Transfer of Technologies. At the beginning of the year, they have conducted a huge work to find out the barriers, the obstacles that we have, and within this year, we practically work on the tasks that they highlighted. So probably it will lead to some new regulations or creation of a working group on technological support. But this work will be implemented into the work of the companies, and the blocks responsible for interaction with the universities will start working more intensively. This work will be more resultative. There will be more dynamics in comparison with the last decade. The second thing I would like to say a few words about that. We didn't have huge research dedicated to this topic, and this week we will accept scientific work conducted by one of our universities, and I believe it will be a starting point to begin to measure this market, to calculate some indicators that will allow us in due time within the chain of some construction, we can have a look at the dynamics of numbers and figures, so we can single out the barriers, the obstacles within the current economic situation in Russia. And I would just repeat the definition said by Mr. Filimonov. If we learn how to calculate, how to trace the chain from the idea to implementation, we will be able to find the holes, the gaps, problematic points. I would repeat myself and say barriers that we need to work on. So this year, this work has been launched, and together with my colleagues, we will read, we will work, and we will work with the state corporations and send them where they see potential points of growth. And the last thing I would like to say that we have another initiative connected with the development of the so-called information technological centers. It's a certain preferential regime that resembles Skolkovo in some way, that presumes regulatory sandbox, some preferences in taxes and customs, but the difference is with these technical valleys, as we call it, that in our center, all these constructions, universities deal with it. It's their initiative. And we settle teams that do the research work and the research and development work. Another innovative we developed a law draft that would be present at the government in December this year, and there we stipulated additional criteria concerning the definition of the direction of activity of these innovative technological centers and their interaction with universities. And here we need to come back to previous speaker.
наверное, это станет тоже ключевым
It
звеном
would be a key point in interaction between the developers and scientists that would be working in this regime, the so-called residents, and the construction of working with partners that the startups are lacking, or the residents are lacking. So a certain structure must compensate it. It can be the Center of Mastering Technologies, or it can be another name, but we understand the idea. So this is the team that will allow designers and scientists to work with developers so that they would have a potential in their work. So these just briefing, a short brief description of my greeting word. So I would like to wish you good luck, but unfortunately I need to go to the minister to see the minister right now. Good luck, everyone. Work hard, and I would like to mention that the Minister of Economic Development is always open for cooperation. We're ready to support from other side and speak about our initiatives, so what we are doing. So I will come back to the previous speaker. So what happened with the transformation of business climate? Thank you. Thank you, Yegor.
Ну, я так понимаю, Егор отключился, да?
As I see that Yegor left us, so colleagues, maybe you have some questions. We have at least a minute. Yes, but as our event today is dedicated to the exchange of the best practices, what should the regions do in order to be involved into the creation and organization of the work on technologies and the involvement of universities into this work? Which should be the first steps?
В конце я говорю про то, что у нас сейчас вводятся новые критерии.
So at the end, I have also mentioned that we now implement new criteria. They would be also, in the frame of the trust right now. There would be four main initial aspects. The first, the university should be ready and also represent the points, the areas which they applied for. For example, if the university is involved into electronics, but then they would like to claim and to apply for the oil chemistry, of course it would be quite strange. There are a lot of different directions, but if it is the main target of the university and they have also the foundation for it, and it is the priority of university, of course they will have a potential. The second thing is the involvement of partners. In all the cases, when we are talking about the fact that we should create some place where there would be residents and investors, of course we should see them. The first thing, if it's greatly written in a document, but quite another thing is in practice, when we are working on the invoice, and then we see that the investors are not confirmed. There could be not the right place, not the right direction. It's also quite a big problem. Sometimes, initially, there could be no team at all, but of course it could be formed. And if the university invests a lot into the direction, of course it could be understandable. The synergy of the estimates, of the indicators. Sometimes the initial numbers of the region could show the prospects of the project. Previously, I have already mentioned the partners. Another essential aspect is we are talking about the subsidiaries which are not placed in Moscow. Apart from it, the task needs regional support and also regional authority support. That's why the potential could not be realized. And it could be also a decline in this potential. Because the projects, in fact,
несколько губернаторский характер.
They are the case of state and the case of authorities. If the governor, for example, is involved into the project, into the implementation and transfer of innovations, this regional support would provide the further implementation of the tasks. And I think the fourth thing is, of course, if we'll have a great and strong team, also the support. We're talking about the future and potential. The next thing is the fund, the leading fund for it. The level of leading and also the legislation should be organized in the correct way. That's why we also added this point to the estimation. And we hope that in the nearest future we will get the average understanding, the common understanding, and maybe all the regions would be placed on one line in this sphere. Thank you for the commentaries. I have I would like to ask all the speakers to meet the points, meet the minutes, also because we also have other speakers to talk. So Alexei also mentioned the generation of the indicators. We'll also talk about other issues too, but the generation of the indicators is mostly connected with the involvement of the universities, and there are special examples which are provided. For example, Novosibirsk region and Academ Park there. It's one of the most efficient ways, most of efficient approaches which they implement in consolidation with the representatives of the foundation, also the authorities. That's why I would like to ask Levan Tatunashvili, could you please tell us, for the time of Academ Park existing, being the representative of it, which stimuli of research work were the best practices to implement it. Today we also talked about the push technologies. What about the attitude of the offers provided to the park? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in your session. I would like to underline that for 13 years of our Academ Park, I could say that our situation has changed somehow. And we have this kind of the transfer. If 13 years ago it was something like a technology push, we were mostly operating from the point of view of research and innovation activities, the projects which occur in higher educational institutions. You know about the Academ City? It's just campus, it's just a full system. I could say it's a unique and solid ecosystem. That's why the results of their work was a kind of a common thing. So first of all, it was a kind of technologies and projects. Right now, we mostly take such projects which have a demand at the market, as it was previously mentioned by Alexei Filimonov. Now we have several natural processes there. The first one is, as we have a wave-like change of acceptable operating army of youngsters of different generations. We now see the same with transfer of technologies. 13 years ago, when we have just started talking about the transfer of technologies, we had the designs which remain for several years, and also from the Soviet Union too. So the first projects were mostly connected to the pre-perestroika period. So, firstly, the design are made in a special environment, and still they cannot be talked about as for the ready for the transfer. So the designs which were made before the perestroika period, they were implemented in the framework of the federal projects, or commerce projects, and were commercialized in the right way. When we come to the period of 90s, when we have a significant decline in the acceptable development, that wave, that measures which were undertaken since 2000, they are now reflected in our life, and so the development reached the implementation of the basis of the technologies for the future. Right now, we have the projects which take the top place right now. As for the second explanation that I could provide, at the beginning of 2000, the business was not ready for implementation of such things. And also the level of consumers was also quite different, I could say. It was lower. First of all, we should understand that in Russian universities, there is a deficiency of infrastructure spaces which could provide the opportunity to implement research work and develop new technologies, to make the right quality for its further commercializing. And this aspect, we had an advantage in our park, Academ Park, because we had the support of the Ministry of Economic Development. And also, initially, there was a great infrastructure space in Academ Park, and also technological opportunities which provided the success which we were talking about. Just because we had really a good experience in implementation of it. So the infrastructure and also the presence of the testing centers and all necessary spaces is one of the best inputs into the further development. If I understood the question correctly, I do believe I have provided the answer. I also would like to stress one of the questions, one of the issues which is quite significant for me. Firstly, I started in 1988 when I first were involved into the technologies for printers. After that, we once again turned back to the different processes of redevelopment, also a reload of corporations. And all the time, then I'm asked about the advancement of the work in the universities, research work in universities. It's all about the question to the people working at the universities. In each state institution, they have different ways of regulations. Also, the amount of employers that should work there. And I could say that in Russian universities, academics are mostly the representatives of additional staff. So if we would like to initiate the development of technologies, of course, we should first start with the employers and their payment, their salary too. It should be also raised as the ordinary pedagogical staff. So it was an application for the Ministry of Education at least 5 times or so, and all the time it was accepted, but still they refused to implement it because we have the deficiency and also a lot of other problems. That's why it's all about the question of regulation documents. And the question should be solved. So firstly, we should start with employers of a high quality of our research and finance universities, just because the regulation documents are still not involving the representatives of the research cluster. So I'm still ready to answer your questions.
Can you tell us who must take this organizational and financing work on promoting the centers at the universities? Well, you said they're lacking of these platforms, so who must finance this and who must support them? If we look at the world practice, there are different traditional ways of solution. You say in every state you will find university that is financed by NASA or Department of Defense or Air Force. You can have a look at Brazil. In Brazil, due to correct spread of taxes, they have a special tax for innovations for state corporations that go directly to universities. And because of these finances, state corporations like Petrobras and Breyer, they create, in collaboration with these corporations, they create centers. Of course, it's not the budget of the Ministry of Education. I haven't met that in any country. Because, formally speaking, why it is space or law enforcement structures financed it, because we understand that financing of one center is equal to the cost of an airplane, fighter jet, and on the background of the budget, such investments very reasonable and objective. They're managed by a separate structure in the ministry, but again, it's a big question. Center of Technical Transfer, it's a subdivision of university, or it's a separate structure that provides the management and activity. So we can speak a lot about it, about advantages and disadvantages of this or that form, or in this or that form of development. And these questions are being discussed right now.
Леван Вахтангович, спасибо
Levan
большое
Vakhtanovich, thank you
за
very
ваш
much
комментарий.
for your
К
comment.
сожалению, да.
Unfortunately, we are pressed for time.
Интересный вопрос, да, кадры
The very
и
interesting
правильная
question, the
мотивация
staff
кадров,
and the
правильная
right
кадровая
motivation
политика.
of staff.
Я думаю, что
I
вот
believe
у
that
нас есть кому
we
прокомментировать
have
этот момент.
someone who can comment on that.
Республика Саха,
Republic of
Якутия, за
Sakha,
последние
Yakutia.
годы IT-отрасль в стране действительно
IT
достигла колоссальных
industry
масштабов.
reached
И из
huge
вчерашних
amounts
стартапов выросли такие
in
мировые
recent
гиганты,
years,
как InDriver, Maytona.
and we have InDriver, Maytona right now that used to be just a startup, and it would be impossible with our right staff policy. And I would like to ask Anatoly to comment, how do you work with staff, with personnel who are dealing with the development of innovative projects, and what other factors play the key role? Good afternoon, Dmitry, dear colleagues, Alexei. I'm very happy to see you all. Due to pandemics, we meet only in Zoom, but this is at least something. If we have this possibility, I'm very happy that our colleagues from Bashkortostan and from the agency gathered us together. I would like to ask slide number 6, please, because I have a very huge presentation. And I don't want to speak. Next slide, please. I will speak everything on this slide. So the topic that we raised today, we've been doing it since 2012, so it's about 8 years. If we speak about Yakutia, it's not. There's a big work behind it of the whole team of the Republic. And this ecosystem that is shown on the slide is, with our team, we studied in MIT for 2 years, and business school Elephant or Slon, and we took some experience there with colleagues, and in order to tune correctly the interrelationship between, we spoke about different elements today, separate elements, but colleagues from Novosibirsk were speaking about the importance of science, of education, of infrastructure separately, but on the whole, in our ecosystem, it looks more, it looks wider, but it's a bigger variant. It should be entrepreneurs, first of all, the people who, technological entrepreneurs, who are in the market already, who are dealing with technological business, and who are presented in the region, who are actively involved into this ecosystem. In our case, it's such companies as InDriver, Maytona, Fantastic, that are presented on the global markets already. And on the one hand, we have so they fuel the ecosystem financially, but on the other hand, they consume innovations. We have a special foundation to finance projects, so we give 2 million rubles on a certain stage, and we had an agreement when one of the huge companies bought our project that we financed 1 year ago. So right now we have a consumer in this case, and we organize different events with startup schools and so on, IT schools, that we have more than 50 private IT schools in Yakutia that educate 4,500 children, and they are financed by private business. And of course we have venture foundations supporting, so this is all entrepreneurs. If we don't have entrepreneurs, it would be very sad. Then, of course, we have venture business. Since we are in the Far East,
коллеги из Дальнего Востока не дадут соврать, до нас очень тяжело доходят деньги из федеральных институтов.
money from the federal centers coming very hard because we are far away.
У нас их несколько.
And so we create foundations ourselves. We have several of them. They developed, they are divided into several stages. But the complexity in the seeding, so we covered this part ourselves. I mean, the financial, we finance about 20 projects a year, but we start with 10 and more. And then we have Foundation of High Technologies of Far East and others. Also, we have huge corporations. As you know, we have huge companies as Surgutneftegas, Gazprom, Силы Сибири, Kolmar, Rosneft, Alrosa. We have mining industry developing a lot, and of course we work together with them and involve them into our ecosystem. They set tasks for our innovative companies, and I would like to say that we are solving their tasks and creating new products. And last year we made an expedition together with our foundation, with our partners, and we did it in Far East, and we visited one city. And this year we start doing it online and do it all over the country. So it means that we don't only concentrate on projects in Yakutsk. And this year we had a partner, Severstal, Alrosa and Driver. And we have projects that are implemented through the Startup Expedition. We put them on the webpage startupexpedition.ru, and we found projects in Russia to solve these tasks. For example, Alrosa IT and Severstal in Driver, they have negotiations right now with the companies that existing in Russia, so they will sign contracts. So it means huge corporations in our ecosystem. It's a certain demand and task to organize demand, since the B2B market is huge, and this can help to move further on. Of course, it's government, it's regulations and laws. We have a Ministry of Innovation and Digital Development in our region. We have a special decree of the head of our republic. And several foundations that finance the projects. So we support them in normative way, together with the government. And thanks God, the government is oriented in this market as well and interested in it. The innovative strategy is longer than the elections of the governors, so we have to plan it at least 15-20 years. So it's very complicated, but a lot of it depends on the position of the government. And as you said, by answering your question, it's education. We have several Northern East Federal University, where we created Center of Entrepreneurship. We work actively together with the university. We do a huge reset of implementation, special lessons on entrepreneurship, practically in all the chairs of university. We work with technological partners. And so we actively attract the university. We also have a lot of colleges that, together with us, performing this reset. And of course, our guys who study in central universities, we try to attract them as well. So I would like to say that Yakutia occupies 80% of these services. we are in top 10. Nevertheless, we have only 318,000 population. So our task is to create 10,000 job places, and we're moving into this direction actively, and we're trying to be open and transparent to the world. On the 15th of December, I invite everyone to a conference that would be in Zoom and in YouTube. It will be in English. There will be more than 100 venture investors there, and we share startup, and we're not trying to hold it within the region. We are an open, and we're trying to conduct open policy. Thank you very much, Anatoly. Yes, you made it in time. And when we will move on, to give opportunity to all the speakers to say a few words. So this is the example of interaction between educational establishments, science, and government and foundations is built in an effective way. So that to distract a bit, I would like to give you an opportunity to have a look at an example of another format. We have technological companies that meet face walls on each step they make, and they have to break through them, compete constantly with some unknown obstacles. And such examples are good because they highlight the gaps, the barriers, the obstacles that we have and how it could be solved. So I would like to invite right now Mikhail Krundyshev. He's the general director of Exoatlet. It's a company that creates exoskeleton constructions for medical rehabilitation, medical and social rehabilitation. So please share your experience, how you developed. Thank you, Dmitry. Thank you for a very lively talk. I'm very happy to see your success. I would tell you a story. Our example became a case. I was surprised. Story of our company in one of the business schools in Russia as a case. And they say, what will be with the company in the future? And one of the pupils addressed to me and say, what will be with the company? The project started in 2011. It's a good example of full cycle of transfer of technologies that the colleagues are speaking about on this event. It started from a lab of Moscow State University when a group of students created made a special emergency saving skeleton. This job was done from 2011 to 2013. It finished with nothing as usual, and a group of young students, inspired by their scientific supervisor, wanted to do something else with it, and the project was just a bit ahead of time. Due to diversity of different instruments of support that we have right now. But at that time, we were lucky that we found each other, and it happened that we knew the scientific supervisor and decided to license this technology because it was just interesting for me and to my partner, Ekaterina Brizy, and to do something in this field of innovation. At a certain point of time, you want to do something that have value, you know, even though it sounds a bit trivial, but from that moment we start all the obstacles Dmitry was saying about it. First, two of all, and Livan was saying about these things because I've seen in 2016, 2015 in Israel the platforms that the companies there make breakthroughs, but it's good when the company of 4 people has a possibility to do technological startup because we have a huge center of testing and projecting to cover the their needs in Russia. We didn't have it, and this is the first problem we faced. And we had to, like Captain Nemo, we had to make our own submarines and different things. So we did practically the same. We coped with that, and in 2016 we implemented hybrid outsourcing when we had, on the basis of one enterprise, we rent a workshop with equipment, and we registered our first medical equipment, and at that time, when it seemed to us that everything was perfect and we conquered the world, we had a regulatory problem because we were coping with medical equipment, and the problem was it's not only enough to create it, but we need to send it to the market somehow, because it changed all the regulatory work, the standards, tariffs and so on. And then we met Dmitry the moment he was in IC. He helped us to break through these regulatory barriers, and probably we had the major barrier. It's how to make that innovative product in technological sectors would join the market. It's not enough to create a product. You must launch it into the market. And the next stage, we faced the problem where it's a problem of entering foreign markets. And I guess it's a big problem for the majority of Russian technological startups. Because nobody expects us there. There we face not with the support, but not only with competition, but with some prohibitions as well. Everyone supports local producers, so that's why the registration and certification processes and organization of sales, you get under harsh pressing. What helped us is that we put a bet on finding a local Korean partner. We organized second production there, and thanks to our Korean partner and supplies of high-tech components from Russia, we organized a joint venture in Korea, and in our understanding it was the chance that we can use to commercialize abroad, and probably this problem will be the same to all technological companies. I know that we have a number of agencies that are trying to work and help us in this direction, but we still have a lot of work to do on that. And Skolkovo right now renders great support that helps at least with import of some high-tech components, and it's a very good support right now. And the last thing I would like to say is the problem of personnel, or staff problem. I would support two previous speakers, Ivan and Anatoly. People do everything, and if you don't invest into people, starting with university, develop them and educate them and increase their entrepreneurship motivation and change their minds, I guess you will face the defeat. We do a lot of our work. It's a thorough job to gather the team. And it's not about the monetary things, it's just about the development of personality. And maybe only in this case you can come up with something. Thank you very much. If you have questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mikhail. It's just a significant example. Mikhail also noted that the infrastructure, not only Mikhail is talking about it, of course, the right infrastructure. And from this point of view, our regions and all in all, and the regions of the Russian Federation, there are a lot of great examples of the right infrastructure decisions, and also the involvement of foreign investments. For example, Kaluga Oblast, which went on the development in the cluster way, and the program of development of Kaluga Oblast or Kaluga region, the first of the things which they mostly pay their attention to as the development of the staff, the personnel. That's why I believe it would be interesting to listen to the General Director of the Agency of Innovational Development, Pavel. So what about these 10 years and the results which you have after these 10 years of working in implementation of the cluster program, and what are your future prospects for the further 10 years? Distinguished colleagues, I would like to start from some global thing. Of course, in 2006, the government of Kaluga region decided to attract all the resources to form the cluster of the car industry. For example, we attracted Volkswagen, and in 5 years after Volkswagen appeared in our region, also 30 plants which are producing the details for Volkswagen occurred in our region, and also we had Peugeot and Citroën who joined us. Of course, another aspect which we are also interested in and also developing is 56 entities, 56 institutions which are connected to the biotechnologies. We also conduct great work in the innovations. So the cluster politics of Kaluga region is now includes 8 spheres: car producing, informational technologies, nuclear technologies, and also medical industry. The Agency of Innovation Development of Kaluga region also conduct a great job in the interaction with different institutions. Our favorite and the most effective one is the Fund of Innovation support, because in 10 years during these 10 years we have attracted more than 890 million of rubles for this for the investments of our technologies. The breaking point for us were the solution of the staff question, of course, was the 2009 strategy of innovation development, where the cluster development is also confirmed, and with the attraction of great foreign companies to work with us in different fields, occurred the question where to find people working, just because these fields were new for our region and they had no background during the Soviet Union period and also further. That's why Kaluga region decided to create the institutions of the higher professional education and also the centers for additional education of the staff and workers in car industry. In 2018, we created one of it, and right now we have at least 15,000 graduates from it, and we can right now prepare not only workers for our region, but also the graduates are working in Samara region and others. As for the medical items producing, we also generate the workers in the line of innovational fields.
нам удалось на базе Обнинского института атомной энергетики создать
On
центр
the basis
практического
of the
обучения
nuclear
для работников
university,
фармацевтической
we have
отрасли.
developed
Через него тоже
another
уже прошли
place
тысячи
to
человек,
prepare the
обучились, и, как правило, все,
personnel
кто проходит обучение там, они уже знают, на каких
pharmaceuticals,
производствах будут
and they
работать.
also
Этот
right
опыт,
now
мы
after
считаем, очень
graduation they
таким
know where they could
благополучным.
work.
Наш
So we could also
многочисленный
say
IT-кластер,
and also
который
call
объединяет там
this
порядка 140 организаций
experience
предприятий, как
as a
правило, это
successful one.
предприятия там
We have more than
небольшие, обычно айтишники, но все
140
же.
enterprises which
Тоже
are
ведет свою
not quite
большую
big, but
работу. У
still
нас
they are involved in
профилируются там
a
в
great
Калужской
job.
области и общеобразовательные учреждения
We
с
have a lot
углубленным
of just
изучением
ordinary
информационных
educational
технологий. При
institutions
крупных
which
айтишных компаниях
have
в
an
регионе
immersion
создаются
into
свои
IT.
IT-школы,
We also have a lot of
которые
IT
даже
schools in the
охватывают
region,
уже с 1
which
по 11
cover
класс
from the
школьников.
first
Все
up
это
to
какую-то
the
такую
final
хорошую
grade,
фоновую
the
историю
students there
для
into
дальнейших
IT.
перспектив развития этих
It's a great
отраслей,
history for the
конечно,
further
генерируется.
development of these fields in the
И вообще
world.
сегодня,
And right now,
что касается перспектив развития вот
as
кластерной
for the
политики в
prospects of the
регионе
development of
до
IT
30
in the
года,
region
сегодня у
up
нас
to the year
часть кластеров вовлечена в те
2030,
меры государственной поддержки, которые
half
идут
of the
по линии Центра
clusters
кластерного развития,
part of the
Минэкономразвития
clusters
России.
are
Часть
dedicated
кластеров
to the
прошла через
development of this
пилотные
sphere.
инновационные
Some of them
территориальные кластеры,
also
тоже программа
went
поддержки
through
Министерства
the
экономики. Часть кластеров мы заводим в реестр промышленных кластеров Минпромторга России.
register
Ну и,
of the
конечно, самым ключевым для нас
industrial clusters of the
направлением и
Ministry of
перспективой для
Trade
всей
of
кластерной
the Russian
политики, да и
Federation.
в
And
целом
of
для
course,
экономического
we try
блока,
to develop
мы,
everything
конечно,
for
сейчас
the
боремся за создание инновационно-научно-технологического центра в
we
городе
try and we
Обнинске.
struggle for the
Заявка уже на
creation of the
хорошей стадии проработки,
innovational center
устраняются
in
последние там
Obninsk.
корректировки и
Now they
замечания
implement
со стороны
the
Министерства финансов Российской
final
Федерации. Мы надеемся, что в
corrections
ближайший месяц
from the
наша заявка,
Ministry
пакет
of
документов
the Russian
будет передан
Federation,
правительству
and I do
Российской
hope
Федерации
that
на
the pack of
подписание.
documents
После
would be
чего
sent to the
начнется
to the
определенная
state
новая такая
authorities, and I
эпоха и
hope that
точка
there would be a
отсчета,
new
потому что
a
основные
new
тематики
period
отраслевые наших кластеров, они
because
легли в основу
for this field,
направлений
just because
нашего
this field
создаваемого
is
инновационно-научно-технологического
based
центра.
on
Это и медицина, и
the
фармацевтика, и ядерные
fields
технологии,
provided
и
by our
IT-сектор,
innovation
и
centers.
новые
It's
приборы,
IT,
материалы, композиты, керамика и так
pharmaceuticals,
далее. И все это вот у нас
ceramics,
охватывает.
new
Поэтому
tools.
мы, в
We try to cover
принципе,
everything.
так сказать, заряжены оптимизмом на
So we're
ближайшие тоже
positive
10 лет, потому что
about
все-таки
our
какие-то
further work
значит, меры поддержки
in the
уходят,
future.
какие-то появляются
Some
новые, но мы вот
some
стараемся все
support
это
is
как-то
low.
сгенерировать и
I could say
удержать
that we lose some
на
support,
плаву
but when
и
then
видеть
we
во всем
gain some other support, and we
позитивные
try to stay alive, yeah, to survive,
Спасибо
and
большое,
also see
Павел.
the prospects.
Действительно,
Thank
кластерный
you a
подход, он
lot, Pavel.
показал
Of
свою
course, the
эффективность
cluster
при
attitude
взаимодействии
and approach
инновационных
showed
компаний
that
с
it's
инвесторами и
it's
в
an
том числе
effective
с
way in the
иностранными
interaction with the
представителями
investors
бизнеса.
and also
Но
foreign
когда
representatives
встает
of
вопрос
business.
о
But when the
том,
question
о реализации более крупных проектов,
is
или,
about the
например, могут быть
implementation
какие-то
of
проекты
larger
российских
projects, for example,
корпораций,
the
то,
projects
конечно,
of Russian
тут уже вопрос
enterprises,
не
of course.
про поиск
Here we have the
компетенций в
question
конкретном месте,
not
а
about
про
competences,
соединение
which
различных
we
компетенций
would like to
из
find in some places,
разных
but the combination
объектов
of different
инфраструктуры в
competences,
разных
of different
субъектах страны.
fields and different
И с этой
objects
точки
and
зрения вот,
institutions of our
есть
country. From this point of
подход
view, there
создания
is
инжиниринговых центров.
an approach
И
in
один из таких
creation
центров,
of
это
engineering
инновационный инжиниринговый
centers.
центр,
For
он как
example,
раз и реализует
one of such projects is an engineering center which implements large projects of the Russian enterprises. Also, that one which are implemented in the regional infrastructures, infrastructure objects. Of course, there are also a lot of risks. About what we would also ask Nikolai Kolpakov, how do you usually choose the and which boundaries do you face during the implementation of the projects.
Спасибо за возможность выступить на мероприятии,
Thank you for the possibility to speak at this event
которое проводится на данный момент
that
времени
is
в
conducted
Республике
in the
Башкортостан.
Republic of Bashkortostan.
Хотел бы
I would like to
небольшую презентацию для того, чтобы
make a small presentation at the beginning so that you would have more understanding of what we are engaged in, and then to say a few words about the problems that we face during the implementation of tasks for the industrial basis of the Russian Federation. Indeed, one of the most important agenda today is agenda of working with regions. We have an agreement with Bashkortostan, and I'm very happy to see Sakha-Yakutia at this meeting. We also have an agreement with the Republic Sakha-Yakutia on interaction in these fields. And so why do we focus on regions? Just because industry is located not in the center of Russian Federation, not in Moscow, on the territory of the Russian Federation. So the main industrial potential is in the regions, and one of the major factors is that a large number of problems arising, not because our customers don't want to spread the tasks, but for the same reason, is that our industry is not competitive enough for participation. It can be evaluated, so it's not competitive with foreign industries. So we had an example about exoskeleton. It's not expecting us, but we understand when nobody expects us abroad, but they come to our market and they face companies that cannot compete on the foreign market, but competition on the home market is very, very high as well. So please, can you have another slide, please? Among our partners that we are working with and interact with, such companies as Gazprom, Rosneft, RZD, Rosatom, Rosseti, Alrosa, Nornickel, Rusal. In what directions do we interact with our partners? So it's analysis of investment programs, to find the gaps between the technologies are equipped with, the programs are equipped with, in comparison with foreign and Russian, if we are lagging behind. So we have a certain time period to fix it. If we see on the side of trades a certain solution, technological solution, and it's oriented for a foreign producer, it means that we are late here. So this is the reality of our time. The next question is consolidation of technological demands of corporations and forming a task. Unless we have a special volume that corresponds to the market, so we cannot produce anything. Small batches, it is impossible to organize if it's not innovative, narrow, specialized product, and we cannot make it unless we have a competitor in this sector. And there will be the question of price. Then we have a question of the work with our suppliers so that they would correspond to the expectations of our customers. Next slide, please. On this slide, we show what we have managed to provide, what we have managed to do. We had a problem with Gazprom, but we managed to implement a huge project on placing an order from abroad to Russia, and it showed that our industry within certain approaches can cope with these tasks. but we need to use special levelers, measures to orient correctly the facilities and to choose the suppliers. I repeat, the situation is simple, but the foreign suppliers supply a solid product initially, and within the framework of any startup, of any measures, people look not at what they can do, but at who and how will buy their product. So this is the situation. So these questions we have in the sphere of interaction between industrial facilities. Next slide, please. On this slide, we show our plans. We're planning to get back to serious volumes of products on the territory of Russian Federation. I will not stop on each figure in details, they're shown on the slide, but I would like to say a few words about the question, the problems that we face on the territory of Russian Federation. It's a huge and wide spectrum of problems and then questions that we need to speak about. First, that we face it's a transition of deadline terms. Very often suppliers take certain responsibilities that they correspond, but on the one hand, but on the other hand, there is a possibility to shift these terms. Changes of price, bad quality, lack of qualified personnel and competences. One of the major problems that stops from implementing the tasks that we need to implement. Lack of funds. It's one of the problems on the territory of Russian Federation. In any industry, medium size, small size, big size business, everywhere there's a financial instrument deficit that would allow to provide funds for allocating facilities and implementing the tasks. So how do we protect ourselves in this situation? It proved to be very effective. We developed a mechanism, methodology when we, together with customers, we make selection and form the roadmap of the industrial facilities on the territory of Russian Federation, and this algorithm comprises a few directions. If you open in one slide, we will stop on methodology. This algorithm comprises several directions. So first, it's general algorithm of interaction with corporations. Then it's regulations on selection, of open selection of. Then methodology of formation of request. Methodology of evaluating the level of readiness of technology. Regulations. So it depends how it should, how the customer should look at the technology. Then regulations on conduction of requests for technical solutions, and all other kinds of methodology on expertise. So using all these methodics, we start understanding what is the potential supplier, who is the potential supplier, and can he cope with a potential task, and what can be done so that he could cope with the tasks they have. Today, we have certain very serious experience in this situation, and we can conclude the following, that the majority of tasks potential tasks can be solved by the industry of the Russian Federation. But the question is, we need the necessary scale, control, and probably we need predictability of forming the pool of tasks that we need to be oriented on. So this scale and possibilities, we have it, and we can see that our industry, is really improving up to the level the customer expects, and we can compete with foreign companies as well. One of the instruments in work, if we analyze investment programs, it's the instrument of localizing technologies in spheres where we're lagging behind seriously, and the investment will be in very big volumes that we cannot get back. So there we offer foreign players to localize on the territory of the Russian Federation and grow their personnel, so that it's only where the level is not very high. Of course, and where we can just refocus for our local production. So here we see the situation that this gap is huge. Because we have no understanding and infrastructure and the problems that we had before, and we try to solve them, and we see them on the final stage of interaction with our suppliers and customers, and this is a serious barrier of local players to enter the market. Thank you for your attention. I tried to be as brief as possible. Yes, Nikolai, thank you very much. Colleagues, we have only a few minutes left, so probably, and we have another two speakers, so we will move to another question. We spoke about market pool and meeting the demands of the market and finding competencies, but I would like to pay attention to the direction of technology push and looking for investors for some unique projects. And here in Irkutsk region, that also is in our association, they have a huge experience because they have Russian, China, Swiss lab opened in this region. So Yana Alexeyevna, please tell us, how do you find investors, foreign investors, and how do you evaluate perspective designed to find investors? Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm glad to see you here. I wish you good health, Siberian health, very strong, and of course, we are as an investment agency, our major task is to attract investments, but any investor would like to understand what unique technology and what unique product he can invest to get money back and profit as soon as possible. We have a very interesting experience in the creation of a model of support of industrial cooperation during pandemics, and it was a very good experience since we had many conditions set here. Development of basic technology that is highly demanded right now on the market, connected with diagnostics of viral diseases, and the existence of investment company in our region, Russian-Chinese company that is searching for developments and invest funds into it, and launches some products into the market. And of course, we have competence of our scientific universities and institutes of SORA that can evaluate the technology and probably to collaborate with it. So the project of lab that we had, in my understanding, is successful just because we managed to combine all the necessary parts. Institute of Chemistry chose the technology, the world technology that was ready to be commercialized, added their competences. Moscow company, Moscow IT companies worked on this technology and gave the software. And the received product is participating right now in Business Accelerator and is ready to get patent. We are ready to launch it on the market, but any kind of search for investor is connected with the participation of international business missions, and we have a very interesting experience of business mission of Association of Innovative Regions into Korea. A lot of speakers spoke about Korea today. In October 2018, we had a business mission. We visited a lot of technoparks, many business accelerators, and in one of the technoparks we before that we visited a company that was developing new technologies, production of test sticks for measuring sugar level in blood. The technology was interesting that instead of gold on carbon, they used carbon that made the cost of products by 30%, and the Korean company was ready to go large scale. And since 2018, within 2 years, we have built a plant. The technology was worked on, had final tune, and right now, Russian innovative product registered and is sold. And 2 weeks ago, we had Minister of Industry, Manturov, and he visited this plant and highly appreciated the result of this mutual work with Korean investors and Korean developers. And another story, it's not so fast as test sticks, but on one of the meetings on accelerators, we met a big company that produces oil and gas equipment, and we offered our own development on oil and gas equipment that was made in Irkutsk. And right now we have negotiations on the stage when we're organizing a new legal entity in Irkutsk that is planning to produce this equipment on our territory. Of course, the possibility of not only present, of course we work with trade representatives, with different business unions, but if we focus on innovative search and the business mission, give us possibility to work on smart investors that were looking for smart developments, smart projects. When we choose projects that we offer for investment, of course, it's very important to have expertise or expert evaluation. And here, collaboration with different business accelerators helps a lot. We have very interesting experience of work with Business Accelerator Company 12. Since 2017, we work closely together. And they say that we give more requests in the country. We had 150 startups within 3 years. 35 of them came here and had tracked it, and nine of them went on study to them. And of course, this startup, it's very easy to attract investments for these startups. And right now we're launching new accelerator for Touch together with the Global Venture Alliance that will look for and implement high-tech technologies. And we actively involved into the work with them. And we're ready to work. Right now we're selecting startups for the development that would be used in business accelerators and to offer them to companies that deal with forestry, and they are diversifying their business.
Да, Яна Алексеевна,
Yes, Яна Алексеевна, I'm sorry,
я
but
тогда кратко резюмирую. Получается,
I will
что
sum up.
в целом вот
It
инструменты
means that the instruments
бизнес-акселераторов
of business
с точки
accelerators
зрения
in
оценки
terms of
проектов
evaluation
Technology Push, они
of
действительно показывают свою
technology
эффективность,
push,
это
they prove to
бесспорно.
be effective.
И
It's
международная
undoubted.
бизнес-миссия
There's no
для
doubt about it.
крупных
And
инвесторов.
international business missions
И у
for
нас
finding
остался
business
вот последний
investors.
спикер,
And we have
и
the
как
last
раз,
speaker.
Сергей, я хотел бы вот попросить, так резюмируя, да, все
So, Sergey, I
услышанное.
would like you also to
Я
make the
знаю,
summary
что
of
сейчас
everything which
в
we have
Республике
heard today.
Башкортостан
I know
готовится
that right
новый
now in the
план
Republic of
инновационного
Bashkortostan they
развития.
prepare a
Какие
new
вот
innovation
приоритеты
plan
вы
for the
ставите по
further
развитию?
development.
Возможно, какие-то
Which
комментарии
priorities do
ко
you
всему, что сегодня было
implement?
сказано.
Do you add?
Спасибо,
And
Сергей. Вот у
maybe
нас
could you also
буквально там
provide some
7 минут
commentaries to
осталось.
the things which we discussed today? First of all, I would like to start with a short presentation of the tools which we have in the Republic. We are mostly oriented on your rating, and according to your rating, we take still the 12th stage. We also studied the points which we need to implement in order to reach a higher rate. And also we see the dynamics, and right now we have such kind of situation that right now we are leaders in the sphere of industry. There are a lot of large enterprises. We also have a high scientific potential, but still we have a problem with innovation startups. The situation is quite unusual just because right now we have a lot of youngsters. We have 200,000 students, also 650,000 people under the age of 30, and it's quite a good rating for, the numbers are quite good for the whole Russia, and we understand that the problem is not only in the transfer of technologies, the problem is quite broader. It's due to the mentality too. First of all, I could say we are narrow-minded in some issues. For example, there were a lot of people who started their development of the innovation, but then they reached the documentation issues and they decided to give up. And most of people, they have a prospect for 3 years or 2, but not more. There are a lot of students who are involved into the development of the projects for UFA, but still not further. First of all, we should also develop the mind of people, their consciousness, and then we decided to We decided to analyze the Republic, and of course we had an experience. We also had a kind of Republic program, and it was audited by the Ministry of Technologies. We were thinking that only that startups, of course, are implemented not only in the capital of our region, but also we summoned at least 200 applications. Some of the projects reached some special states. They also had a giant amount of money which they were funded for. And we also realized that some of the small towns, they are also having their startups, but the reason is that they do not know their opportunities. They live by themselves. So the result is that we understand that we should create an ecosystem for startups, not only in the capital of our republic, but also in small cities too. We would like to make the ecosystem of the region in order to involve all the corners of our republic, and also maybe support and raise the thing that they should also implement some and think globally and also try to enter the international markets. So we have an issue task to gain the support till 2024. Thank you, Sergey. Yeah, we have some minutes to discuss. So, which infrastructural objects or foundations you would like to rely? I think it's also about our relevant fields. That's why we decided to look through our research basis which we have. We also understood our prospects that we should be involved into chemistry, digital chemistry and eco-chemistry, creation of the new materials, also digital technologies and industry, just because we're an industrial region. So the first thing which I would like to mention is the choice of the field. As for the infrastructure, we understood that it's not enough to have the competences which we have right now, and we understood that we right now should consolidate with someone in order to reach our goals. We understood that we should interact with the best representatives in Russia and the world. We also have plans in the development of our relationships with your associations and also the associations for the transfer of the innovations. And maybe it's a recommendation from me to all the viewers, because there is no region which could do everything in solo. That's why we need consolidation. Another thing is, we're talking about the transfer of technologies. We should also involve the Ministry of Culture, because all the problems occur in our minds. It's not about our tools or maybe spaces or platforms. It's about our mind. Thank you, Sergey. Maybe you would like to add something? Yes. I could say that the highlight of the all speeches today is the lack of staff prepared, the academic staff prepared for the innovations. And maybe we should do some changes and implement the best practices, search for best practices and then implement it. We're open for discussion of such things and also for such applications. I enjoyed one of the speeches which was connected to the documentation, because sometimes it is needed to make it easier to implement greatest practices and to organize the environment for the transfer of innovations. I would like to add that the platform is essential to learn more about the new opportunities. Of course, we know a lot about the problems, but the reason is to listen to other points and also to the offers of other people, and not to think for long and start the actions. Thank you very much. And also to sum up, I would like to say that the examples which we saw today are the cases when the stake is placed onto a special direction of development of the region, and the stuff is prepared and the infrastructure is prepared according to this field. That's why it is needed to choose the narrow direction which is in force historically, and also prepare people involved into the work. From the point of view, just on behalf of our association, we continue our work on the exchange of experience and practices, and we believe that when we have an opportunity to exchange everything face-to-face, our practices face-to-face, it would be more profitable for everyone involved into the industry. Thank you for participation. It's the end of our session.
С 21 по 25 июля 2021 года столица Республики Башкортостан примет финал национального чемпионата «Молодые профессионалы». В этот раз соревнования пройдут по 106 компетенциям. Сегодня движение «Молодые профессионалы» стало мощным драйвером для развития среднего профессионального образования в стране. Мировые стандарты качества, передовые образовательные программы, тесное взаимодействие учащихся с наставниками и мастерами на практике повышает престиж рабочих профессий. Организация мероприятия подобного уровня – показатель высокого потенциала региона. Здесь формируется большая команда профессионалов, экспертное сообщество, появляются важные партнеры, конкурсные площадки застраиваются в соответствии с международными стандартами. И все это остается в регионах в качестве наследия. Мы верим, финал национального чемпионата вновь откроет и подарит стране новые таланты. Уфа ждет молодых профессионалов в июле 2021 года.
Мы на Международной неделе бизнеса 2020 в центре Уфы в Конгресс-холле Таратау. День первый. Что сегодня интересного, узнаем прямо сейчас. Идем. Программа «Неделя бизнеса» насыщенная. Здесь сразу несколько площадок. У вас сегодня кто в гостях?
У нас сегодня множество спикеров. Итальянцы, немцы.
Познакомишь?
Обязательно, еще бы, но только после.
Есть место любимое в Уфе?
Конечно, это нефтеперерабатывающие заводы.
А как вам башкирские красавицы?
Башкирские красавицы просто неотразимы в своих тюбетейках.
Проверяем, насколько мы все дисциплинированы. Женщина в красном пиджаке.
Анонсировал Ратифович Хабиров, глава республики, третий пакет мер господдержки, на котором правительство работает. В следующий год малый и средний бизнес Башкортостана войдет уверенно, поэтому вот всех поздравляю с началом работы Международной недели.
Официальная часть подошла к концу. Сейчас мы перемещаемся плавно на показ от Космополитен «Мода без границ». Идем посмотрим. Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый. Обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
С поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау. Международная неделя бизнеса 2020 преодолела свой экватор. Сегодняшний день посвящен туризму, а цвет его – зеленый.
Вы знаете, я долгое время занималась спортом и не видела свою республику. Но когда я стала сейчас выезжать и увидела такие прекрасные места, и каждый уголок нашей республики – это уголок такой природы красивой, да? Вот это мы все должны развивать.
Природа Башкирии уникальна в своей сути, и поэтому приглашаем всех сюда и сами здесь отдыхаем.
И это очень здорово, что идет развитие внутреннего туризма в ковидных условиях. И мы очень быстро адаптировались в данных ситуациях.
Мы говорим, что курорт – это место, где человек возвращается в здоровье.
Я считаю, что это мероприятие очень хорошо было организовано. Большое вам спасибо.
Мне кажется, очень важно то, что вот они говорят, что мы приехали в Башкирию, она такая классная, типа мы влюбились в нее, мы обязательно будем сюда приезжать. Каждый такой форум – это на самом деле очень важный момент заявить о себе.
Я думаю, таких корреспондентов в этой юрте пока еще не было. День подошел к концу. Сегодня он был, пожалуй, самым гостеприимным, самым радушным и самым вкусным. Что, впереди заключительный. Увидимся завтра.
interesting session where the center of the strategic development representatives would meet with other
Приветствуем всех участников и зрителей Международной недели.
Hello to every watcher and participants of the UFA. Let me remind you that currently we are at the Congress Hall Toronto, and now we will be speaking about the economic, its future, and other questions concerning it. And now we are on interview, and please meet the Irina, the representative of the Russian Ministry of Finance. Irina, hello. So today a very interesting board were held. There are different questions of Eurasia field were discussed. Today we have a lot of problems about export, its development of the Eurasian Economic Center.
Центром Республики Башкортостан определить и консолидировать то, какими результатами экономика может поделиться с ближними странами, с ориентацией.
So our goal is to find what can we do to develop the economics between our countries, republic, and so on. So I remember you were telling that regions must be competing to each other. But you know, economic fields are pretty different. And what do you think? Should each regions help each other? So the important thing is we must find the important key of each region. So it might be not necessary for each region to compete with each other. We must find the features of each region and find the current specialization of our region. Maybe it's all about the logistic or building. It doesn't matter, but we've got to find it. Salaries are breaking down, yes, and that's a problem. But the regional government, do they understand the advantages and disadvantages? Yes, I would say so. Now we have the current numbers of each region. And it was said that between Chelyabinsk and Chelyabinsk region and Bashkortostan, there was a strong connection in the field of tourism. So each region knows what to do. Well, we think that in the time field of 1 year, each region will be developing in its field. And then after that, each region will have a special document saying the specialization of each region. Well, thank you, Irina, for our brief interview. The representative of the Russian Ministry of Finance. So I would remind you that in 15:30 there will be a plenary session about the current economic situation. We will be discussing about products for export and so on.
In the near future, how would they influence on the activity of enterprise and also the life of citizens? How would they help to solve the problems provided by the pandemic? Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I also would like to say thank you to the Republic of Bashkortostan. I'm so happy to be here. I'm very thankful that during such kind of limitations, we still have an opportunity to meet each other and discuss the questions together. One, two. Yeah, it's better right now. Once again, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today we would discuss what activities do we do, and I could say that the example of our company, Yandex, it's one of the best examples of the future technologies. There are a lot of different projects and a lot of people are involved into the digitalization, which was previously made in another way. So 23 years ago, we were also founded as a digital company, and digitalization was the basis of us. What is it? It's algorithms. It's the set of rules, the set of the activities implemented by the program. Initially, when it was made, when it was founded, we wrote everything just spontaneously, but after a while, the amount of the rules expanded. And when we are talking right now about our major project, it looked like this when it at its start, and right now it's at least 1 gigabyte of rules, which also influence on Yandex search. At least the amount of 10,000 books. It's the library Yandex is based on. Another good example about the rules and digitalization, the service Yandex Go, or taxi. Why digital? What's digital there? Of course, we didn't make up taxi, but of course, but still it is. It could be explained in 3 steps. First, the driver is waiting, the driver is driving, and then they are reaching the place. We decided to produce the way how to build up the route in that way that you will reach the place faster. That's the rule which we also would like to implement. We also try to implement. That's why we also try to choose the drivers which would be quite close to you. That's why they even have a kind of non-stop orders. They finish one and they take another. So we try to save money and also time, because we try to analyze the places where the cars are. It's all about rules. It's all about digitalization, but it's not the only one thing which we're involved into. We have another service, Yandex Forecast, Yandex Weather. Of course, we have no special people, we have no special experts which are involved into it, but we have experts which receive the data, and then we create a forecast on the basis of it. Of course, if the input data is bigger, our weather forecast would be more correct. That's the basis of our service, and I think it's one of the services which is essential for that people who are working with road cleaning or agriculture and so on. Also, we have the biometrics. It's about the ways of conducting the checkup of masks, and the temperature of people. We also have the cameras of monitoring of the state and of drivers. They also could understand, they could react on the movements of people on 38 points on the face. And if the camera sees that you need some help or need some rest, it also informs you about this. It's one of the cases how people could also digitalize the biometrics data. Also, talking about cameras, we have detection of numbers and road events. For example, Yandex Maps could also create a panoramic view. And we also have a national panoramas like Yandex View. So people could just go through the streets and also make the video of them, and they would be included into this national panoramic view of Yandex. There could be some road signs, some problems with the signs too, maybe some issues on the roads, and we could do it promptly. Just because we have an opportunity to add this data to our basics. Then video analytics is also presented here as the monitoring of the condition of people there. Yeah, on the right, the picture on the right, it's the way how the driver is analyzed and how ready and how well is his condition for further driving. Also, we have another project which is called Помощь рядом, or The Help is Nearby. It's the project which the total amount of expenditures was 250 million. We provided aid to the doctors to reach their patients. We even had just a set of cars for them. And there were drivers who brought the doctors to their patients. Now we have a further development of this project, and now people from all over the country could join it. They could just tick off and provide some money, like into the charitable organization for support of the doctors too. There are at least more than 30 regional foundations which help the doctors to move around the city, and not only them, also people who have some health issues in order to have a safe trip back home or some significant places of their cities. I also call for joining our project just because it's quite a profitable and I think good deed program. Also, we have Yandex Market. It's a commercial platform for sales, and I could say that the sales during the pandemic, especially the last half of the year, we have ordered a lot, and we started to order a lot. There are a lot of people who just bring you products, different goods, even coffee. Now we have an abundance of delivery guys. And according to the numbers, you could also see that around the world, right now there is only 17% of retail in online. But still you could see that there is a great dynamics there. And it is inclining significantly. The online trade in Russia changed from 6 to 9% of share, but the growth was at least for 50% for the last year, and it's quite significant too. So 45% is an incline for the online trade in Russia. So Russia takes the first place for the growth of online trade. So let's go further. In addition, 70 million of people are the consumers of the goods online in different fields. At least half of our country also visit internet shops. 73% of Moscow residents are online customers. 60% of residents of big cities. So the growing the growing speed rises significantly. Other effects of the pandemic, I could say that the first thing is that the amount of money spent online is declining, just because even if we buy everything online, previously we were purchasing everything which was quite expensive and unique online. But right now, I could say that an average month spent online right now is lower than previous years. Several slides are connected to Ufa here in Bashkortostan. The market of online trade has a growth of 43%. All in all, it is quite correlative or relative to the data on the whole country. At least 50% of Ufa residents up to the age of 65 make an online purchase. I also would like to mention one story. So we have implemented this thing only in Moscow right now. And at the same time, I will talk during the video. We tried to solve one of the complications, even if it was quite simple. When at 10 o'clock, you would like to go to work, but then you receive a message that since 10 up to 6 o'clock, you'll get the delivery. And the reason is that the delivery company would send you everything and would inform you only in 2 hours before the purchase will come. And people try to spend this time somehow. Due to Yandex Market and together with Yandex Market, we've reached we have reached kind of a we've reached the opportunity to make this time, to make this period of waiting shorter for at least 10 minutes. And now you could get your goods without spending a lot of money waiting. Evgeny, thank you. I would add some details. At least 3 days ago appeared the Yandex Roller robot, which delivers food from restaurant. It's one of the greatest technologies, and I do hope that we should develop this delivery without any contact, because right now it is one of the essential issues. That's why we have this Yandex Roller right now. Thank you once again, Evgeny. I would like to mention once again that the company Yandex is one of the leading Russian technological company, and at the same time they have a lot of social projects. They are organizers and partners of one of the most essential educational programs, like digital learning. As when the opportunity, it's an opportunity for students to learn IT, staying at home from the leading companies such as Yandex. Once again, Evgeny, thank you very much.
I'd like to address to our new expert today, Amy Storo, it's General Consulate of the United States of America in Yekaterinburg. And COVID spreading around the world has become one of the challenge to many governments in the world, including the United States of America. And here I would like to ask you, what is the effect of pandemics on the economic, social sphere in the United States of America, and what is the role of digital technologies in this respect? And the second question is, what digital technologies can be used for the development of economic relations between our country? Amy, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to speak with you virtually today at Bashkortostan's International Business Week Forum. What better way to talk about living in a distanced world than to demonstrate it to you myself, speaking from Yekaterinburg, where the U.S. Consulate General is located. Let me start by saying our thoughts are with everyone who has been affected by the current pandemic. This unprecedented crisis has hit every corner of the world. I'm glad that the United States and Russia have been able to look past our differences and provide each other medical aid and equipment in our respective times of need. I hope that the people of Bashkortostan are weathering this pandemic. The coronavirus has required all of us to adapt to new ways of doing business and conducting diplomacy. Necessity has made us trust and embrace new technologies as a way to stay connected. And as a result, even after the pandemic ends, the way we live our lives will change forever. For example, in the United States, most school districts and universities have at least partially adapted their curricula to virtual learning. Not only did this step require teachers and administrators to adapt to new ways of teaching, but it also pushed us as a country to take a deep look at our infrastructure needs to make sure all students have access to the internet at home. The restaurant industry not only had to adapt by providing more takeout options than it did previously, but it also had to improve its online ordering and payment systems. Some experts predict that contactless payment will be the way forward, even when the pandemic subsides. This pandemic has proven that e-commerce is here to stay. Whether in Russia or in the United States, ordering goods, services, and even groceries online is as acceptable as standing in queues in brick-and-mortar stores. Looking at the US stock market, not surprisingly, some of the largest gains we've seen this year are investments in the healthcare industry, cleaning solutions industry, and communications platforms industry. Another industry to see big gains during this pandemic is the household entertainment industry. Subscriptions to streaming services like Netflix, Disney Plus, and Hulu all saw large gains as audiences stayed home to watch movies and TV shows. Speaking of the entertainment industry, the movie industry has had to significantly adapt to the pandemic. No longer is it entirely safe to watch a movie in a theater next to 200 other viewers. The future of the movie industry must be at home, or maybe at home. In fact, in the US, the major film distributor Warner Brothers has just signed an agreement to stream all of its 2021 films on HBO Max subscription service. Now to speak a bit about my personal experience living in Russia during the pandemic. My day-to-day life in Yekaterinburg very much reflects the way things have evolved in the United States during the last year. Just as American government agencies, businesses, universities, and schools have transitioned from conducting in-person meetings to hosting discussions on platforms like Zoom, Skype, Microsoft Teams, and WebEx, I currently conduct the vast majority of my meetings from Yekaterinburg via digital technology. In fact, this fall, the Consulate General has instituted a program to conduct virtual visits to different Russian regions to stay in closer touch until the pandemic subsides and I can resume in-person travel. My public affairs staff's virtual programming connects Russian teachers of English to native language speakers. And on the 4th of July, our national holiday, we brought performances from American musicians in Texas to computer screens across the Urals and Siberia. I'm particularly proud of our use of digital technology to increase relations between American and Russian businesses. We recognize that private sector growth and the free flow of goods and services is a proven method to achieve sustained economic growth. As we look ahead beyond the pandemic to what will be a much-needed global economic recovery, we need to explore every possible avenue to build connections, including using technology to boost business relationships between our two countries. In June, Ambassador Sullivan in Moscow, Ambassador Antonov in Washington launched the first ever Texas-Urals virtual trade mission, together with the U.S. Foreign Commercial Service, regional chambers of commerce in Russia, the government of the state of Texas, and the U.S. Consulate General in Yekaterinburg. The call connected governments and business representatives from 120 entities spanning nearly 12 time zones. The virtual trade mission is an ongoing project, and we are eager to continue this program through a business-to-business matching phase planned for next year. These new models for connecting entrepreneurs and businesses are already showing tremendous potential. Together, we've already built a strong legacy of joint economic partnership in this wider region. The United States has a well-established business community in Russia with over 1,000 American companies employing thousands of Russians and adding great value to the Russian economy. And the Urals and Siberia are also no strangers to successful commercial activity. Bashkortostan's desire to be part of the new Silk Road will amplify the reach of your products and services in the global marketplace. While I'm eager for this pandemic to end, the adaptations and adjustments we have made this year will carry us forward. First and foremost, our embrace of using technology as a way to stay better connected is a positive improvement. There's no replacement for people-to-people contact, but communicating virtually is necessary right now to keep us all healthy. But I've also learned that communicating virtually can represent a more efficient use of our time and energy. Our consular district spans almost 5.7 million square kilometers, and it's impossible for me to physically travel everywhere and meet with everyone I need to meet. While there's no substitute for seeing the Urals and Siberia with my own eyes, virtual visits help educate me on the important issues from Udmurtia to Tuva. In conclusion, it's my sincere hope that through today's event, we can embark on a productive dialogue to share common challenges, to learn best practices from each other, to explore new avenues of partnership, and to discuss how technology can help us achieve these goals. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmy. I'm very grateful for your speech. I do agree with you that coronavirus is our common threat, it's a common challenge, and we need to unite and, of course, exchange the technologies because we are solving one common task. And of course, digital technologies cannot substitute the happiness of live communication, but they allow us to conduct business, to conduct it effectively and on distance, including the framework of the restrictions connected with COVID pandemics. And of course, we're developing digital technologies. They allow us to provide the necessary level of quality of state services, first of all, and in such spheres as education, healthcare, and I know for sure that in the Russian Federation, digital technology is of great priority of development, and I guess it's the same in the United States of America. Thank you once again for your report, and I would like to give floor to our next speaker. We have online Valery Fedorov, General Director of All Russia Center for Opinion Poll Studies. It is known that pandemics has changed and is changing the behavioral patterns of our citizens. It's connected with different threats that the pandemics has. So please tell us the threats are what threats do Russians have concerning COVID? What are the most important of them, and how do our citizens consider the measures that the government introduces and to the restrictions the government imposes, and how the behavioral pattern is changing? Valery, please welcome. Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Yes, thank you. My presentation is starting to work. I'd like to greet everyone, and I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you personally. I wanted and I planned, but a few days ago I didn't feel well. So I'm sitting at home waiting for the verdict, so to say. So I'm a living example of how the behavior is changed by pandemics. So let's begin the presentation, I would like to address to the second slide. The data that I have today received through telephone opinion poll that is called Sputnik, Sputnik. We do it on a daily basis. We interview 600 people in different regions of Russian Federation. So it's no more than 25%, the clearance. So we'll start with what is the role of pandemics is in our information agenda. Here we have results of our opinion polls starting with March till December. And we can see that in March, 57% of respondents answering our question, what is more attracted your attention in the country or in the world or in your life, said coronavirus. It was absolute maximum. Then people started getting used to, and by summer, in June, July, August, and September, it was on minimum level, 8–9%. And starting with October, there's a new interest correlated with the second wave, I guess. 20–23% of this news. So practically a quarter. It's the first place in comparison with other events. Maybe during some special days there were vivid examples. Probably it was like US presidential elections moved away pandemics, but it wasn't for long. So everything is coming back. So pandemics is the main element of informational agenda of 2020. Next slide, please. Fears. You asked about the fears. Yes, we have fears. We have graphs showing how these fears grew up or declined. The possibility to get infected is considered to be high for themselves and for their relatives, around 27%. 19% believe that it's very low. And if we look at the dynamics on the left corner, so we see where the graphs cross. So from October, people who believe that there is high threat of getting infected, it's higher than. So if we think that the first wave was in informational aspect, we were afraid. But today, coronavirus is a reality that we have in feelings, and of course it is shown on the graph. So today we are more afraid, but we have different kind of fear, rational and irrational. And today we can say that this is a more rational fear. We understand that this is really a disease with consequences, and we see real people not from TV. This is our acquaintances, sometimes relatives, or acquaintances of our acquaintances. So that's why the fear was and is the major concerns of this year, fear for the health, and it doesn't go down, it doesn't decline. Next slide, please. And so it's about the same, we won't spend the time. Next slide, please. So what do we do here? What measures we take to protect from coronavirus? Here we have a certain hierarchy. On the first place, from effective measures, we have wearing mask, or so the data is very fresh. We got them on the 7th of December. So 67% respondents showed that they protect themselves this way from this threat. On the second is hygiene, washing hands using antiseptic. It's about 30%. And of course, limitation of contacts, sitting at home, like me, or somebody even went to the village, to Saratov somewhere. It's about 27%. So it's. And the first top four effective measures is refusal of visiting public events and avoiding using public transport and so on. So 23% use that. All other measures are less effective, less widespread. Next slide, please. Yes, here we have about relations to the limitations. How are they supported or not supported by people? And we see that by December, COVID dissidency and fighting for the freedom of self-representation went down a bit. 88% supported the requirement to wear masks, obligatory wearing masks in public spaces. Many people before used to think it's not necessarily or a violation of rights even. Introduction of social distance, which is called social distance, but I believe it's physical distance. 1.5 and 2 meters is a widely supported measure. 80% pro. Prohibition of public mass sport events is also very high. So 72 people supported this measure. Closing the cinemas, theaters, and clubs. 71 pro, the rest con. Closure for cafes and restaurants. 2/3, 66% support this measure, and only 28 are against, probably in St. Petersburg. That's a joke. Introduction of lockdown regime. I just remind you that the lockdown, total lockdown in spring was accepted very hard. And the decision of the government just legitimized what was going on in the society itself. But now we can see that it was a limiting character. It's connected only with age, so 65 plus, and this measure has support. 64% were pro, and of course, distant working. 63% supported, despite the criticism, despite inconveniences, despite difficulties that arise from this fact. But this is supported limitation. So this is the relationship. So innovations usually cause non-understanding, irritation, and dissatisfaction, whether to take them, accept them fast and enthusiastically. Only a small part of people is ready to do that. Novators, so-called novators. Others either take it as it is or come back later. Especially if we speak about mass changes. We had them a lot this year, and of course, the effect was very high. Here we have the rating of the most irritating measures. So number one is necessity to go and wear masks. As we said, for me, for a person who is wearing glasses, it's not very easy to wear a mask constantly. So we understand that we need it, but on the other hand, it's irritating and very uncomfortable. Second place is lockdown or self-isolation, self-confinement. Of course, it's the reduction of communication and problems connected with healthcare, not especially with fighting pandemics, but I would like to remind you that million of normal diseases. They didn't disappear, and people who suffer from other diseases, they had difficult access to get help, medical help, because the system of healthcare is overloaded right now. Everything is closed. The ban on public events, of course, also irritates people. But everyone will find their own factors. But we can say that we are irritated, but we are understanding at the same time. We understand that these limitations come not because of good life, and we can bear it. So 59% of respondents said that their usual lifestyle has changed, and we will speak about how it changed. We will speak about free time, whether we have it more or less. Exploitation and self-exploitation has increased or not. So 65% of respondents said no. Two-thirds said they have no changes in terms of balance of work-free time, life. They haven't felt it. 22% discovered that they have more free time. Probably it's due to less time to get to work and back home. And 11%, it's people who start working online, on distant, and it's known that the chef, the boss or colleague can call you at 23 p.m. or write you at 6 a.m. So there is no limit between the home and work. And we see that 11% of our compatriots right now have less free time than they used to have before the pandemics. And of course, this is a bit of a frightening factor, and we have to pay attention to that. Next slide, please. The mass entertainment. So we have figures here. Only 29% say that they go to such places with the same frequency as they did it before the pandemics. And 67%, two-thirds, says right now we visit such places more seldom. Next slide, please. Who is under attack? What sectors are under attack? On the first place, it's public transport. 48% think it's not safe today. Malls, trading malls, 30%. Clubs and disco clubs, and even grocery stores. So that's why we have increase in online delivery of food. Cafe and bars, restaurants, 20. When people go there, they see a very frightening thing. There are no people in comparison with previous times. Sport clubs and fitness centers under the crisis right now. They're practically empty now. And theaters, of course. All the rest, parks, squares, museums, exhibitions, and for unknown reason for me, hairdressers and beauty salons are considered to be less dangerous in terms of getting infected with the COVID. Next slide. What we started doing more seldom, I just shown, and what we started doing more often. We started use more often the internet. 33% said from the beginning of the second wave they have started using more internet. Pay attention to the family, children, and relatives. And of course, in the situation of fears and risks, the importance of human communication in the close circle is more demanded. 32% start paying more attention to this closer circle.
So cooking.
And all others to do cooking at home. More people start doing 25%. To read books, also a very good number. 24% said that they started reading more often. Education, of course, on online platforms, but not only on them, 23%. And the good news for the so-called old media, 21% started to watch TV more often. Then I will not read further on. Next slide. We're going to the final. Can I have a question? Can you give evaluation or so people see different threats connected with the spread of COVID, threat of getting infected. Is there any request for any psychological help, or there is no such thing, or and the population cope with it itself? Because we have 1 minute left, and I would like to give stress on that. Slide number 14. It's about psychological condition, psychological support. Whether you want this support or not, or just to speak out. So we asked this question, and we asked to evaluate whether you have it more often in comparison with other years or not. So 65% have Nordic character. They have no problem because of that. With psychology, so understand this element of upbringing, of when you hold your emotions in and don't share. So nevertheless, 14% said that they have this necessity this year. And right now we have a gap between gender and age. In most cases, the desire to share was among youngsters than in previous years. Women and people up to 35 years, every fifth of them had this necessity. The men are just still holding. And the next slide, we asked people to say their thoughts, why there is increase in necessity for psychological help more often. The most common answer was that it is connected with pandemics, coronavirus, lockdowns, and limitations. Of course, this presses the psychology. Second place, they say it's about economics, as Bill Clinton said. Drop in life level, unemployment, and so on. And of course, problems with health is only on the third place. So this is the very complicated picture of psychological situation. So the necessity, of course, increased, and this is the challenge to our society, and ability to be necessary and maybe to earn on it. That's it. I'm ready to answer the questions.
Yeah, Valery, thank you very much. Of course, I would like to note that, as you said, maybe I should start that at least 60% of Russian citizens noted that they had changes in their ordinary life, and it is caused by the pandemic. And previously, in one of the speeches, you also told that this year life is changing. Also, our lifestyle is changing, and it would never be the same again. And I agree with you. And as it was said, the pandemic and the limitations caused by it and the tasks to comply with the needs of people, and also it had a great impact on the education. I also would like to say thank you for your speech, and now I would like to give the floor to our colleague. Today we have another representative of the technology company and also one of the leading ones of Yandex, Dmitry Rastvorov, Director on Development of Yandex Учебник or Yandex book, the study book. It's one of the greatest platforms for education. So how do you feel, Dmitry? What about the overcoming the obstacles and problems caused by the pandemic in the sphere of education? What about the formation of the content for students? And also, what are your recommendations for the subjects of the Russian Federation in the system of education in usage of digital technologies for performing the education? Distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. Can I take a remote controller? Thank you. In spring 2020, the pedagogical society suffered and faced great change because now we had to go to the distant learning. And unfortunately, we were not ready for this, not only teachers, but also the developers of these platforms, because they created these resources to realize e-learning, but not distant learning, an additional one. And of course, firstly, each education platform is a tool for a teacher, like a chalk and a board or interactive board, which helps the teacher to organize the educational process, both at school or also mixed education. But at the same time, I could say that as a technology, the remote learning occurred not during the pandemic. For the last 20 years, we have the remote educational tools, and I also had my education on digital learning in 1998 when we sent our first documents online per email. After that, we had new tools, new platforms and resources. And in April 2020, we held research with a questionnaire for 5,000 of teachers who participated in our research dedicated to the changes in the methodology of educating. During this period, there were a lot of new researches, which are quite significant, and most of them were connected to the technologies and internet, and we were interested in estimating the methodology of teaching using digital instruments and also remote learning. What have we learned? And I'll also comment some of them. Teachers are using different tools. At least the average amount of, the same amount of teachers use both ordinary resources like books, exercise books, teacher books, and so on, and also half of them use both digital tools for it. What about the advantages of the distance learning and distance education? The fact is that they could provide students with video content, also estimate and evaluate their works online. No difference. What about the amount of experience the teacher has? We could only have some nuances from the point of view of the experience of teachers and also the conditions which they have. If they have internet in this or that area, because in some areas still we have no internet at school. And of course, how could we talk about the distance learning in this case? Which tools and instruments are used by teachers? You could see there on the slide. It's their video lections, which they have to provide the information and also to make the estimation of the level of knowledge. So here are the lectures which help to implement this. Another moment which we have learned is that control and assessment of the knowledge in elementary school and also in secondary school suffered some losses. So in elementary school, the amount of lessons were reduced especially those which were dedicated to the new study of material, and also the estimation of their and evaluation of their studies. Also, according to this, to hold the lessons with the usage of digital resources was quite difficult for most of people. Also, the self-check platforms were a good opportunity available to the teachers, and they used it a lot. I could say that the teacher spends less time for preparation to the lessons because they have a collection of different lessons and tasks, and also they have a great save up of time due to the fact that the platform could also estimate and check the tests, for example. I also would like to give some recommendations here on the slide they are presented. It is a summary based on that research. Of course, we cannot say that we pretend to provide you with universal recommendation which will solve all the problems of distance learning. The first is implementation of the platforms with a self-check or auto-check in just ordinary educational process. It should not be implemented only due to pandemic. It should be integrated into the ordinary educational process and make it regular in usage. Also, while preparation of the teachers, we should also pay more attention to their training and focusing on the usage of the digital opportunities for study. Because teachers should understand and also explain the reason why they use this or that platform or resource used during the lesson. And the last one is the expansion of the usage of the platforms. We, being the developers, we reacted on the challenges we faced, and in short terms, we organized a project which is called Yandex Shkola or Yandex School, which has a combination of several resources. First of all, it's lections, video lections by Moscow teachers, with a broadcast around the country. So more than 5 million children saw that lessons. Another service which is involved into Yandex School is kind of a failure around 9th classes and their preparation for the state examination. So we had a need to produce another resource which would give an additional preparation and training for further examinations. It's the service Yandex Tutor, which was involved into the recommendations for preparation of self-preparation of students for their examinations and main subjects at school. Another program is the supporting program for teachers. I'm a teacher. It's a line of webinars which were charge-free on the platform I Am a Teacher, and for more than 200,000 teachers were involved into this program. Also, we had founding a basic platform which is called Yandex Учебник or Yandex exercise book. So there are several basic subjects involved into this program. Mostly we have mathematics and the Russian language. It's also a free of charge digital resource. And I will also repeat once again that it was created for teachers, but not for e-learning. But
ведь времени всегда мало. Мне нужно почистить карму, мне нужно позвонить маме. Я собирал чемоданы так часто, что мне уже мало. Один переезд на неделе, я снова кручусь, будто канон. 4 стены меня душат, мне нужно выйти на воздух. Пленительный запах свободы. Я кручусь как роллы, роллы Калифорния.
We're happy to see you here on our forum, Business Week. Let me remind you, currently we're at the Congress Hall Charotau. And in a tradition, the partner of our forum is the Club Ufimitz. And in the dining break, we're going to talk about different questions concerning sports. So today we have Artyom here, the captain of the basketball team. You told a lot to us about basketball, but still, is that allowed to say that basketball isn't just sport, but a lifestyle? In a life in general, yes. I think basketball is a life. It's a lifestyle. Comparing to other sports, basketball is more close to unusual culture, and this culture is about special music, costumes, and even parties. So basketball is a lifestyle. So you mean that every player of the basketball team, Ufimitz, is a real player? Yeah, I would say so, but basketball is a kind of street lifestyle, kind of lifestyle. It's basketball. It's a long-term sport, and there are different people who are interested in basketball. Others, many people play basketballs, rappers, just youth, and so on. So you are saying that a usual citizen of Ufa can come out of their houses and just play basketball, right? Yeah. You mentioned that the basketball is a lifestyle, a street lifestyle. Is there a special community of basketball lovers? Yes. What I'm saying that basketball connects different people and interested in a variety of activities, music, rap, sport, and so on. So nowadays we see that basketball is heading forward and is becoming more popular every day. And we see that the fans number is growing every day. This. Yeah, sure. I'm on 4th season in this club, and I see how basketball is developing. But unfortunately, we are not allowed to hold open games with live area. But I think our arena, our Ufa arena, is capable of holding 2,000 viewers. What is the perspective of the season? Yeah, we're currently working on it. We are in the heat of the season, and our goal is playoff. We want to win. The perspectives are very close, so we are wishing you luck. Knowing the numbers of fans, you will need it. Let me remind you that was Artyom, the captain of the basketball team. To all the participants, let me remind you that the basketball club of Ufimitz is official partner of our forum, and on 15:30 a plenary session is going to be held. There, different kind of questions about economics will be discussed. Thank you.
online regime, and there will be no possibilities for getting virus through the internet, except internet and computer viruses. No. I, as a historian, would like to draw your attention to the fact that what we see today, a transition from one format of keeping information from paper into the digits. People used to say no, it wasn't possible. This transition from one source of information to another happened several times within the history of humankind. It happened last time 500 years ago, when from leather we used paper. We start using paper, and the same time periodically we can witness to the different types of spreading, keeping of information. And we witnessed that 500 years ago when from the technology of rewriting, hand rewriting books. That was very costly with a lot of mistakes, because if I ask you to rewrite some small book, we understand that the number of mistakes, misspellings would be very, very high. And that can change the sense sometimes, because sometimes if you put the comma in the wrong place, it can give another meaning. So 500 years ago, we had practically the same. From one source of information, we moved to another, and from handwriting, we start use printing machines. And books became cheaper, more available. The knowledge began to spread rapidly, and here today we witness the same. Over the last 35 years, when the paper, as a keeper of information, gives its position to the digits, we see that the printing offices, they're not really necessary to anyone, because in any flat you can put the printer, and 100 years ago it used to be a very big building with thousands of employed people. And today it's not a problem. And the way of sharing information in digits is cheaper, faster, and more harmonic. On this slide, I would like to draw your attention that these processes happened in the mid-15th century, when the Russian state was formed. And very important thing is that why I highlighted the fall of Constantinople. It's not about pandemics, it's about geopolitical challenge. In 1453, Ottomans, very aggressive at that time, and still today they're not very peaceful, they conquered Constantinople. There used to be a city which is called Istanbul right now, and is located on the borderline between Europe and Asia. And in pre-Ottoman times, all the major trade routes from Orthodox and Christian Europe to India and China went through this city. So Ottomans were planning to conquer all Europe at that time. And at that time, they practically imposed sanctions. They prohibited Christians to come and trade under the threat of killing, which increased the prices on spices, on silk, on china, on any kind of valuables that came from the Oriental East. And for Russia, it was also a very big challenge. Within decades, the prices go up 100 times. That can be only smuggled into a country with high risk of delivery. So Europeans had to react to this geopolitical challenge and try to find some alternative ways around Africa, around Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, so to avoid Ottomans and to get to India and China and get access to the goods that increased in their value. And at the same time, they had printing, book printing, and the transition from one way of keeping information to another. And this was the geopolitical challenge that led to geographical discoveries and scientific revolution and the necessity of mass education and the culture of the new era of contemporary time, which is still paper, so to say, despite the successes of Yandex. We must thank that period for that. Another natural challenge, it's always a small crisis for the humanity, was always about epidemics that accompanied humanity for the whole time. We have to remember about pandemics of plague in Europe in 14th century, as up to 60% of population died in some countries. And we understand that in comparison to what we witness today, we can imagine the horror people experienced at that time. But thanks to that horror, Europeans survived. We had understanding that we can have preventive work, hygiene, first of all, develop medicine, to look for some vaccines and find effective treatment solutions. And that was done. At that time, 500 years ago, during this transition to new form of spread of information, we had a possibility to form mass literacy because books became available. We understand that the price of books on leather was about the price of one village with 100 peasants, and not a lot of people could afford that in Middle Ages. And a book on paper was available to any peasant who had sustainable income, so they could have this book at home, and there was necessity to read the books and learning not only in monastery schools that had very close circles. A wide mass education led to genetics prove that 0.5% of the world is prone to generate new scientific knowledge, to find new solutions, technological solutions, some creations. So genetically, as Homo sapiens, in the majority, we prefer stability, conservativeness, and the comfort zone. The majority of people today don't want any harsh changes. They want tomorrow to be like today. And today to be like yesterday. And if something happens, we are out of comfort zone, we are irritated, we have nervous breakdowns, psychodowns, but the mass literacy leads to booming of science. The more educated people we have, the easier to highlight, to separate this 0.5% from this mass of people that are genetically prone to generate new ideas and innovations. And so, what do we understand? We understand that if we make parallels with the past, we understand that pandemics and epidemics, it's okay, it's normal for humanity. When human societies decide for themselves how to live on. Some choose, and we know a lot of scenarios when people choose to die and the sunset of their civilization. And those who live today, their predecessors chose a scenario of fighting the crisis, finding new solutions and overcoming these problems. So as a result, we had new media and new communications, and today we see that in transition from paper to digits, in transition from printing to online formats, including distant, during transition from real life to VR, we see that we have a rapid development of AI. We have more free hands of people who are engaged in production not directly, but who can devote themselves to self-realization and search of some solutions for themselves personally and for their family or for their communities. So, my main message is that history of humanity repeats itself many, many times. The interior has changed, the intensity is changed, the speed of changes is changed. But as Romans said, there is nothing new under the moon. And what do we see in 21st century today? We see that really we have information society. The digital revolution everyone was speaking about has become, whether we like it or not. But of course, information society is more competitive in comparison with industrial society that our country used to live during the times of the USSR. But according to analogy with medieval culture that lived on handwriting and pergament, we understand when we change the way and form of keeping and spreading information, we change the culture. Culture of education, culture of upbringing. In industrial times, when we had factories and plants, where we had to be in uniform at the plant in due time and follow the instructions to keep your hands and legs safe when is changing. The information society demands new rules, new gigabytes. One of our speakers told us about today. And so we will have to change the management models, organizational models, the way we give the material. So it's a global challenge that we have faced. And if we find the solution, then we move into a new technological level. If we don't find it, then we are on the crossroad of world civilization, and it is the same as it was 500 years ago. I remind you, Arabs were the most rich, the most educated, the most cultural civilization 500 years ago. Arabic world was an ideal for the whole world. But they refused book printing because religious people said that if we use this hell machine, that the devil take all over the world. Even though in Saragona, academicians were arguing we shouldn't lose monopoly for knowledge. We have to get rid of and refuse the book printing. But in France, in the Netherlands, and in England, and in Russian, we start using book printing, and Arabs refused. So the first Quran was published by Yekaterina II in Russian Empire. And only in the mid of 19th century, Arabs adopted book printing. And we see how in 300 years everything has changed. Europeans moved to another forms of spreading information, and they became the center of the universe, and Arabs became their colonies. So we have to compare what we used to have and what we have today to understand whether if we don't move to a new digital era, we can follow the Arab way 500 years ago, or what is even worse, of different specific societies that remained without texts, without writing, on some stones, without thinking about the paper. So this is a very important aspect, and I believe that in 21st century Russia, despite to all our love to paper, book printing, together with Yandex, will move to digital future. Denis, thank you very much. That was a very interesting report. And colleagues, I would just highlight that the idea that we had at the end, that the information society would be more competitive in comparison with the industrial, but changes in culture, including the forms of education and management. So this cannot affect changes in economy and business management. And before moving to our next expert, I would like to say the following. In 2020, RBK had research that was dedicated to the influence of pandemics COVID-19 on Russian business. So the key thesis of this research: number one, COVID pandemic influenced on world and Russian economy. Due to the quarantine, due to lockdown, some companies had to close. We had decrease of demand, increased the number of unemployed. So even though the restriction measures are abolished continuously, but it is hard to take any decisions for business right now. The second, and the positive sum, COVID pandemics helped Russian companies to start reorganizing business in the way of digitalization. It will have long-term effect and will not stop after the pandemics. Besides, the crisis pushed the management of companies to take hard decisions on reorganizing, restructurization business to lower the costs and develop new directions of business. So, in this case, pandemics allowed to form a basis for future development and occupying new markets after pandemics. So my next question is addressed to our expert. We have head of Secretary of Business Eurasian Economic Council, Stanislav Naumov.
Stanislav, please tell, what are the main technological trends which will also influence on the main fields of retail also, and how it is connected to the COVID-19 pandemic? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like, first of all, to draw your attention to the digitalization of the turnout and all of Russia and also other countries which are involved into Eurasian Economic Union. As we see, even if we had closure of all borders and also the problems which were expected in case of the supply of medical items, there were no quite big delays in the delivery. And the reason is the Eurasian Economic Commission. They also have their discussion right now. They've made the priority of studying this issue and also the development of it. They also paid a lot of attention to the taxation union, also creation, the free flow of goods. And of course, all the regulations, they are also implemented by the taxation policy, and it helps us to create a clear understanding of what happens right now around the world. And of course, we would have suffered the deficiency of medications, but the governments of countries reacted promptly on this issue. And it's also a great reaction to the pandemic and the way how to cope and manage the problem in the right way. I also would like to tell what the digitalization of the projects could bring. First of all, it's the branding of medication. We cannot change something, and we have to undergo the changes in the delivery of medications. And right now, we would like to make it transparent both for us and the producers. We're working this pilot project for several years, and a lot of pharmaceutical companies invested into the production. And of course, they're mostly based on the pharmacy segment, and also the wholesale segment is involved, and of course it would be quite essential for the whole economic union of Europe and also Russia. So we also plan to monitor the marking of and its implementation for the pharmacy products and just medication, because we should not create new boundaries in the delivery of that goods and the purchases, and it's necessary to make the countries of Eurasian Union not to cancel the marking of pharmaceutical products. And of course we suffer some casualties, and they are caused by the abundance of information, sometimes overflow of the information which should be digitalized. For example, the amount of instructions in the frame of turnout of pharmaceuticals could not be digitalized just in one day. So it's also quite, it is of a great significance also the fact that in the sphere of healthcare, the institutions decided to make it easy to simplify the documentation. And of course, the trend on digitalization causes not only just this turn to digitalization, but also to change the legislation to eliminate some of the documentations which should be digitalized too. So this time during the summit, we would like to ask for cancellation of some of the tools which are not working. That should not be the overflow of controlling system, of supervising systems. And when we're talking about the supervision of the market, we should have only one unified institution for it. Making some prospects to the future, we would like to learn which impact would be provided by COVID. And of course, in the sphere of medication and healthcare, we have a TV medicine right now, and the choosing of the right medication, of course, should be provided to everyone right now. And now big pharmacies should be involved into provision of the medication. And the digitalization also provides us with the opportunity to find the new ways to have some clinical researches and post-clinical researches with the usage of the platforms filled with an abundance of data, and which provides the information of replacement of import products by our medications. Maybe they would once help a successful way to, maybe we'll all implement a successful way to struggle against COVID-19. Thank you once again, dear colleagues and experts. Now we should end up our discussion, and on behalf of a nonprofit organization, Digital Economy, I would like to thank you for such essential topics raised during our discussion. And of course, discussing the limitations of pandemic. It's not just only limitations. We also have a lot of new opportunities. And I think that it depends from us and from the ways how we could provide the effective and partner dialogue between all the levels of authorities, academic society, expert society, and business itself. So, distinguished colleagues, I'd like to wish you success and health.
я включал авиарежим, чтобы звонков не было во время трансляции. И Wi-Fi отключился, я его включил заново. Сейчас в целом.
Микрофон. Уважаемый Рустам Хамитович, приглашаем вас подняться на сцену для подписания соглашений.
Rustam Muratov, we invite you to the stage for agreement signing.
Уважаемые участники Международной недели бизнеса, объявляется церемония подписания соглашений. Соглашение подписывает первый заместитель премьер-министра правительства Республики Башкортостан, министр экономического развития и инвестиционной политики Республики Башкортостан Рустам Хамитович Муратов.
Dear participants of the International Business Week, we announce the agreement signing ceremony. Agreements are signed by the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Minister of Economic Development and Investment Policy of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Rustam Muratov.
Для подписания соглашения приглашается генеральный директор компании «Белебеевский завод «Автонормаль» Роман Евгеньевич Букарев.
We would like to invite for signing General Director of the Belibeevsky Zavod Avtonormal Company Roman Bukarev.
Подписывается соглашение о взаимодействии при реализации мероприятий национального проекта «Производительность труда и поддержка занятости» между правительством Республики Башкортостан и компанией «Белебеевский завод «Автонормаль».
The agreement on interaction in the implementation of activities of the national project Labor Productivity and Employment Support between the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan and Belibeevsky Zavod Avtonormal Company is signed.
Завод «Белзан» стал 100-м предприятием Республики Башкортостан, принявшим участие в национальном проекте.
The Belzan plant became the 100th company of the Republic of Bashkortostan to participate in the national project.
Для подписания приглашается директор компании «Бел Эко» Ильнур Зямилович Шакиров.
We would like to invite for signing Director of the Bel Eco Company Ilnur Shakirov.
Подписывается соглашение о сотрудничестве между Министерством экономического развития и инвестиционной политики Республики Башкортостан и компанией «Бел Эко».
The agreement on cooperation between the Ministry of Economic Development and Investment Policy of the Republic of Bashkortostan and the Bel Eco Company is signed.
Для подписания в формате онлайн приглашается директор компании «Оптовые решения» Ирина Павловна Ботова.
We would like to invite for signing, for online signing, Director of Оптовые решения Company, Ирина Ботова.
Подписывается соглашение о сотрудничестве между Министерством экономического развития и инвестиционной политики Республики Башкортостан и компанией «Оптовые решения».
The agreement on cooperation between the Ministry of Economic Development and Investment Policy of the Republic of Bashkortostan and the Оптовые решения Company is signed.
Для подписания в формате онлайн приглашается генеральный директор компании «Учелинский элеватор» Антон Владимирович Жигалов.
We would like to invite for online signing Director of the Uchelinsky Elevator Company Anton Zhigalov.
Подписывается соглашение о сотрудничестве между Министерством экономического развития и инвестиционной политики Республики Башкортостан и компанией «Учелинский элеватор».
The agreement on cooperation between the Ministry of Economic Development and Investment Policy of the Republic of Bashkortostan and the Uchelinsky Elevator Company is signed.
Благодарим подписантов за уделенное время. Церемония подписания соглашений окончена. Благодарим за внимание.
The agreement signing ceremony is over. Thank you for your attention.
С 21 по 25 июля 2021 года столица Республики Башкортостан примет финал национального чемпионата «Молодые профессионалы». В этот раз соревнования пройдут по 106 компетенциям. Сегодня движение «Молодые профессионалы» стало мощным драйвером для развития среднего профессионального образования в стране. Мировые стандарты качества, передовые образовательные программы, тесное взаимодействие учащихся с наставниками и мастерами на практике повышает престиж рабочих профессий. Организация мероприятия подобного уровня – показатель высокого потенциала региона. Здесь формируется большая команда профессионалов, экспертное сообщество, появляются важные партнеры, конкурсные площадки застраиваются в соответствии с международными стандартами. И все это остается в регионах в качестве наследия. Мы верим, финал национального чемпионата вновь откроет и подарит стране новые таланты. Уфа ждет молодых профессионалов в июле 2021 года.
Мы на Международной неделе бизнеса 2020 в центре Уфы в Конгресс-холле Таратау. День первый. Что сегодня интересного, узнаем прямо сейчас. Идем. Программа «Неделя бизнеса» насыщенная. Здесь сразу несколько площадок. У вас сегодня кто в гостях?
У нас сегодня множество спикеров. Итальянцы, немцы.
Познакомишь?
Обязательно, еще бы, но только после.
Есть место любимое в Уфе?
Конечно, это нефтеперерабатывающие заводы.
А как вам башкирские красавицы?
Башкирские красавицы просто неотразимы в своих тюбетейках.
Проверяем, насколько мы все дисциплинированы. Женщина в красном пиджаке.
Анонсировал Рафик Хабиров, глава республики, третий пакет мер господдержки, на котором правительство работает. В следующий год малый и средний бизнес Башкортостана войдет уверенно, поэтому вот всех поздравляю с началом работы Международной недели.
Официальная часть подошла к концу. Сейчас мы перемещаемся плавно на показ от Космополитен «Мода без границ». Идем посмотрим. Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время, очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще, как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
С поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау.
We're happy to see you, our dear participants, on our forum at the Congress Hall Taratau. And today we speak only about economics. What questions are to be solved? How can we improve our weak spots? So we can develop our economics in these uneasy times. So here, Ruslan, hello. So economics, how do you rate it? It's our final day about economics in the region. So what can you say? So it's quite impossible to reach all the goals. Our goals are pretty ambitious. And in the further conference of the economic results are planned on the December. All of these 4 days we were intensely working, develop strategies in order to get out of this terrible situation. And not only about that, but to reach new goals. From the economic point of view, it's not bad. We see the instruments we have, and that's why we are heading forward. What about the key features? We are heading forward good. And our investments are growing up. And our dynamics is planned to reach many million rubles. And investments in different fields, farm, and so on. We're not only heading forward, but we are planning further projects of economic developments. The first one is a Eurasia Center. It's not only about that, but it's about right regimes in order to make our republic more capable. So this business week, it owed to others that Republic of Bashkortostan has a great potential in the field of economics. Not only economic potential, but also in the sector of tourism. And you know for sure that a lot of questions were discussed. The Republic of Bashkortostan now is becoming the center of business and activity. So one more question. You mentioned that many million rubles of investments are planned in this year. What can you say about the mood of investors? In any case, the demand is quite ahead, but the instruments are not. So we meet with investors and the representatives of the government of Republic of Bashkortostan every week. In investments are 1.5 higher. This intensive we took is going as it planned, and we are sure that dynamics is seen to move forward. So what about finances? It's not possible. It's not possible without market. So let me remind you that on 50/13 the plenary session is going to be held. Stay with us. Thank you.
Международная неделя бизнеса 2020 преодолела свой экватор. Сегодняшний день посвящен туризму, а цвет его зеленый.
Вы знаете, я долгое время занималась спортом и не видела свою республику. Но когда я стала сейчас выезжать и увидела такие прекрасные места, и каждый уголок нашей республики – это уголок такой природы красивой, да? Вот это мы все должны развивать.
Природа Башкирии уникальна в своей сути, и поэтому приглашаем всех сюда и сами здесь отдыхаем.
И это очень здорово, что идет развитие внутреннего туризма в ковидных условиях. И мы очень быстро адаптировались в данных ситуациях.
Мы говорим, что курорт – это место, где человек возвращается в здоровье.
Я считаю, что это мероприятие очень хорошо было организовано. Большое вам спасибо.
Мне кажется, очень важно то, что вот они говорят, что мы приехали в Башкирию, такая классная, типа мы влюбились в нее, мы обязательно будем сюда приезжать. Каждый такой форум – это на самом деле очень важный момент заявить о себе.
Я думаю, таких корреспондентов в этой юрте пока еще не было. подошел к концу. Сегодня он был, пожалуй, самым гостеприимным, самым радушным и самым вкусным. Что, впереди заключительный. Увидимся завтра.
С 21 по 25 июля 2021 года столица Республики Башкортостан примет финал национального чемпионата «Молодые профессионалы». В этот раз соревнования пройдут по 106 компетенциям. Сегодня движение «Молодые профессионалы» стало мощным драйвером для развития среднего профессионального образования в стране. Мировые стандарты качества, передовые образовательные программы, тесное взаимодействие учащихся с наставниками и мастерами на практике повышает престиж рабочих профессий. Организация мероприятия подобного уровня – показатель высокого потенциала региона. Здесь формируется большая команда профессионалов, экспертное сообщество, появляются важные партнеры, конкурсные площадки застраиваются в соответствии с международными стандартами. И все это остается в регионах в качестве наследия. Мы верим, финал национального чемпионата вновь откроет и подарит стране новые таланты. Уфа ждет молодых профессионалов в июле 2021 года.
Мы на Международной неделе бизнеса 2020 в центре Уфы в Конгресс-холле Таратау. День первый. Что сегодня интересного, узнаем прямо сейчас. Идем. Программа «Неделя бизнеса» насыщенная. Здесь сразу несколько площадок. У вас сегодня кто в гостях?
У нас сегодня множество спикеров. Итальянцы, немцы.
Познакомишь?
Обязательно, еще бы, но только после.
Есть место любимое в Уфе?
Конечно, это нефтеперерабатывающие заводы.
А как вам башкирские красавицы?
Башкирские красавицы просто неотразимы в своих тюбетейках.
Проверяем, насколько мы все дисциплинированы. Женщина в красном пиджаке.
Анонсировал Ратифович Хабиров, глава республики, третий пакет мер господдержки, на котором правительство работает. В следующий год малый и средний бизнес Башкортостана войдет уверенно, поэтому вот всех поздравляю с началом работы Международной недели.
Официальная часть подошла к концу. Сейчас мы перемещаемся плавно на показ от Космополитен «Мода без границ». Идем посмотрим. Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще, как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
Мы с поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау.
Конец 2019.
The late 2019, China is struggling through an unusual virus. Wuhan has registered the burst out of the coronavirus. And in the early 2020, we faced first burst out of coronavirus in Russia. In early 2020, we had to close our borders and go to the lockdown, and the major production facilities were seized. The foreign economy of Russia has decreased by 17%. The export dropped by 22.5%, but there are branches that improved their parameters. Medical equipment and antiseptic means production has increased. And we got much more requests from abroad. Food stocks and raw materials in the Republic of Bashkortostan export has grown by 62%. Textile, clothes and shoes has grown by 10.2%. Timber and wooden products has raised by 5.6%. What branches are going to be the most promising in the changing conditions? What are the future directions and prospects? The plenary session, the foreign economic relations during the pandemic.
Мы начинаем пленарное
We are starting
заседание.
our plenary
На
session.
сцену
We
приглашается
invite
премьер-министр
the Prime
правительства
Minister of the
Республики
Government of the Republic of
Башкортостан
Bashkortostan,
Андрей
Andrei Nazarov.
Конец
We start the plenary session. We're inviting Andrei Nazarov, Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Bashkortostan.
Вице-президент
Vice
акционерного
President
общества
of the joint
Российский
stock company
экспортный
Russian
центр
Export
Сергей
Center,
Александрович Вологодский.
Sergei Volогодский.
The Vice President of Russian Export Center, JSC, Mr. Sergei Volогодский.
Директор Департамента развития
Director of the
экспорта
Department for
продукции
Export
агропромышленного комплекса
and
Министерства
Agricultural
сельского
Complex of
хозяйства
the
Российской Федерации Роман
Agriculture Ministry of the Russian
Executive
Андреевич Чекушев.
and the AMS IBS Moscow, the Director of the Department, Mr. Roman Chekushov.
Генеральный директор Ассоциации европейского бизнеса Тадзио Шилин.
Tadzio Schilling,
Director General of the European Business
the General
Association,
Director of the
Mr.
European
Tadzio
Business
Schilling.
Association, Tadzio
Генеральный
Schilling.
консул Италии в Москве
Consular General
Франческо
of
Форте.
Italy in Moscow, Francesco Porta.
Consul General of Italy, Knight of the Order of Merit of the Italian Republic, Mr. Francesco Forte.
Президент Центра
The
стратегических
President of the
разработок
Center for
Владислав
Strategic
Валерьевич
Development,
Онищенко.
Vyacheslav Onищенко.
The President of the Center for Strategic Research, Mr. Vladislav Onищенко.
Руководитель Центра отраслевой экономики научно-исследовательского финансового
branch
института Министерства финансов
Development
Российской Федерации Инна
Institute
Николаевна
of the
Рыкова.
Finance
Head of the
Ministry
Center for
of the Republic
Secretarial
of the Russian
Economy
Federation.
of the Financial Research Institute of the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation, Inna Rykova.
Модератор заседания, редакционный директор журнала Forbes Николай
moderator
Феликсович Усков.
Is Nikolai
The Forbes
Uskov,
Russia editorial
the
director,
the
Nikolai
Russian
Uskov.
Forbes editor. Dear friends, does it work? Yeah, it does. Good afternoon. It's so nice we are all safe and sound here, meeting offline. It's a big pleasure to have you all here. The pandemic has a great impact on all the spheres of our life, and those globalization processes that are going on Earth and have been going on for centuries have been seized. So we are experiencing some difficulties in the foreign relations. And the situation has worsened with the pandemic. We have been living in the war of trade, in the sanctions, and this is a feature of the globalization in Russia. And the pandemic caused the labor migration season and
cost impact on other areas of our life. So this is a short introduction to our plenary session. But everything is not as bad as it can be, because the pandemic is a time for new opportunities, and some branches are developing, and some factors of the foreign economic relations are expanding. And during the crisis, it is important to restructure quickly, to get rid of cliches and to expand some new opportunities and horizons. This is something that we are going to talk about today. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Nazarov, the Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Bashkortostan. What is going on today in the Republic, and what are your forecasts for the nearest future? Thank you very much, dear moderator, for agreeing to take the lead in our session. I'm convinced that most of the entrepreneurs of Forbes believe that you are a scale of success for them. It's not a key thing to get into Forbes, but it's important to be mentioned by you, and it's important for them to get your acknowledgement. And the first top 100 of entrepreneurs are acknowledged by Forbes, and it is a big deal for them. And I am honored to have the chief editor of Forbes during our plenary session, and I am pleased that Forbes pays its attention to the Republic. I would like to add that we have comprised the rating in terms of tourism, and I know that the Republic of Bashkortostan has won some positions. That's why we are pleased that we are inside your circle of interests, and we are really the region that should be paid attention to. And I am glad to have this partnership. We set the task for all the Forbes members, be either investors in the Republic of Bashkortostan or its residents. Sometimes it is the same thing. In the relation thereto, in case we don't know anyone, if they appear on Forbes, we will be happy to meet them in person and get supported by the Forbes. This year we have a special situation, and it really influenced the life of all the people around the globe and in the Russian Federation and the Republic of Bashkortostan in particular. And we are following and tracking all the processes happening in the region. So the economic processes have slowed down. But for the Republic of Bashkortostan, it was a double impact during the pandemic, because the pandemic made some production stop or at least slow down. And Bashkortostan also witnessed some limitations with the extraction of oil. And for us, it was crucial, and it made the situation even more complicated. We felt like we have been robbed. So not only pandemic influenced us. Of course, we had understood that we would lose incomes. We realized that our major taxpayers would bear losses. So we decided to support our economy, our companies, and developed and adopted, implemented first support measure kit, then the second one. And these two kits really absorbed the impact. they were like a buffer for the drop, the decline that we could have had. And those 30 billion rubles of the support, it was very difficult for us to bear. It is a huge impact on the budget. These are not just direct finances, not direct funds, but it is relieving taxes, some funding, some other measures that this or that way allowed the economy, like the local Bashkortostan's economy, feel more sure, more sustainable. And we have the statistics that confirms the efficiency of these measures. I believe that this allowed us to have our drop as less as 3.3, while the average index in Russia is 3.9. Our industrial statistics is better. The investments in Russia experienced drop, and we have the growth. We have 104% of investments. We have pretty good results in the agriculture, in the construction of blocks of flats. Our growth is 107%. So we occurred in a better situation rather than other regions of the Russian Federation. We are convinced that majorly it was provided by the state support measures. These state support measures, first of all, were related to the export-oriented companies, because I think that export and export-oriented companies were impacted the most, because they had to cease their interaction with other countries. They faced limitations, and it had a great impact on them. So a range of support measures that we worked out included subsidies for costs of exporters related to transportation of non-raw material and no electric power goods. We removed limitations during the pandemic exposed to the transport. For example, we limited the public transport facilities. This year, we, in the Republic of Bashkortostan, decided to limit the movement of public transport. And the transportation, the logistics, and they had to obtain permits for transportation, but the entire Russian Federation decided to adopt such permits. We also provided the export cashback. These are like grants. If you make a new deal for the export of goods, you can get 10% compensation, like a cashback. And this way, this cashback stimulated new deals, new contracts. In the third kit of the state support measures, we are planning to extend the measures in time if they were efficient. And another kit is going to be launched before the new year. We are actively working on it. And we are working on it, including during the IBW. It was a public issue. And I witnessed that there are different opinions, but I guess that within a week we will find a common solution and the kit will be adopted and launched. I believe that we try to keep the mood of the public elevated, and we are going to encourage even more the export-oriented companies with the measures that are now existent, and we are going to extend these kits with some more measures. It will allow next year to attain certain results that would be even better than ones that we have this year or had the year ago. There is also a following mechanism. The oil that is exported was not included in our statistics because the deliveries were made not from Bashkortostan, though it was produced here. We didn't see it in our statistics. So today 58% of export is non-raw material. If we add this to our statistics, we will see that the balance will change the other way. Nevertheless, our task is to adopt a third kit, and all the job that we are doing should result in the balance favorable in terms of the non-raw material export. We are working with the most of countries of the world. We have 116 external partners. We managed to extend the amount of trade with Uzbekistan, Latvia, Turkey, Mexico, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. Now we are acquiring some new markets like Ecuador, Uruguay, Honduras. We provide synthetic rubber. We provide some products like PVC. This year, we managed to work out a plan to establish an office in Istanbul and Vienna. We have a number of representatives in the Czech Republic, in Bulgaria. We want other countries to know about Bashkortostan. We want to build a partnership with them. We want them to become our consumers. We have the experience when Bashkortostan's products become components of famous brands like BMW and Mercedes, and they use hydrocarbons produced in Bashkortostan. The same can be said about fashion industry, and they have a certain position in the world industry. And you're lucky if you manage to get there, and you understand that Bashkortostan is one of the participants of these processes aimed at producing goods in the fashion industry.
Let me finalize the presentation. We decided that not only the manufactured goods are the points where we concentrate our efforts in the Republic of Bashkortostan. We also decided to export our knowledge, our expertise. The Scientific and Educational Center was named the Eurasian Center. It was supported and it was established at the federal level, and now we are implementing this idea. We are sure that lots of foreign students will come here for education. And we will sell our knowledge, which does exist here. It will be a substantive point of income, point of revenue of our budget and our economy. And the third direction is our technology, which is available in Bashkortostan. I'm in petrochemicals and chemistry. We are also planning to partly export them. will explore them at the larger scale. All these three directions are conventional experts, knowledge experts, and technology experts are the key directions. They will provide us with substantial increase in our revenue. We will also expand the number of the competitive global enterprises. Please, Nikolai, let me suggest that the ones that will be based on Bashkortostan ideas and Bashkortostan territories get the priority rights to be part of Forbes. Those who are members of Forbes should get the priority right to become residents and partners of Bashkortostan. Yes. We will discuss it. We have already discussed the idea of implementing the investment club in Bashkortostan and in Moscow. It will involve the Forbes businessmen, and one day we will deploy this idea. We have the Club of Active Investors. It is held on an annual basis, and 2 days ago we conducted it. This way we express our gratitude to the investors who are actively involved this year. They were also awarded on the governmental basis. We are also ready to listen to criticism for our activity. We haven't heard any criticism. There were some recommendations about what we had to do and to which directions we had to pay attention. Still, we will act jointly. The Forbes magazine and our Club of Active Investors are concentrating their efforts. It will be a joint project. It will be the result of our joint activity. We will cultivate large companies in Russia. One of the trends, the pandemic, has been boosted by the pandemic. I mean the concentration of businessmen on the territory of presence when they invest more and more funds in the regions where they're working, because when you have to sit still, you will see that this place doesn't look that perfect. It is of paramount importance for any industrial region. We have to retain the employees at the enterprise. We have to create special conditions for their employment so that they could develop themselves, so that they could allow their children to get education here. It is the trend of localization. It is of paramount importance. I can see the businessmen who are actively investing in the infrastructure of their cities, in urbanization, in different developmental centers, in the support of education. Let us do it together. Well, Nikolai, in the past, the Russian businessmen used to think that there is good healthcare in Israel, in Germany, and in other locations. We can also establish our own clinics. Most of the businessmen took the planes, their private planes, and arrived there. But the pandemic has shown that it is not feasible. These medical centers, healthcare points should be located here where you live and work, because you are now not able to fly there. Thus, it has changed the consciousness of many of us. I mean the localization of investment, of our presence. It is impossible just to work here and to earn money, and if you get sick, you will have to fly there or to get education there in order to be treated there in the healthcare region. Still, it is not possible. If we become more patriotic, we will understand that everything is possible at the local level. We can be cured here, we can work here, we can go on holiday in the neighborhood. It will give us more keys to success. The pandemic has demonstrated that sometimes it is vital. It is not just our words, it is our deeds, and it is our vital necessity. And no one can predict what is in store for us. Maybe everything is expecting that is expecting us in the future is similar. Maybe some new virus will break out, and we'll have to react to it swiftly. Thus, we have the better medical centers, better recreation facilities. Well, thank you, Andrei, for this impressive description of the life in Bashkortostan. Given your position in the Republic and the government, let me comment on. Please comment on the presentations of other participants of the session. Welcome. Just tell us what you'd like to express. One of the interesting figures which have been voiced before the plenary session is the incredible growth of agriculture. Its augmentation constitutes 70%. And let me give the floor to Sergei. Russian Export Center. How do you estimate these figures? Is it reminiscent of the situation in other regions? Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I think that our exports patterns will be demonstrated by Roman, but as for the figures which we have seen, I mean, the 60-70% growth, they are tremendous. We understand that our statistics are positive in terms of the agriculture. It is been boosted by 15%. The situation was ambiguous this year. It was not that simple, but the non-commodity export constitutes $111 billion, and we're optimistic about it for 9 months. Some industries were underdeveloped, some of them make progress. Still, the products which are in demand are visible. We have been to a few stores. We have scrutinized traditional foodstuff which are in demand among the locals, but also among the residents of other countries. It testifies to our quality and to good conditions where they exist. As for export on the whole for this year, the RSC was also a challenge for the RSC. At the beginning of the year, we didn't have any scenarios and any forecasts. Thus, everything is developing so rapidly. At the beginning of the year, we conducted traditional exhibitions. We were involved in international companies. We organized special events for our exporters. During the first 3 months, then the pandemic broke out, and now these processes have slowed down. We have to switch to more flexible reactions to the exporters' requests. We have the anti-COVID headquarters where we tried to settle the issues which emerged among the exporters. We also optimized our products. As for the tools of governmental support, which are being implemented in our Republic, we have introduced several new programs, such as compensation for foreign certification of industrial products and agricultural products, and for such industries as cinematography and IT. In summer, we launched the compensation of patenting abroad. In order to enter foreign markets, we have to register our trade names. It is especially relevant to agriculture. We are now entering the Chinese market. And there are lots of negative examples when agricultural enterprises work with the Chinese and they deliver the goods. They take care of patenting, and when they reach the turnover, they understand that the distributor has already patented everything, and they have to agree upon everything in order to improve the situation. They will also have to modernize their trade names. We were fully aware of the fact that the state support which was implied was of paramount importance for our colleagues from the ministry and for the government. We have to enhance it. Thank you for reintroducing the national program called International Expert. We have retained our tools. We also have another program which is in demand. It's a touristic program. There are also some other programs. we've also got to increase it. There is also a portfolio of tools worth 30 billion rubles. And it is a pleasure. According to all of the programs, we have witnessed demand from different industries and from different enterprises. And the tools which is being created for facilitating our exporters are sought after. Definitely, we are prone to change our principles, our approaches. We have a unique chance to hold an online meeting. Thank you for having me. We are very positive about Bashkortostan. We held a large-scale event in summer with the Center of Export Support, and there were some other programs. Thus, it is an exception to us because most of our meetings are held online. Thus, we have to think of digitalization of all the processes. We have done a lot in order to launch our information system, which is called One Window. We have launched it on the 26th of November. Thus, we rely on this service, which will enable us to get rid of paperwork and to switch to uploading the documents in order to provide services for exhibitions, for transport support, for the zero VAT rate. We set the goal and we implemented alongside with other offices and ministries. We cooperate within the different structures which allow us to upload different certificates. We do not have any debts. There are also our actions are also confirmed by the governmental bodies. The companies may submit the applications thanks to our interaction with the governmental bodies. Thanks to the services, we may launch different programs within transport support. We dispose of paperwork which will enable us to drastically decrease the time for drafting and for verifying these applications. And we will also boost these processes. All the companies will garner support. Definitely, digitalization of the companies will be the cornerstone. We try to fully adapt to customize these projects, despite the fact that this year has affected the event management, different forums and exhibitions. Last year, jointly with our exporters, we held more than 100 events. There were some collective booths at the international exhibitions. This year, due to the pandemic, we had to restructure our format. We had the conventional business mission format when we convened our exporters, when they were visiting the non-commodity markets, and now it exists online. This doesn't provide us with interactive patterns and high level of communication and interaction. Still, we can see the demand. We are dealing with the future, and next year we will have export. In Dubai, do we participate in it? I mean, Bashkortostan and the REC. Our colleagues will tell us about Bashkortostan. However, the Ministry of Industry has prepared the booths till the transfer took place, and we hope that the Russian Federation will be involved in it. Despite the pandemic, we managed to conduct approximately 15 exhibitions there, and then they were frozen. We are actively preparing for the first exhibition, which will be held offline. This Kung Fu, the traditional agricultural exhibition, which takes place in Dubai at the end of February. And the Ministry of Agriculture and our exporters of the RC were involved. Over the last 2 months, we are contacting one another because the company should decide now whether it has to go to Dubai or not. Despite the fact that all the organizers of the events got their revenue, they have to book everything in advance for our exporters. The first exhibition which the RSC is involved is planned for February. Definitely, as soon as we get the chance to lift the restrictions for flights, for going to other countries, and the epidemiological situation will improve, and we will get back to this format. But as for the online business missions, often does our specificity of the current time not allow us to convene the members of all the industries. We involve high-tech technology and products. Sometimes it is very hard to function in online format. It is hard to advertise and to sell something, because when you have a chance to taste something without telling that these products are the most exquisite, I mean dairy products or some other products, still we implement this format alongside, jointly with the Ministry of Industry. We have a foreign office. One of them is located in Shanghai in China, the second one is in Vietnam, and the third one is Dubai. We see that the period which has been the point of exception of this year, I mean the lockdown with China, first it took place in Kashmir and Dubai. We can see that the demand is recovering. There was a substantive augmentation of applications of our showroom placements this year. Our showrooms are a unique chance for agricultural manufacturers. If there are some participants who are watching us online, I highly recommend you to pay attention to it. It allows us to place your products. Our operators are interacting with the dealers, with distributors, with trade networks, while launching these products on the local domestic market. Everything is changing. We will implement new formats. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you. If you would like to comment on the presentation of other participants of the panel session, please feel free, definitely. The Russian Expert Center. The Russian Expert Center has played a big role in the measures of state support. The Russian Federation and on the whole has already mentioned it, but still the measures which have been taken after the consultation with our colleagues. I mean the certification which is subsidized now provides us with support, because sometimes certification constitutes up to 10 million rubles. It is rather costly. When the companies understand that they have a chance to get the subsidy, it improves the process. We've already noticed that we are working more actively after these support measures. The ones who are not cooperating closely with Russian Expert Center should start working with it, start cooperating with it, because it is the personal group, the personal team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. I'd like to say that the Russian Expert Center is a structure that doesn't work only in Moscow. We have our regional offices and offices outside the country, and it is very important for us to work with the Expert Support Center in the Republic of Bashkortostan. And today in the morning we managed to visit the Medstalkonstruktsiya industrial company. We were discussing their export plans. They have certain export sales. It's clear that the company is creating disinfection means, medical means for our hospitals, for example. And in the current situation, the priority is to provide all the necessary medical utilities and means to our hospitals. There is a huge potential, and our colleagues really showed their commitment. They're getting certified, and they're going to spend about 900,000 rubles. And they use the support measures. They're extended like 5 million, like 10 million. It depends on the certification and the nomenclature. And we try to do our best to support them and enhance the number of companies that get this support and the amounts as well. It will be good for us. This is the company that this year enhanced their turnover They provide medical utilities, and it is a special year for this sphere. Expo in Dubai is available. We can go there and show the potential of the Republic of Bashkortostan, I guess. I'd like to say that the Russian Export Center has 30 billion rubles of support measures, and we have 30 billion rubles. Feel the difference. The difference is that 30 billion rubles is only one region. Dear friends, let's continue, because some of people are going to leave. Today I'm staying, but some of the panel session participants are going to leave this place. The Ministry of Agriculture, we have started talking about it. Could you please comment on the 70% of export increase in Bashkortostan? Agricultural products. What is in general? Now we are talking about the duties to the agriculture, and the government of the country is not satisfied with the results.
Good afternoon, dear participants. This plenary session. Firstly, I would like to thank the Republic of Bashkortostan, Andrei Gennadievich, in this difficult time, holding these events, that I'm very thankful for this event. And a great and big thank you for inviting us. You showed very good results. And almost yesterday I said to our President Vladimir Putin, and of course these figures are good results. Colleagues, can you please show the presentation? Thank you. I was almost one of them who was going to leave. I would like to say it shortly. Can you show me the next slide? What do we have in this? We have $26.5 billion of exports today. We had managed to make the plan. It increased by 16%, and the Republic of Bashkortostan made it even better. That 70% of growth was a good. We supply all over the world, 157 countries. The dynamics is sustainable. We work a lot to open new markets for animal stock, and we show good results in our open markets. We are successfully delivering pork to Vietnam and Hong Kong. It says that our product is in demand. It is the first year we are delivering these goods. We are growing really promising way. What about the cereals? We don't have any limitations. And the export of cereals or other crops has not been exposed to any duties or fees. It is one of our advantages. You can see this on my slide, and we diversify our export. Previously, the Russian Federation was associated to cereals only, but now we show good results with oil seeds, and we make pressure on our Chinese competitors in terms of our processed oil seeds. We provide not only soy, but also the prepared oil products. We show good results with meat and dairy products. A few years ago, we couldn't even dream about such volume. But now we are one of the leaders
And we are competitors to the major exporters in these products. Export is really interesting thing for our animal stock companies. They are developing in the Republic of Bashkortostan. And Bashkortostan is a serious leader in the dairy products, in the animal stock. That's why we all together are working in this sphere. We show really good results in the food processing industry. It means that we are going in the good direction from the point of view of the support measures. Briefly, Sergei outlined what we do for our exporters and manufacturers, but it is only a part of the big job of the government of the Russian Federation in the sphere of agriculture, the work of the Russian Export Center, and I'd like to point out the regions who are extensively engaged in the industry. I would like to point out that the peculiarity of the agriculture, unlikely to other branches of economy, is that the companies work with our farmers, with our agriculture specialists who are familiar with our heads, ministries of agriculture locally, and they are major guides of our policy. And we see really good results. We started adopting the privileged loaning. So we want farmers to have money for turnover, for raw materials. We want the money to be provided to food manufacturers. About 1.2 interest rate of the loans will definitely facilitate the exported products. Our RIEC product partners also develop the support measures in the sphere of logistics, subsidies, and the measures related to the compensation of certification costs. We work on promotion. We have a concept for the mutual work aimed at promoting the Russian agricultural products. Our colleague from Italy, our guest, knows about this brand, Made in Italy. It is clear. It is remarkable, it is well known globally. So we want the same with our Russian products. We want the brand to be as recognized as Made in Italy or Made in France. It is really important job. It can't be done within one day. It is a systemic work. It will take both online and offline events with our partners. It is marketing job, a strategical job, promotion job. That's why we created the federal center called Agro-Export, and they will prepare all the materials that will be used by REC, and they will implement it all together. In order to facilitate the processing and present the prepared product, next year we are going to have some new support measure kit. The project hasn't remained the same as it was before, like a year ago. We have created and adopted some new measures. Next year we will compensate the cost spent to construct or update the deep processing of cereals. I'd like to say this is not only for export, this is import replacement, and for our economy it is vital. I said today that we are capable to create everything here in place, in situ. Since next year, we will be compensating costs spent to buy high-tech technologies and equipment for companies who are going to purchase it in order to process food stock. We have different consumer preferences among our customers. We want to pack, mark, and have our products complying with the international requirements all over the globe. We need the equipment that will be able to manufacture such goods, and the business cannot bear these risks without the state support, unless we understand how it works. So that's why we are adopting this support measure. Next year we are going to see how it's going to work, and we are going to engage these tools and engage the Ministry of Agriculture to facilitate the companies. Our task is to make the export a driver of our economy. We want it to be massive. We want not only big holdings to be our exporters. We want to extend our small companies. We want them to work with our partners, to go to trips. We want our farmers to be free at producing such goods. We want them to feel as if they were trading with a neighboring region. I guess these are best world practices, like Brazil or Belgium. They became leaders of agricultural market. So we are going the same way. We have the same structures, the same paths, the same strategies. So I guess that we can meet regularly and discuss the results and be talking about new tools and share the opinion what we have to do next. I'm not going to speak anymore, not to go into the details. We're going to have a round table and we will be able to discuss details. Thank you very much. Thank you. Generally, it is a good news that the cereal used to be our oil in 19th century, and our oil, butter, cheese was popular in Europe, and I'm happy that we are getting this situation back. Because the destiny of oil is not obvious. As Chubais said in my interview, we have to get off this half-dead horse and find a new growth point. The epoch of hydrocarbons is going to its end. I think you do a lot to extend the range of the exported goods.
We interested that oil production will grow. As I said, this is our task. Americans say that if the horse is dead, leave it. I would like to say that our horse is not dead. We will continue riding. But there will be a time where the second horse needs to run. I would like to thank you all, and especially Roman Andreevich from the Ministry of Agricultural Production. And most of our success is your support. And that you're supporting these projects on protecting wheat. That's a good news for us. We have some new project, and we would like to work together. That's 4 billion tons of wheat in our country. And we think that it's essential to grow wheat. Thank you for coming. I hope that this event would be essential for us all. That we will have our first results of wheat. Thank you. I would like to say some words. It's great that Republic of Bashkortostan helped us, and we held this event. We met the ministry or the companies. That's more interesting. But we not only export standard products. You said about oil, yes. But in our country, there is something that is in demand in the market. as for example in your republic, dairy products. We saw that today our colleagues produce hummus. From now and from this year, this is a very perspective direction, and European Union buys it.
I mean, our wild herbs, wild herb teas and berries. We are going to export our local herbs to China. It was found out that China is highly interested in our local Bashkirian herbs. These are not mass products, but they are pretty peculiar. Sergei, maybe during the round table we can discuss it when our exhibitions present really peculiar products. Thank you very much for facilitating these directions. Let's continue. For let you go free. We have been talking about the EU. How do you see the situation with Russian export? And what is changing in Europe that Russian exporters should be ready for? Obviously, the goal of sustainable development and the new power standards, ecology standards, may influence the activity of Russian exporters. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question, Nikolai. I'd like to express my gratitude for inviting me, Mr. Nazarov, for the chance to present the voice of the European Association of Business. It is this year 25 years old. It is a good term. And we have over 500 members in various branches, including those that are successfully presented and developing in Europe with their production. And I am glad that they export more and more. I'd like to focus on the European business and its role in export. In order to answer your question, I guess different syntheses are possible. First of all, we increase the export of Russian products to Europe is based on the logical development of all the previous stages. If we look back to early 1990s, it was the period of restructure of the Russian economy, but at the same time, it was the time when the Russian economy was acquired by the European business. After that, of the global financial crisis, we entered like in the early 2000s, or in the 2010s, we went to deeper understanding of this market. We enhanced the production facilities. We got some technological transfers through the European business in Russia. I guess this is a success story. I guess now we are at the third stage, when on the basis of this contribution, we may consider Russia as the platform of the global scale that will be used to integrate the global value chains. I guess that this is the future. This is what our future depends on. Why it became possible? First of all, we should say that it is the self-development of the Russian economy. It is the expansion of volumes of growth. But what is more important is creation of conditions that will provide the successful expansion. These conditions should be provided both at the local and the federal level. in the very beginning, there were few regions that were competing in the global ratings as the most advanced, in the best practices aimed at attracting investors. Now, it is the practice for all the regions. They are spreading them, distributing them in Kaluga, in Tatarstan, in Bashkortostan, obviously. Now they are distributing across all the regions of the Russian Federation. And it's not the first time I am in Ufa, and I am always surprised and excited how here in Russia you can find such an international center. And I am really honored that this place has held such significant international events. It means that Bashkortostan has an open character, and we are ready for cooperation. And this result allowed to facilitate the international business that expressed their positions, ideas, and wishes through such associations as Association of European Business that provide the legal framework, standard framework, mechanisms for investment attraction. So the third idea, what do we do next? What is the situation that we have now? The pandemic, recent pandemic, helped to relieve the pressure, and these conditions made us face the new challenges. Unfortunately, these challenges are not easy.
On the other hand, we face the tasks which are not impossible to solve individually. I mean healthcare during the pandemic. Secondly, we have to implement the full potential related to digital transformation of the economy. Thirdly, it covers the changes, the climate change. Here are the challenges we have to settle jointly. The European business is ready for it, but definitely we should have the contributing environment and supporting environment. We will always invite them to act. Being an individual, single, autonomous organization, we tell our friends to find a new impetus to gain momentum for overcoming these challenges and for streamlining these relations. You have already mentioned that now the situation is complicated. All the countries of the world, including the European Union and China, Korea, Japan, are resolutely determined to make the economy greener, and it will incur some consequences for the global trade, commerce, and investment. We understand that it is also substantive for Russia. It is a challenge. It is a so-called Green Deal, although the deal is an incorrect translation. It is not an agreement. We would like to say that we hope that we would be eager to avoid green economy as well as new politicization of this issue. We can see carbon border adjustment to the beginning of this era. It is a substantive topic which should be considered cautiously, given the balance of interests, because it is possible we have to implement a multiple approach so as not to jeopardize the new agenda to politicization. Responding to your words, Andrei, you have already mentioned that incentivizing investment and promoting them for experts is not only about tax benefits or special legal status. you also mean life conditions. Being foreign investors and foreigners, we have overcome this year jointly. This year was truly challenging. It was the pandemic era. I've also been sick in Russia. I've suffered from COVID-19. And if you are located in the country, you are becoming more and more entrenched in this country. We concurrently will be happy if we feel your support, including the issues which are currently the most pressing ones for the foreign business. Hopefully we will be able to act sometimes, given all the precaution measures. Hopefully we will be able to come back for the future, and we'll come back home, and then we'll get back to Russia, to our workplaces. It is another important attraction factors for this treatment. Thank you very much. We are also ready to it. You have already mentioned that in accordance with the Forbes agency, we can work for promotion. There are lots of successful examples. In the Association of European Business, we are ready to get engaged in the abundance of these foreign investors which are applying this platform, such companies as IKEA. It constitutes 25% of furniture exports from Russia. The company which produces spare parts is export-oriented. This topic is not only Russian, it is also our topic. We are also interested in forging it. We're also interested in branding. The brands are truly important. We are ready for cooperation. Thank you very much. Let me thank you for your perfect Russian language. It is immaculate. You can see that you are entrenched in this country. Yes, Andrei, please, the floor is yours. Mr. Schilling, let me express my gratitude for coming to our event. Your Russian is really perfect, and you are also positive about us. There is also an offer. Let us hold the European event on an annual basis here in Ufa. It will be called European Market Selects the Best Companies and the Best Exporters. You'll be here, you'll see everything, you'll touch the situation, you will delve into it. I do not mean the taste, I mean it in the indirect sense. Thus, you will certify it. Means that this good is worthy of going to the market. There will be a contract between Bashkortostan and the European consumers. It will not only be Bashkortostan, will also involve the Eurasian territory. We are located at the intertwining area. It is logical to make this selection and to establish partnership here. Thus, it is an open public offer for you. Thank you very much. Invariably, we are ready to consider this offer and to implement it. Let us discuss it and let us exchange contacts in order to implement it. The end of January, they will not hold Davos. It will take place here in Bashkortostan. Thus, come and visit us, and we will discuss it. Thank you. There are also mountains here, as far as I know, in general. Mr. Forte, let me give the floor to you. Italy. For Italy, we do miss it. We yearn for it. I have been to Italy in January. I was successful in this area because many people didn't manage to go there. It is very hard for the Russians to live without Italy. As far as I know, Inoprom will take place next year, and Italy will be the country of this year in Inoprom, and we anticipate interesting representatives. Could you please tell us about your today's vision of the relations between Italy and Russia?
Yes. I am afraid that I will be the only English speaker of the panel, so I will allow some time for people to adjust with their earplugs. In the meanwhile, thank you for the introduction and good afternoon, you all. Allow me to join all the other panelists in complimenting the Prime Minister and his government for organizing this event, International Business Week, and for such a great organization. It's my first time in Ufa. I have to say I didn't see much of the city because I come from the very south of Italy, and the weather here for me is deadly cold. So I will come back, me too, if you allow me, Prime Minister, in a second, maybe in another season, maybe with Tazio, we will enjoy also the weather here. I would say, thank you for your question. I would say that I am glad to share my perspective, my personal experience in the consulate, because what I'm going to say is perfectly complementing what the Prime Minister said in his speech. And believe me, we didn't organize the speech. And I was pretty surprised when I heard that. Now, let me introduce myself. I'm a Consul General in Moscow, but that means that I am overviewing the consular activities and the visas activities in the whole Russian Federation, except St. Petersburg. So I would say my perspective, as you said, my point of view is pretty wide. And it's been so far 3 years, not enough to learn the language, unfortunately. And in 1 year, I will go back. So it's too late for me to be speaking Russian. But it's been a great experience. And I can tell you that with some numbers, with some statistics. Before coronavirus, we issued last year more than 500,000 visas. Just one consulate. It's a huge number. And we saw flows of people, not only tourists, categories, businesses, investments, agricultural producers, and not only to sell, not only to invest, but as you rightfully said, Prime Minister, because of the know-how, they exchange know-how, and they're coming even in Ufa. Now, what I have seen is exactly what the Prime Minister was describing, a strong push because the perspective is clear. I mean, coronavirus has happened, but it will not last forever. So if you see statistics and trends, they are showing a potential, great potential, not for crude oil, not for gas, but for products and know-how, knowledge. And agriculture is one of them. What did the consulate do then? Because what you said was valid and is valid also for Italy. We reshaped our activity, our consular activity. It was not because I am particularly more intelligent than my predecessors, no, probably less. But it's because we had an opportunity. We had to renew the contract for the visa centers. So we did a tender. And when we did the tender, we went, Tazio is laughing because that's when we met in his first past life. When we did this tender, we asked a consulting company, big firm, to do a study, an overview of the perspectives. And it came up that one of the new cities where the visa center should be established was Ufa. So if you go and see the documents in the tender, and hopefully we're going to sign the contract very soon, Italy will be very happy to open very soon a visa center in Ufa. Now, a visa center is not only for visas. Visa center is a center where any kind of interest and activity connected to Italy can be developed, can find an opportunity. Matching to this, the Prime Minister is aware of this, we also, the ambassador, also had the idea to establish an honorary consul. So you see, the perspective you were describing, the perspective the Prime Minister was describing, is not just a vision of the future, is something that is already there. And countries like Italy are adapting their strategies in order to match these opportunities. So you see, this is your question. I hope I answered your question. But there was exactly what I was highlighting, and listening to the presentation of the Prime Minister, I was surprised, because that's exactly what we are doing. Italy is going to be present in Ufa and in Bashkortostan, and hopefully we're going to support the development of interchange, trade, but mostly know-how, because this is the frontier. We don't have to stop thinking that we get richer when we sell products. We get richer, we would recall Ricardo, a famous economist, when we share know-how in a competitive advantage, mutual competitive advantage, so that global richness would grow. So this is what I think we are witnessing now. Let's hope that COVID is over soon. Let's hope that political situation will go peaceful quickly. I'm a consul, so I don't get into political things, but we have a perspective of great opportunities, and we have some minor issues to solve before. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное за эмоциональный и очень красивый комментарий.
Thank you very much for this comment.
Найдете красивый дом?
Could you find a beautiful city for the consulate in Ufa? Yes, I would like to invite Mr. Ford to Bashkortostan in summer. We will establish a consulate here. We will select this special house. It will have the historic value, and we will show you Bashkortostan. You will understand that not only Italy is a spectacular country.
Thank you. Maybe you will need me as a consul next time.
Dear friends, let me move on to the next speaker. The Center for Strategic Development. We should know what happens with us and what is in store for us tomorrow. Could you please answer the questions which we have already asked today? We have already been discussing them, but still answer them from your statistic perspective. It will not happen tomorrow. Hopefully, we will be aware of everything 2 days later, but we know where we should go 2 days later. For 2 days later time period, the correct place for discussion is located here. When I was here for the last time, we discussed that our ambitions of the Republic allow us to become the Congress capital of Russia. Ufa is located in the center of Russia. In this regard, it doesn't have any benefits over other countries. But as for this, other cities, as for this event, which lasts for a few days, it has the perfect conditions. It means that people are very serious about the problems they solve. Other initiatives of the government and of the business of Bashkortostan also have good chances for success, odds for success. I'm covering everything that we haven't covered before. There are some perspectives of experts in the post-COVID world, in the world in which we are located in the high-risk conditions of this pandemic and other force majeure. We also should deal with foodstuff, petrochemicals, and export of logistics, transport. Bashkortostan and Russia on the whole have already got historic background in this area. While selling oil and gas, we should point out that it is not about tomorrow, it is about the day after tomorrow. Let me also dwell upon some other items. Andrei has already mentioned that we have recently taken the decision aimed at creating one of 5 new educational centers of international level. It's correct, because the future of the day after tomorrow is determined by high tech. It means that in order to not only export the popular goods, we also have to invest in the sectors which are not entrenched here, but they provide perfect potential for the future. The Republic is characterized by high level of education, high concentration of science-intensive enterprises. In the post-COVID era, the transfer of goods and people are restricted, but we still can promote knowledge. And for this reason, we have to develop high-tech enterprises. It may exist alongside with education, with data markets, and everything that covers them. It may also exist in the sectors where Russia doesn't have any competitive advantage. They are underdeveloped. Still, the competitive fight does take place. This competitive struggle. We do not have perceive others as rivals or as the representatives of other countries. We need partners with partnership with China, with the USA, and with some other countries. We should set the goal. We may create educational, far-reaching scientific and technological centers in order to deploy 50 or 100 laboratories of the largest global companies of any domain. For instance, the ones considering biotechnology and treatment of agricultural products or high-tech. These ambitions should be implemented in order to provide for the people's lives, for our services, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We have already covered that. The opportunities of the Republic in export of services, for instance, touristic services, are underdeveloped. In Russia, we're fully aware of different facts. For instance, alpine skiing is popular in winter. We are aware about Caucasus. We know Crimea, Kuzbas. Still, no one is aware of the opportunities of Bashkortostan, for instance, the Ural Mountains. It is not only the chance for Russian export, but it is also about exports of Europe and Asian countries. In order to exchange our ideas, it is of paramount importance to invest. People should come here and familiarize themselves with the culture, the nature, and the people and the conditions here at the location. It's very hard to invest in the territories in which you have never been. It is necessary to come here in order to understand the situation and then agree with these offers to do something here. Many of those who exchange opinions, who are involved in technological exchange in Italy, have been tourists. They have been there as tourists, and then they understood that they had to do something else apart from coming there on vacation. We face the same situation with Bashkortostan. In order to launch some new projects here, we have to come here for the first time, in the first place. Whether it is a Congress activity or a tourist activity or other kinds of attraction people here, for instance, a medical cluster or an educational cluster, it would be wonderful. As for exporting educational services, let me say a few words. This week we held a large conference aimed at education in Russia, and I talked about educational service with the Vice Minister of Science and Education. I wanted to understand which goals are set and how the prospects of educational services are estimated. He impressed me by figures. Most of the foreign students believe that education in Russia is not online, it is offline. Still, the borders are closed, no one can enroll in the universities, and this meant that the demand should have been fallen. We believe that there will be substantive decline in educational sector. in Russia. It hasn't increased, but it has retained the same level as it was last year. On the whole, there are such services, and we have to forge them in the future. And as for the final words, let me highlight that there is a boom. There is a boom in modernization of legislation in Russia. I mean, the legal guillotine and the new requirements which would allow us to develop technological business, high-tech business, hindered by the old norms, old laws of these regions. It would be of prime importance to implement pilot projects in different directions. Some pilot projects have already been launched. Still, we expect further growth and digital economy, creation of new treatment and processing technology. Given the green requirements which our European partners have, I mean green certificates which will enable us to export the goods and services freely, we ought to invest in a pilot mode. I mean the legal modes or the legal regimes or the experiments on AI development or some other similar projects, to name a few. We have to invest in the enterprises which will comply with the best international practices in order to support the exporters. These companies should be oriented at exports of technology. It will allow us to implement the large export projects in the relevant spheres. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me say a few words about it. Let me express my gratitude for believing in Bashkortostan. When the head of the Strategic Development Center believes in Bashkortostan, it is a good indicator because our expertise should be based on certain regions. It is a pleasure that Bashkortostan is chosen as one of the key regions. Let me agree that this center corresponds to the global level. It requires an upgrade. It is not only about export of knowledge, it's also about import of technology, of education, of laboratories. These ideas are absolutely correct, and we will have to upgrade them. As for tourism, yesterday we dedicated our events to tourism. Bashkortostan is one of the key points because Bashkortostan has immense territory. Its area is larger than the ones of the area of other countries, of some other countries. It may account for 3 Switzerlands, and it is located only 2 hours away from Moscow. If you fly from Moscow, it takes 100 minutes. And when you fly from Moscow, it means that you may fly away at 9 a.m. and you came back also here at 9 a.m. due to jet lag. This territory is underestimated from this point of view. It's not only about the nature and the historic venues. There were over 2,700,000 tourists in Bashkortostan, and there were only 100 of international tourists here in Bashkortostan. Foreign tourists haven't still discovered Bashkortostan. All the events, including our today's event, which will take place far beyond Davos, will allow the foreigners to show Bashkortostan. It will be represented as a recreational zone. We understood why people managed to come to Bashkortostan. Only 12% came here because it was the touristic approach. People from neighboring regions cannot perceive Bashkortostan as an interesting spot. Some people came to their relatives and friends. Some people went on business journeys, and only few people, only 12%, were interested in Bashkortostan as a tourist destination. Few people have already approved the touristic attraction of Bashkortostan. There were 2,700,000 tourists yesterday, last year. But we need at least 5,500 tourists, and 50% of them must be foreigners. Yesterday we discussed that there is one 5-star hotel, and in Dubai there are 145 5-star hotels. It is tourist-oriented. It is not oriented at the locals. Thus, we have to pave the way in this direction. If people are interested to Ufa, there will be at least 60 5-star hotels. Dubai also was launched as a tourist destination, although the sea was not located close to the hotels. In the proximity of the hotels, still many people live in Dubai, but some of our representatives like being here because they approve cold weather, not only the warm weather. Some people would like to change the environment, and thus Bashkortostan is very attractive. We are all sexist. Ina, sorry, you're the only lady of the session. You'll be the last person to present her review. Sorry, we're short of time. Could you please comment on the key issues which we have already discussed? Bill, the only woman, I'll be excused that I will speak about government spending and the efficiency of government spending. When the Ministry of Agriculture and the representatives of the development institutions deal with our success, we look at it from the different angle. I mean agriculture, I mean the exports of raw materials in all the countries, including Russia, and in all the aspects of the territories of the Russian Federation. Currently, despite the positive decrease in the trends, the 52% share in 2019 constituted the agricultural raw materials. Bashkortostan had positive indicators. It reached the spending has decreased from 53 to 19%. It means that you create products with a higher value added. Concurrently, we have dwelled upon export specialization of Bashkortostan, and the colleagues from neighboring regions still we have both positive and negative factors.
Mr. Putin recently increased the prices, and we have a positive index of exported vegetable oil by 34%. The import and export of tomatoes has the difference multiplied by 3. We export by at 0.33 and import at a higher price. You know the statistics, the big codes, extended groups, but this year we fixed the inflow of cocktail cucumbers from Spain, cash and carry at 222 rubles per kilogram, and Russian producers can produce these products themselves, avoiding the 077 prohibition code. The most important thing is that we have import growth points. We have a range of prioritized points, and if we extend national projects, we have an increase in import. It's not bad that we import cattle, but the neighboring republic is importing meat, and we do not import meat. There is a range of such examples, but if we leave alone the agriculture, we see $52 million. We always speak about it. We import syringes. Let's make the production of syringes local. $4.3 billion per year. It is the import of bandages. We can forever list this imported good. We are applied by the companies that focus on the export of wild herbs. But these companies are not acknowledged as agricultural companies. We are talking about such a center for the export activity in Bashkortostan, and we want these small companies with small good batches and with potential opportunities, we want them to cooperate, and the REC will make it a single manufacturer, and this will allow to extend the export with a higher VAT, maybe with a bit different items, with new countries, with places where export is unexpected. So the FER is not only export. It should have a balance. We should replace something that we cannot produce yet. Thank you. Cocktail cucumbers. Yes, cocktail cucumbers. I was in the forum of typical Russia, and none of agricultural manufacturer could say what it is. I know that it's Turkey. I know the specific manufacturer. And do we have cocktail cucumbers in Bashkortostan? Yes, we have. Greenhouses. Can we maybe fulfill this niche? We can work on it. I think we are expected by cocktails today, maybe, aren't we? I would like to thank Inna for supporting. We have an agreement, and we are working with the institute, and we have a big program. We plan to cooperate with neighboring regions and create a strategic project. And I guess that next year we will launch this program, and it will give us a competitive advantage in comparison to other regions. And we will find fans from abroad. About syringes, it is correct, right? Yes, we have a lot of examples. We work with substances. We import insulin, and we should replace these imported goods. A small comment. I'd like to draw your attention not to confuse things. There is no agriculture raw material. I don't know what classification you are using. Yeah. According to the common standard classification, all the from 1 to 24 code items are not raw materials. I guess that some of these items can be produced, right? There is the head of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and they can produce anything, right? Because when we faced the pandemic, we realized that we don't have anyone producing masks, but now a lot of companies do. Could you please confirm my idea? When do we launch the production?
Since
yesterday, I've been advertising your lemon garden, and our investors are asking what is the profit, what is the margin. You have unique specialists, you have a unique business. You haven't seen everything yet. So ones are expected by flights, ones are expected by cocktails. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or maybe today, it will be a good day. So, Mr. Nazarov, could you please conclude, summarize the session? I can't do this myself if I have the Prime Minister in the session. We had a legal forum here, and there was a question from the nominee of the Lawyer of the Year award. Do you think it is right is it right to have like when I have a lawyer, so the same as you said when I have a Prime Minister? So to be serious, today we have the final day of the marathon of the international week. I guess this is an entire week. It is a big event. an important one, the key one. And from this point of view, I'd like to say that there is a saying, there is no sweeter dust than the dust under the wheels of the leaving guests. So we are enjoying the fact that we have increasingly more partners that work with us. And a few years ago, we didn't know you. But when we apply our competences, when we borrow your experience, we see absolutely different results. I think that Bashkortostan will prove that this is the place of power, the place of force, and we will manage to attain the sought result. And I'd like to invite you to the next event, the next International Business Week that will take place next December. But before that, I want to implement a range of projects that we were talking about. I'd like to express my gratitude to the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan, and I'd like to thank you on behalf of the citizens for the warm attitude to the Republic of Bashkortostan. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues. So we are almost in time.
С 21 по 25 июля 2021 года столица Республики Башкортостан примет финал национального чемпионата «Молодые профессионалы». В этот раз соревнования пройдут по 106 компетенциям. Сегодня движение «Молодые профессионалы» стало мощным драйвером для развития среднего профессионального образования в стране. Мировые стандарты качества, передовые образовательные программы, тесное взаимодействие учащихся с наставниками и мастерами на практике повышает престиж рабочих профессий. Организация мероприятия подобного уровня – показатель высокого потенциала региона. Здесь формируется большая команда профессионалов, экспертное сообщество, появляются важные партнеры, конкурсные площадки застраиваются в соответствии с международными стандартами. И все это остается в регионах в качестве наследия. Мы верим, финал национального чемпионата вновь откроет и подарит стране новые таланты. Уфа ждет молодых профессионалов в июле 2021 года.
Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще. Как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие. Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
С поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау. Международная неделя бизнеса 2020 преодолела свой экватор. Сегодняшний день посвящен туризму, а цвет его – зеленый.
Вы знаете, я долгое время занималась спортом и не видела свою республику. Но когда я стала сейчас выезжать и увидела такие прекрасные места, и каждый уголок нашей республики – это уголок такой природы красивой, да? Вот это мы все должны развивать.
Природа Башкирии уникальна в своей сути, и поэтому приглашаем всех сюда и сами здесь отдыхаем.
И это очень здорово, что идет развитие внутреннего туризма в постковидных условиях. И мы очень быстро адаптировались в данных ситуациях.
Мы говорим, что курорт – это место, где человек возвращается в здоровье.
Я считаю, что это мероприятие очень хорошо было организовано. Большое вам спасибо.
Мне кажется, очень важно то, что вот они говорят, что мы приехали в Башкирию, такая классная, типа мы влюбились в нее, мы обязательно будем сюда приезжать. Каждый такой форум – это на самом деле очень важный момент заявить о себе.
Мы рады приветствовать всех участников, гостей и организаторов мероприятия на церемонии награждения победителей конкурса «Экспортер года Республики Башкортостан» в рамках Международной недели бизнеса. Развитие экспорта является одним из важнейших направлений российской экономики, поэтому очень символично, что церемония чествования победителей проходит в рамках дня, посвященному усовершенствованию экономических принципов на Международной неделе бизнеса. Также отмечу, что проведение конкурса было бы невозможно без поддержки организаторов. Это Государственный комитет Республики Башкортостан по внешнеэкономическим связям и конгрессной деятельности и Центр поддержки экспорта Республики Башкортостан. Жюри оценивало конкурсантов по нескольким критериям: темпы прироста объема реализуемой экспортной продукции, география поставок, а также международное продвижение на зарубежных рынках. Стоит отметить, что на рассмотрение конкурсной комиссии было допущено 28 конкурсантов, 8 компаний-представителей крупного бизнеса и 20 субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства, в результате чего было определено 11 победителей. Перед началом награждения позвольте предоставить слово вице-президенту акционерного общества «Российский экспортный центр» Вологодскому Сергею Александровичу.
Добрый день. Я рад вас приветствовать на нашей такой торжественной премии и на награждении в рамках «Экспортера года Башкортостана». Я могу сказать, что мы также в течение этого года проводили большой федеральный конкурс «Экспортер года», и нам отрадно, что в этом году было рекордное количество заявок, которое было подано изо всех субъектов, это значение 1724, и мы видим, что, с одной стороны, экспортеры все чаще обращают внимание на такие премии, а со стороны нас, со стороны администрации республики, это очень отрадно и почетно, чтобы все-таки на уровне региона, на уровне страны, страна и регион знал своих героев, потому что это настоящие герои, герои нашего экспорта. И чем больше будет таких историй успехов, тем мы будем жить лучше, поэтому сделаем для этого все возможное. Спасибо.
Спасибо, Сергей Александрович. Сейчас просьба пройти в центр для награждения. С огромным удовольствием переходим к самой интригующей части нашего торжества, а именно к церемонии награждения. И начнем мы ее с победителей конкурса среди крупного бизнеса. Победители в номинации «Экспортер года в сфере промышленности. Крупный бизнес». Общество с ограниченной ответственностью «Кронашпан Башкортостан». Для получения диплома приглашается генеральный директор Курбаншо Ардашер Ермамедович. Обращаю внимание на фотографа, уважаемые номинанты и победители. Спасибо огромное. Еще раз аплодисменты. Победители в номинации «Экспортер года в сфере услуг. Крупный бизнес». Общество с ограниченной ответственностью, научно-производственная фирма «Пакер». Для получения диплома приглашается директор Нагуманов Марат Мирсатович. Сергей Александрович, вам огромное спасибо. Можете занимать место в зале. Для награждения победителей субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства Республики Башкортостан позвольте пригласить председателя Государственного комитета Республики Башкортостан по внешнеэкономическим связям и конгрессной деятельности Булычеву Маргариту Дмитриевну. Победитель в номинации «Экспортер года в сфере промышленности среди субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства. Общество с ограниченной ответственностью. Инновации в бурении». Для получения диплома приглашается исполняющий обязанности генерального директора Евенко Владимир Сергеевич.
Еще сразу добавлю, что мы, кроме почетной грамоты, даем сертификат на обучение деловому английскому номиналом на 70 тысяч рублей.
Победитель в номинации «Экспортер года в сфере агропромышленного комплекса среди субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства, общество с ограниченной ответственностью, группа компаний «Эксперимент». Для получения диплома приглашается директор Чихладзе Георгий Фридонович. Спасибо, Маргарита Дмитриевна. Можете занимать свое место в зале. Для награждения победителей субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства Республики Башкортостан позвольте пригласить заместителя председателя Государственного комитета Республики Башкортостан по внешнеэкономическим связям и конгрессной деятельности Изотову Лену Михайловну. Победитель в номинации «Экспортер года в сфере высоких технологий среди субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства. Акционерное общество «Арт-Оснастка». Для получения диплома приглашается генеральный директор Асфандияров Ильнар Расимович. Победитель в номинации «Прорыв года среди субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства». Общество с ограниченной ответственностью «Русская купоросная компания». Для получения диплома приглашается заместитель директора Чепурнов Никита Игоревич. Победитель в номинации «Экспортер года в сфере услуг среди субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства» акционерное общество «Инженерная компания «Квантор». Для получения диплома приглашается заместитель директора Багаудинов Вадим Рафаэльевич. Победитель в номинации «Новая география среди субъектов малого и среднего предпринимательства» общество с ограниченной ответственностью «Уфа Химкомплект». Для получения диплома приглашается руководитель отдела внешнеэкономической деятельности Егорушкова Дарья Витальевна. Дарья Витальевна, пожалуйста, не уходите. Уважаемые участники церемонии, просим вас всех еще раз подняться на сцену для общей совместной фотографии. Дорогие участники, от всей души поздравляем вас с победой. Уверены, что мы еще не раз увидим наименование ваших предприятий в числе лучших. Успехов вам в наших начинаниях. До свидания, дорогие друзья. До новых встреч.
Our distinguished participants and viewers of International Business Week held in Ufa, the Republic of Bashkortostan, in Ufa's Congress Hall, Toronto. Today we have the 4th day of International Business Week dedicated to economy. Now we have an opportunity to talk to Sergei Volогодsky. So today you've mentioned on the external economic activity there was a growth in agricultural complex for 70%. How do you estimate these numbers? Do we have a potential right now? I believe that these numbers are quite great, and our agricultural producers, they also make supplies not only for our local market, but also the neighboring countries, and the products are of a good quality. Everyone is satisfied with it. But still, even if we haven't finished the year, we could say that there are a lot of positive tendencies, even if we have a lot of range of factors in growing of consumerism around our country and also abroad. And this growth is also seen, could also be seen, that about 15% of growth could be indicated around the country, and Bashkortostan also has some numbers, has provided some numbers and added some percentage to the overall supply. And I could say that most of the products, food products, which are grown here are eco products, and also here in Bashkortostan we have a great competitive advantage. Quite a big amount of entrepreneurs, they underestimate their opportunities on the market abroad. What about the prospects and the potential on the outer market? if it's possible for our entrepreneurs to enter international market too. I do believe that there is an opportunity also to reach the growth here in the local market, but also they could have an additional supplements. They could also gain profit abroad too. And I think that the first step in the export of the production is quite complicated, but we have some support tools which could provide this opportunity. We have 3 pavilions in Shanghai, Dubai, and other cities. We have full infrastructures which provide the opportunity to place our food products. And now we are holding the meetings and also interact with distributors and provide and also promote our products on the international market. As for Bashkortostan, from Bashkortostan, we haven't got a lot of companies which are working abroad, but still we have a successful case. The sweets factory, which is widely known even here, they have placed their products in Vietnam, and now they have prepared the contract for at least $500,000. And of course, we hope that the number of such projects would increase. We also have the program on compensation for the certification in other countries, and it's a voluntary initiative. And of course, we understand if you would like to enter the international market, you should reach the certificate, for example, halal. Of course, this compensation which we received and also then supplied, it is quite essential. And also what I would like to mention that in the frame of reloading of the program, in strong interaction with government, we not only supported the volumes of support, but right now we even reached more. So that's why the next year we expect the real growth. Right now, if we're talking about Chinese market, we could say that the previous year we also placed a shop on a B2C form, and we also placed at least 86 exporters there with different items, and we see a great demand on Chinese market. I hope and I do know that we could form just a register of companies which could be placed abroad too. Now we haven't got such cases, but in 2021 we have some tasks to fulfill. Yeah, you have quite a positive understanding of the future. Thank you for participating. We have an interview with Mr. Volgotsky, and for all the viewers, we would like to add that there would be 2 more sections at 6 o'clock. There would be one other section which is dedicated to the export from choosing the country to delivering goods and new ways of export development. They will Evening, dear participants and viewers of International Business Week. Today we have the fourth day dedicated to economy, everything which is connected to this field, and also the challenges faced by the regions we discuss here during our sessions. And now we'll have an interview with Roman Chekushov, the director of the Department of Export Development of the Production of Agricultural Sector of the Ministry of Agriculture of Russia. So today we also talked with Volgodsky about the export opportunities, and we also heard that the number of export here in Bashkortostan reached 70%. What about the numbers in Russia? I could say that the export grew could be estimated as 16%. So that's why, as for Bashkortostan, we could say it's a great example for other regions. Of course, we cannot say that other regions are also working not that effectively. They're also quite effective. As for the export of the Republic of Bashkortostan, today we had a meeting of the key exporters, and we understand that we have no boundaries. We could go further and also develop our agricultural field, and also we're waiting for the new export projects and, of course, the current projects of the existing enterprises. When we are talking about 70%, of course, it looks quite incredible, but as for money estimates and money numbers, of course, maybe we could make it further, we could go bigger. So as for the region, what should they concentrate on? Previously, it was something like oil industry, and what about the key industries right now? I believe that the first thing is the certification and production defense in order to supply the whole Russia with our production. As for exports, I would like to draw the attention of all the entrepreneurs to develop our export with an additional pricing. Here we could reach the maximum, and the opportunities in our country. We develop the field, we develop the business here. It would provide the growth in manufacturing. That's why we should pay more attention on working with grain. Also, meat and dairy products of ready-made meat products and just meat. And of course, we should also provide the opportunities for vegetable oil, and traditionally, of course, the production of the sweets, and more than 2 million of purchases to the export are provided this year. We could even just create a new taxation for the export of sweets or oil. Could it be realized and implemented? It's not about oil. It's mostly about the sunflower seeds in order to develop the field. It should be brought not just like raw material. It should be refined here, and I do believe that it should be implemented here, and some of the measures should occur. But it should not stop from the export. They should give a stimulus to the industry and manufacturing in the country, and also it could provide some additional pricing. To sum up our conversation, talking about the export of our production, we hear that our farmers and agricultural enterprises do not know how to pack the products. Maybe it's not that interesting for their customers. As you see that last months and years, we learn how to do this, and we learn how to make it profitable. Of course, we're not only gaining the new knowledge about it, we reach new competencies, which package is needed, and also which marking is needed, which form of the package should be provided. And all the time we try to accumulate all the knowledge around other countries and also provide it to our businesses. The second thing is the development of the financing tools for equipment buying, for the right packages of the right customers, for the right customers' interest. That's why we are mostly now focused on the buying and also for the purchasing of the right equipment. So what about the perspectives of Russian market for the further supply of other countries? I could say that the numbers are quite good, but as for money, as for funding, of course, it seems not that big. Our president, Vladimir Putin, made a task for us to reach higher numbers till 2030. Right now, we are getting closer to make export even higher than import. And we would like to make a step forward in this sphere. The amount of money which we have right now to this year, it's a great, it was a great work. Okay, thank you. I see, yeah. I would like to remind once again, thank you for your answers. Now we had an interview with the director of the Department on Export Development of the Production of the Agricultural Sector, Roman Chekushev. After several sessions, we would also meet with you, our dearest viewers.
It was modernized in 2020. Now the exporters may get up to 9 million rubles per year as the remuneration for this article. We have feedback. For instance, subsidies are worked out very rapidly. There are lots of applications, and export may be expressed in billions. The government of the State Committee for Foreign Affairs has initiated the subsidy for certification. It is another challenge. It is the tool which the foreign countries use for closing the market, for protecting their domestic markets from foreign partners and from foreign competitors. Also, the International Economic Bloc has reacted similarly. It has initiated the subsidy for certification compensation. There's also transport cashback. I mean, grants that SME companies may receive when they go to other countries or when they launch new goods. The consolidated budget constitutes more than 2,000 million rubles, and it will augment next year. We believe that it is a substantial contribution. As far as we know, we are unparalleled in terms of support measures compared to other regions. Many of territories address us in order to get our experience. We are fully aware of the fact that our republic is immense in terms of territory and population density, and we have such a lot of municipal bodies. The number of these municipal bodies is also unparalleled, and we cannot. It is very hard for us to manage all the enterprises. Thus, we must involve the municipal bodies in this work. Business Sheriff has been working for 2 years. It has a special legal status. It is the vice head of the municipality, which is responsible for investment, environment, and for entrepreneurship. This year, we initiated an extra task aimed at involving the entrepreneurs alongside with other work in export. In order to regulate this procedure, we initiated the amendments in the municipal standards. Moscow includes KPIs for all the regions, that we have also divided them into municipal bodies. It depends on the fact whether the municipal body or the city is export-oriented. It is no secret that we have more than 900 exporters, and 50% of them are located in Ufa. But they are also located in the north and in the south of the Republic. Still, the export potential has allowed us to divide this KPI. We also work out special projects. Recently, we have launched the export audit project, our partner, and we study the Republic in terms of export potential. In February 2021, we will draft this work. We'll have an interactive map in order to understand in which municipal body. So, which municipal bodies have the export-oriented authorities. It will be the target work with this business, which will be provided with special offers. And we'll also offer them special countries in which they will be competitive. Also, we now use different tools of marketplaces, electronic trade platforms, trading floors. Boris will dwell upon Alibaba, in which we're also placed. We also have our account. Next year we will expand our presence on the trade platform. Another special project is aimed at promotion of the Republic in terms of halal goods. Recently we discussed that halal market constitutes almost $1.5 trillion. It is of prime importance for our Republic and for Russia to participate in these resources. We not only consider the Arabic countries and the South Eastern Asia, but also European countries, North America. On an annual basis, the migrant inflow to Canada constitutes 100,000 people, and they come from Middle East. These people will be bound to consume halal food in another country which hosts them. The third project upon which we will touch is all-encompassing project. It is the umbrella project. It is called Made in Bashkortostan. It will be based on our online platform. All the exporters will be able to use all the services of the export-oriented programs of Bashkortostan via the personal cabinet, and they will also get the statistics on the goods and the recommendations. Then we will connect this program with other marketplaces. We would like to digitize this process so that the company won't be able to always work with the paper to fill the information on different websites. Even now, in order to place the company on Alibaba website, we hire our contractors who go to different enterprises, digitize products, make videos, fill in the forms, and then provides us with them. And we then make the automatic work and we upload them. Let me finalize my presentation with the fact that I agree that 30%, there is a 30% decline in world global commerce. Let us look at positive and negative Russian changes. Lately, we have scrutinized our SME. It took us 9 months to increase our SME by 20%. Its augmentation constitutes $40 million despite the pandemic. In our view, our future is in the hands of the SME, which may become a growth point for Russian and Bashkir export. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ildus. I wanted to say about the timing. We are behind the schedule and we have to finish on time at 7:30 because a number of colleagues are going to leave for the airport. And though we like this place, we have to go. So after the speeches, I will ask a few questions. If we are talking about 2020, what are the tools for support the most popular among SMEs?
Ввиду того, что мир закрылся, страны закрылись, и у нас были нарушены коммуникации, мы не могли вывозить компании за рубеж, тем не менее, устанавливать связь, вести переговоры нужно. В этой связи мы инициировали работу по проведению таких онлайн-переговоров в формате матчмейкинга. То есть мы связывали компании, проводили Zoom-встречи с ними, и тем самым все-таки, хоть и в таком формате, но были проведены ряд переговоров, уже у нас есть контракты подписаны. И второе, наверное, по значимости, это размещение на ЭТП. На сегодняшний день мы разместили более 25 тысяч товаров почти на 10 различных площадках мира. И это только начало, я вам скажу, вообще это капля в море. Мы планируем более массово подходить к этому вопросу и размещать как можно больше товаров. Не только на маркетплейсах, конечно, для меня это цель размещения на B2B-платформах, потому что речь идет о крупных продажах, не только розничном
сегменте. 25,000, you said. Over 25,000 items.
Ну, такие очень хорошие, весомые показатели.
These are good
К нам присоединился директор
values.
департамента
We have the director
сельского хозяйства Роман
of the agriculture
Мы сегодня уже в
department,
пленарной части
Mr.
говорили
Shikshov, and during the
про
plenary session
тот
we
колоссальный
were
прирост
talking about
АПК, и
the
вот совсем
colossal
недавно на нашем
growth
форуме,
in the
который мы
agriculture.
проводили 9 декабря,
And the forum held on 9th of December, the Prime Minister Mishustin said
по еще неполному году, за 10 месяцев
that
текущего года, прирост
within 10 months of the year, the agriculture
экспорт АПК
has
составил
grown in export by more than 15%. What do you think? What is the reason of this substantial growth? Actually, this year we have a few factors that increased the export of the agriculture. First of all,
с вами,
this is
с
our
другими министерствами, с правительством Российской
and
Федерации,
other
с субъектами из бизнеса,
bodies
системная работа.
and
Мы еще
regions
находимся в начале нашего пути.
systemic
Я
work.
думаю, что действительно
We are at the
результаты
beginning of our
этой работы
work,
мы будем уже
but anyway, we will
анализировать
manage
вместе,
to analyze our
как
results,
минимум в конце следующего года,
and by the
наверное,
end of
в
the next
2022
year,
встретим более уже
or in
осознанные с пониманием
2022 or
результатов.
2023,
Но
we will rely
второй
on even
момент и
better
фактор,
results.
конечно,
And the
нельзя не
second
говорить о
factor is
сложившейся экономической рыночной
that
конъюнктуре в
we
текущем году,
have an
которая на фоне
associated
пандемии вызвала,
conditions
конечно,
in the
во-первых,
market.
ажиотажный спрос на
The pandemic caused
продукцию в
the
первом
high demand for
полугодии текущего
food stocks
года,
and
падение
agricultural
рубля,
products.
курса рубля.
We
Все
had
это дало возможность
Russian ruble
нашей
fluctuation,
продукции стать крайне
and this allowed
конкурентоспособной на внешних
our
рынках за счет именно ценовой
goods to
конъюнктуры.
be
Поэтому здесь
compatible,
я бы, конечно,
competitive,
не стал бы так
thanks
радужно
to
ориентироваться на текущий год
the
и говорить
prices.
о том, что мы теперь семимильными
I
шагами
can't say
пойдем
that
дальше.
we will continue
Просто учитывая такой
expanding like
сдержанный
this,
прогноз, с учетом
but
того, что,
with regards
конечно,
to the
определенный объем
modest
продукции продовольственной мы экспортировали
forecasting,
только
we may
исходя
say
из
that
сложившейся
we
конъюнктуры в
export
текущем году. Будем
according
анализировать, что мы
to
сможем сделать для того,
the
чтобы
current
поддержать
conditions,
этот
and
темп.
next year
Но
we
на
will
него я бы
try
не
to
стал
maintain
ориентироваться. То есть для
such a
ориентиров
pace,
и
but I
для дальнейшей
can't
работы я все-таки бы
tell
взял бы
for
наш
sure
план
that
с
we are
вами,
going
который
to
установлен в федеральном
have the
проекте,
same
ну и в национальном
velocity.
проекте «Международная
I
кооперация экспорт» на текущий год 25
I
миллиардов
would
долларов.
rather rely
Мы его успешно
on the
выполнили.
national
Мы
program.
будем дальше
We are
смотреть на эту
fulfilling the
цифру
plans
и
that we have
анализировать динамику
established, but we are
следующего
going to
года
analyze the
вот
figures,
этим
and
показателям
in the
2019
early
года.
time
Я
next
все-таки
year we are going
кратко,
to
коллеги,
develop
с
a
учетом
plan
регламента, который
according
Сергей
to
обозначил,
the current
пройдусь по
situation for
основным
that
моментам,
moment. Let me
которые я
point
хотел
out
вам
the major
сегодня рассказать.
things that I'd like to deliver.
Я на пленарном заседании
During
уже
the plenary
говорил о
session, I
том,
have already started
к
talking
чему мы пришли в текущем
what
году,
we
поэтому об этом не
have done
будем на
this
этом
year, so I'm not
останавливаться.
going to go deep into
Сразу перейду
details.
к перспективам и тем более
I'd
исходя
like to go to the
из плана
prospects now
обсуждения, который Сергей
and the
задал на
discussion that
текущей
Sergey
дискуссии. Что нас
initiated
действительно
during
дальше
this
ждет?
discussion.
Да,
What
у нас
we
есть целевой
should
показатель
expect.
34 миллиарда
We have
долларов
a target
к
number
2024
of
году. Это новый
34
показатель,
billion
который утвержден
by
новой редакцией федерального
2024.
проекта «Экспорт
It
продукции
was established by the
который
Agriculture
буквально недавно
Federal
в ходе
Program.
трансформации национальных проектов
We are
принят.
going to transform the
Понимаем
national
мы, что
program.
нам
We
необходимо
realize that
прибавить по
we
основным отраслям,
have to
и мы видим,
speed up,
что, безусловно,
and we
основной
see
рост
that the
нам
major
должна
growth
дать
is
пищевая
expected
перерабатывающая
in
продукция.
the food
Вот на этом
processing
слайде
stock
вы видите в
industry.
конце есть еще прочая продукция. Пока
There are
я
other
не стал
types
бы ваше внимание там на ней
of
акцентировать, обратил бы,
goods.
что
I'm
в ней
not going
тоже
to pay special
сидят
attention to them.
те виды продуктов, которые мы
And these are the
производим в
products
ходе
that we
переработки
produce when we
сельхозпродукции.
process
То есть все это
agricultural
вместе
products.
нужно рассматривать как такой
So we should consider
планомерный
it
рост
all
пищевой
in a
перерабатывающей
complex,
промышленности, ну,
as
там,
the
за
growth
исключением
of the
отдельных позиций.
agriculture product
Безусловно,
processing
мы
industry.
не отказываемся. Да, основным драйвером у нас является зерно. Сегодня об этом неоднократно говорили.
We have told about it.
Просто в двух словах, почему это еще и не сырье.
Just in a few
Потому что
words,
зерно
why it is not
производят. И чтобы
a raw
произвести
material,
качественное
because
зерно,
you produce,
необходимо
you
соблюсти
actually
технологию,
produce cereals.
обеспечить
And if you
защиту
want to
растений,
produce cereals, you should
обеспечить
protect
нормальную подготовку
the
почвы и сделать все это
plants, you
делают
should
наши
prepare
аграрии,
the
наши фермеры
soil,
на
and this is
земле.
what
Поэтому
our
это большая
farmers do.
работа, конечно, это к
It is
сырью
a huge job, so
никакого
it's
отношения не имеет. И
nothing
в дальнейшем мы не планируем отказываться от зерна,
of a raw
поскольку
material.
наше
We're
зерно
not going to
конкурентоспособно. Ну,
refuse
собственно говоря, почему мы должны
using
отказываться от его
these
реализации, с учетом того,
cereals,
что
because
потребности нашей страны полностью обеспечены в этой
our
части.
needs of the
Поэтому мы здесь
country are
видим
fulfilled.
работу по приросту именно
So we see
производства
that the
зерновых
growth
культур, ну и,
of
соответственно,
production
дальнейшего экспорта.
is
По
fixed,
масло-жировой
and
продукции
that's
мы растем
why
планомерно,
we
у нас есть
enhance
перспективные
the
рынки
export.
в
We have
Китае,
also
Индии по
prospective
растительным маслам.
markets
Мы постарались
for
здесь на
vegetable
слайде тоже
oils, like in
обозначить наши
China.
ключевые точки роста.
The map shows our major growth points. The vegetable oils
получить популярность
can
свою
be
в странах Северной
popular
Африки. Мы это
in the
обсуждали
Northern
с
Africa.
партнерами из Марокко, из Алжира.
We discuss it
Есть
with our
тенденция
partners
к
from
росту потребления
Algeria
там, и снижению самообеспеченности
and
баланса
Morocco.
этих стран. Планируем развиваться
We are
промысловой
going
продукцией. У нас
to
прогноз
develop
достаточно
our
осторожный по
meat business.
животноводческой продукции.
We are
Объясняется
pretty
он тем,
cautious
что нам нужно проделать огромную
because
работу
we
по
have
открытию
to
рынков.
do a lot
Поскольку не
of
будет
job
открыты
in
доступа на
terms
эти
of
рынки,
opening
соответственно,
markets,
мы ничего туда не
because we
сможем
can't
экспортировать.
export
И
anything
вот
to the
это
markets that are
такой
closed
большой
for
блок
us.
нашей работы.
So
Его
this
проводит
is the huge part of our
Россельхознадзор
job.
совместно, конечно, с
We
Минсельхозом,
cooperate with the Ministry of
безусловно,
Agriculture
с
and
регионами.
Россельхознадзор
У нас
Supervision
здесь
Authority.
мы показываем хорошие результаты
Here we're showing
по
pretty
тем
good
продуктам, по
results
тем видам продукции, которые мы
on
открыли.
the product
Мы уже в
items
2020
that we
году,
have
например,
discovered in
только открыли мясо
2020.
птицы в Китай.
We
Уже продали продукции более чем на
started
250 миллионов долларов
exporting
туда.
chicken
Свинина в Вьетнам более 110
to
миллионов
China
долларов.
and pork
Свинина в
to
Гонконг
Vietnam worth
88
by
миллионов долларов. То есть
110
все это
million
говорит о том, что
dollars
вот
and
это тоже драйвер роста, да, если мы
to
будем
other
планомерно открывать
countries
рынки.
worth
Я
$80 million.
кратко лишь скажу, что мы совместно с
Speaking
Российским
briefly,
экспортным
together
центром
with
проводим
the
большую работу
REC,
по
we are doing a
продвижению
big
нашей
job on
продукции. Я уже на
promoting
пленарном
our
заседании
products during
Сергей
the plenary
кратко об
session.
этом говорил, не
Sergey
буду
has
подробно
mentioned
останавливаться,
about it. I'm not going to
но
go
отдельно здесь в
deep into
части
the
продвижения
details.
обращу внимание на
I'd
то,
like you to
что
pay attention to
в
the
исполнении
fact
указа президента
that
Российской
we
Федерации у
fulfill
нас
the order of
появляются
the President of the Russian
представители
Federation,
сельхоза за рубежом.
and we
Их
get
основная задача
representatives
как
of
раз
the
и будет в
agricultural
том, чтобы
sector outside the
обеспечивать
country,
развитие
and they
экспорта
should
в тех
ensure
целевых
the
странах, в
sustainable
которые они
development
будут
of
направлены.
agriculture
Мы
in the
командируем до
countries
2022
where
года
we are going to
включительно
sell
52 представителя. Планируем,
products.
что
We are
мы
going to have 52
мы от
representatives,
каждого получим такой
and
хороший
each of
результат по
them
приросту экспорта.
should
Фактически он в ручном режиме
provide
сможет
pretty
решать
good
разные
results
нам
because
вопросы.
they can manually
Мы
solve
создали
a lot of issues.
центр компетенции агроэкспорт.
We've created the competence
Я об этом
center
тоже кратко
AgroExport.
сказал. У них множество
As I
продуктов,
said,
которые
they have a
направлены на
lot of
повышение уровня
products that aim
осведомленности
at
наших
the
предприятий, нашего
improvement
бизнеса,
of
рынков
awareness
и о тех продуктах,
about
которые
our
можно поставлять на эти
markets
рынки.
and
У
manufacturers.
агроэкспорта есть сайт,
The
тоже
AgroExport
рекомендую
has a website,
посетить
so I
его.
definitely
Как
recommend you to
Российского
visit
экспортного
this
центра,
website
они
as well
действительно
as
очень
the
информативны.
REC website. They are
Рекомендую
really
просто внимательно
informative.
почитать,
So
посмотреть, посмотреть
you
очень
can
много
read them attentively
информации.
and you can
Коллеги
find
из
a lot
РЭЦа
of
публикуют всю
information.
информацию,
Our
например,
colleagues
о
publish
тарифных
all the
барьерах.
information about the
На
tariff
сайте
barriers.
Агроэкспорта
The
аккумулированная
AgroExpert
информация о
website
нетарифных барьерах
accumulates
как части доступа
the
продукции на
information
рынке.
about the
Множество
accessibility of
аналитических
and
материалов, но
availability of
такой не
goods.
сухой, ненужной аналитики, а
It is not
практикоориентированной
just
аналитики,
boring
части потребительских
analytics.
предпочтений,
It also includes
логистических
the
цепочек,
preferences of
основных
consumers,
игроков рынка,
chains,
что
market
и в
players,
каком объеме можно
the
поставлять, как
what and
развивать
how
рекламную
much
кампанию
of
и так
products
далее.
you can
Все это тоже
deliver.
способствует
This
развитию
all
экспорта. Что делает министерство?
facilitates the
В рамках
export.
федерального
What the
проекта экспорта
ministry
АПК,
does,
ну,
we
понятно, что
have
основной
a
инструмент,
project,
который от государства ждет бизнес, это поддержка,
and the
финансовая
business is
поддержка в первую очередь.
expecting the government to
Вот
support them.
здесь мы
Here,
уже реализуем 6
we are
мер
implementing
поддержки.
6
Они
support measure kits,
многие на этапе еще
and a lot
становления,
of
на
them
этапе там,
are only
модернизации. Например,
beginning,
льготное
only
кредитование
starting. For
наших
example, privileged
производителей,
loaning for
которые
our
планируют
manufacturers that
экспортировать.
plan to
Мы
export
постоянно
their
расширяем
items.
целевые
We
направления.
expand the
Со
targeted
следующего года
directions.
мы
In
добавляем такой
2021,
инструмент,
we are going to
как
add
торговое
another
финансирование, то есть
support
будем
measure.
компенсировать
It's
затраты на
trading
экспортные
funding
кредиты, на
that
страхование
aims at
экспортных сделок,
covering
на
insurance of deals,
открытие аккредитивов
loans,
при экспортных
letter
поставках.
of
Мы
credits.
развиваем стимулирование увеличения
Good evening, all the viewers and participants of International Business Week. We're working in Congress Hall Taratau in Ufa, the capital of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Today we had the fourth day, and it is dedicated to economy. Of course, we have a lot of hardships in this year for the economy of the Republic and country, and today's speakers answer the crucial topics and crucial questions on economy. Now we still have plenary sessions. The first one, welcome to experts from choosing the country to the delivery of goods. The second one is choosing of the ways for export. As the participants say, they gain a lot of new information which will help them in their further development. And after the end of the plenary session, we would also have the broadcast of TEF Capital, because there is a great amount of people came here in order to get the rewards. Only 27 companies reached the final, so stay with us. It would be further more interesting.
Не буду транслировать слайд. В текущем году уже эти меры дали свои результаты.
These measures
Мы
have
уже
already
довели
given
деньги
the
до 40
results.
субъектов по масличным
We
культурам.
have given
Мы дали
money
первые 100
to 40
миллионов
companies
на
for
сертификацию.
oil
Мы дали
seeds.
первые 2
We
миллиарда на
gave 2 million
льготные
for
кредиты. Мы предоставили
certifications and 2 billion
возможность
for loans. We
123,
allowed
105, уже больше, по-моему, Сергей меня поправит, компаний в 2020 году быть представлены в
companies
павильонах, тех трех,
to
о которых
exhibit
Сергей
their
говорил ранее.
items speakers in different pavilions, and we are not going to stop here. We are going to use even more pavilions to have as many countries as possible and to show them our items. We want to work systemically on the export development, and we are going to assess the result of our work altogether. Thank you.
Roman, thank you. Let me express my gratitude for the constructive dialogue with the Ministry of Agriculture. I am confident that it is systemic work. The figures you have shown are here due to your work, and thank you for your projects which you are launching, and they will definitely gain momentum and retain the growth rate of export, which we have now this year, and we will succeed in it. Let me also thank the Russian Export Center having streamlined the dialogue here and having involved the business. We managed to move forward. I'm sure that we will also move forward, and we should do it jointly online, and thus we will go through all the stages of export development. Now let us go to the next speaker. We all see that the business was in the turbulent zone this year. The companies which are eager to work and to enter new markets should re-engineer their internal business processes and optimize their work. Let me give the floor online to Anna Fomichova. Anna, can you hear us? Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Well, okay. Tell us, what is your vision of the modern reality of Russian export? Let me greet all the participants of the forum within the International Business Week. My name is Anna Fomichova. Since 2008, I am responsible for railway logistics. I know how the export and import flows look like. Currently, the situation is favorable for export, although people say that recession takes place. Still, it is the exporters are positive about it. I am not just going to thank our government for allocating funding for export, and I would also like to thank the REC for supporting us and for compensating our export. Now I see the trend. More and more exporters address us for advice. In the past, the Russian manufacturers believed that if a product is well sold in Russia, it should also be in demand overseas. Still, it doesn't happen like this. Still, people need some qualified support, some skilled support, and assistance in order to understand how they should sell products abroad. Let me show you the presentation, which should be useful for our participants. They will be aware of all the steps of export. Still, I have only 5 minutes for my presentation. Let me provide you with utility. Dear entrepreneurs and exporters, when you think of export, please think of analyzing the markets.
Dear participants of the International Business Week, we announce the agreement signing ceremony.
Для подписания приглашаются директор компании «Стройинвест» Александр Владимирович Харитонов и генеральный директор компании АДСМ Самур Гайдарович Агаларов.
We would like to invite for signing Director of the Stroinvest Company Alexander Haritonov and General Director of the ADSM Company Samur Agalarov.
Подписывается соглашение о сотрудничестве между компанией «Стройинвест» и компанией АДСМ.
The agreement on cooperation between the Stroinvest Company and the ADSM Company is signed.
Для подписания в онлайн-формате приглашаются исполнительный директор Ассоциации оптово-распределительных центров Владимир Васильевич Лещук и генеральный директор Национальной торговой распределительной сети Алжас Эрланович Барлыбаев.
We would like to invite for online signing Executive Director of the Association of the Wholesale Distribution Centers Vladimir Lishuk and General Director of the National Trade Distribution Network Aljas Barlibaev.
Подписывается соглашение о сотрудничестве между Ассоциацией оптово-распределительных центров, Национальной торговой распределительной сетью и компанией «Стройинвест».
The agreement on cooperation among Association of the Wholesale Distribution Centers, the National Trade Distribution Network and the Stroinvest Company is signed.
Церемония подписания соглашений окончена. Благодарим за внимание.
The agreement signing ceremony is over. Thank you for your attention.
Reflects the core things. We may also deal with trade financing, trade funding, about international banks. And the last case, Sergey addresses me, he exports timber. I look at his structure, and I can understand why he has such a large number of legal entities in order to patent different activities. And I ask him why they cannot go to Singapore and cooperate with this country. Still, the security is transparent. We should have the structured mindset. There are different parties. It is our mission to develop export chains. It's not just a country for establishing the legal entity in the USA or in China. Concurrently, it may be the key activity like the trading floor, like the flagship store. Still, we shouldn't forget about intellectual property protection. It is of prime importance. And the last case was told by Irina Chechina. She has 2 plants. She works for the Economic Union. When she entered China and she registered her trademark, the competitors founded this similar enterprise and they sold at lower prices. In her case, it was about establishing the enterprise by means of her own technology. Still, you have to consider these issues. The exporter's activity depends on our level, on our prospects, and we may think differently, not only the level of export and import. We may establish the enterprise abroad, and it is another activity for Russian manufacturers. I believe in Russian production. I believe that it is not only reported. So you should rely on the government, but also act properly. Export is open for us. I cannot say that people are candid about us. Still, our products may compete on the local market difference. Thank you for having me at this forum. I am the representative of Business Russia. I'm Anna Fomichova. I have a cool presentation. Still, the time is limited. I'll send it to you, and you will read my quotations on the slides. Hopefully, it was fruitful for you. Thank you very much. And I thank you for this drive and your positive attitude.
Though you are online, I guess your ideas are pretty useful for us, and I hope that your presentations will be available, and I guess that they will be published on the electronic resources. So I suggest going forward. Today, when both buyers and consumers should adapt to the social distancing, it is important to consider the e-commerce. This year we spent a lot of time working with the e-commerce. I'd like to ask Alexander Chaiko, what do you think? Do you think that the future is the e-commerce?
На самом деле, да, я даже не знаю, как можно ответить на этот вопрос по-другому.
I don't know if there is any otherwise option, because on Tuesday we had a session, and there was a speaker who said that today there is no difference between the trading and e-commerce, because they are pretty much the same thing. And you can see something offline and buy something online, and otherwise you can find something online and then buy it offline. Last year and this year, the American company issued a list of niches with startups for the next year, and during the pandemic, a lot of shops will go solely electronic.
Но это был мой вопрос. Если вы
This was actually my question. If you want to tell about marketplaces,
тема презентации marketplaces
it is the next your slide. If your slide is marketplaces versus Corona crisis, yeah, I will try to be brief. I'd like to have the next slide, please.
Я думаю, что есть технические возможности,
I
коллеги,
think
листать
our
слайды.
colleagues
Ну, вы
can
начните.
switch the slide, so we just started. Good. Good. This is what I want. Briefly, about us as a company. Generally, we deal in integration with different marketplaces. Usually, we deal with retail exports. This is everything that is related to the marketplace content. And we've been working since 2016. We help with logistics and export clearance. Of course, a lot of you understand that throughout the year, experts had to restructure their sales and go online, and marketplaces were at a hand, and they turned out really effective for online trading. And it doesn't take you much effort and money to become an online company. The chart shows the growth of Amazon in comparison to other months of this year. And you may see that Amazon was growing much more substantially than it used to, and you see some fluctuations and some waves. The growth continued when it wasn't supposed to. Next one, please. Amazon shows the data, actual, and they show the unique visits of the consumers. As you can see, the most popular category is the electronic devices and companies that sell electronic devices, and Amazon possesses the first place because it is the biggest company. It is presented not only in the US, and a lot of people forget about some peculiarities, and Amazon has a convenient connection procedure, convenient models and sales strategies. eBay possesses the second place, though they are on the fifth or sixth place among the biggest marketplaces. And where is the Chinese marketplace? It is an interesting information, but Chinese marketplaces, though they are quite big, nevertheless, they are not really export-oriented, so they majorly are inside the country. Most, you could see the retailers on the slide. in the electrical devices sphere.
онлайн-коммерции. И в розничном бизнесе,
And the retail
в
business
розничной электронной коммерции Amazon
and
по-прежнему
e-commerce
остается основным маркетплейсом
is
для
the
продаж.
major marketplace for
Учитывайте, в скольких странах он присутствует по
sales
сравнению с
with regards to the number of countries it is presented in comparison to the Chinese marketplaces. So if we are talking about the wide notion of export, Western marketplaces still outperform the other ones. This slide, this chart shows the growth of buyers within the pandemic on eBay. eBay managed to reach 183 million deals.
Хотел бы заметить, что
I'd like to point
мы это тоже
out
видим на следующих данных, что существенно число новых
substantial number of new customers hasn't changed, and the major number of people who make some purchases online, the number didn't change, but they spent much more money. Next one. Here you can see one of the trends that we noticed when we placed the company on the Amazon marketplace, and we saw the statistics according to the selling their own products or someone else's products. Moreover, we spot players from countries that had never dealt in this marketplace. For example, you can see that eBay got the majority of the US, but the corona crisis enhanced the number of Chinese traders. Chinese vendors. All the marketplaces have increasing numbers of Chinese goods because these are the marketplaces that allow Chinese vendors to work in the export. The expanding niches within the pandemic are health, household means. We spot these trends because we had exporters that were filling in these niches, and we understood that the consumers were ready to spend money, so the sellers managed to sell their goods without major efforts. Next one.
Я надеюсь, у вас не так много
I
слайдов
hope that you don't have many slides left. I know, 3 minutes left, I know. As I said before, the number of users of Amazon hasn't increased much, 40% or even more, 45% were the same. It means that buyers used to spend a lot and they didn't change their habits majorly. And about 20% of buyers reported that they started spending more money on the marketplaces. Next one. Cases that I'd like to tell you about. This is not all the cases that we have, but they really match the tendencies that I said. This is the manufacturer, Tentorium. They produce biologically active supplements of bee products. It was placed on Amazon and it was delivered from Russia, and they managed to make 200 orders for 2 months without any advertisements.
Также это один из экспортеров, с
This is one of the exporters that we've been working through. This is Modelissimo company.
Мы, соответственно, занимались только его доработкой до выгрузки новых товаров.
They dealt in the new items. They sell rare cars, and they managed to go over $1 million because the niche extended.
А где производятся эти модельки?
And where are these maquettes are produced? Most of them are produced outside Russia. There are a few Russian maquettes. And for example, there is the Augustini magazine that sometimes purchases them, but they are not the manufacturer. And the next case is a little bit more interesting. This is a retailer, Mir Modelista, and they had a naturally growing turnover. They sell maquettes from all over the world, and they are popular in Russia thanks to Zvezda maquettes that were popular on eBay because there is no analog for the consumers. And Mir Modelista managed to make $2,500 within a few days after they entered the marketplace.
Александр, а можно вас скорректировать буквально вот там последний ваш
Can I just adjust a few theses?
Да, это как раз последний тезис.
Yes, this is the last thesis.
Последний кейс, о котором
This is the last case that I want to tell you about. It is the manufacturer that we've just started working with. They produce individual hygiene means, and they went to Amazon and they managed to make 300% of their normal turnover within 2 months. So the last slide. This is my contact details. So if you have any question about the analytics or marketplaces, so we are ready to help. Please feel free to get the consultation from us.
Спасибо большое, Александр.
Thank you, Alexander. I think that we will place all these presentations, we will upload them, and our guests will contact you, will have other interesting cases. Now let us give the floor to another speaker, Boris Neyman. E-commerce was considered as an area for large suppliers, but still SME play the vital role in the international economy. Boris, in your view, which opportunities do SME companies have in the area of e-commerce? Thank you for your question. I am not totally agree with the question, how it is formulated. On the global scale, e-trade in B2B prevails among SME. Large companies cannot enter this area that easily. The key drivers of B2B internal trade are SME. It was first launched in China in 2004, 2005. Thus, I think that our potential for growth is concentrated in this segment. Please dwell upon SME. Well, my name is Boris Neyman. I'm the palm company representative, and my service partner is Alibaba. We have been the partner since 2006. We have accumulated lots of data and experience of SME. We are also interacting within all the segments involved in resolving this issue set by the country government. The RSC has been cooperating with us since 2017. Let me share my expertise in this area and offer my own solutions, which we have set with our Chinese
colleagues. Our sore spots are lacking knowledge in the area of foreign affairs, and we are not. The exporters are also not aware of export opportunities, and there is also not much real practice in e-commerce. When exporters have undergone these stages, been involved in this task, they start facing with other problems such as information. It is sometimes complicated to find particular customers. We also dwell on negotiation. Some people lack negotiation skills, and language barrier also matters. As for contracts, many entrepreneurs cannot understand how the agreements may be concluded and how to make it in a beneficial way. There are also some stop factors in infrastructure, in fiscal procedures, but still it is not related to VAT. Due to banking products which allow us to generate VAT by means of warranties in 7 days, the experts in accounting cannot realize how they may implement these tools. As for shipment, we have another belief that our country faces problems with logistics. I've been working for logistics in our country for 14 years, and I would like to point out that our logistic infrastructure is really well defined. It is well developed. We have airports in all the cities. We have over 50 container yards fleets in our country, which provide for all the regions of country. They provide all the regions of Russia with containers. We have mail and the post office, but all the post offices of the world face challenges. Still, I do not see any barriers here. Which solution can we propose alongside with our partners in order to solve the problems which I've just enumerated? First and foremost, it is the gold supplier status when we are placed on the platforms. It will allow us to solve the primary problem when we search for potential consumers. The previous speaker has already said that marketing is not the key point. I disagree with him. First and foremost, we should initiate marketing, but it is not related to spending for premises and advertising, but for searching the goods which are the cheapest way of getting the customers. There is a CAC, indicator customer acquisition cost in e-commerce. It allows us to understand how much it costs to attract one customer. Alibaba.com offers the most efficient tool which allows us to attract consumers in the cheapest way. The platform also implements different products which contribute to dialogue with potential customers. I've already mentioned lacking communication such as barriers, and there are also online interpreters in this platform which operate with AI. They may translate everything in the chat into 16 languages of the world. The importance of chats has also skyrocketed. You have understood that the quality of email has decreased compared to the situation we had 2-3 years ago. We use more and more messengers now. McKinsey has conducted the research and it has published it in July. Among 2,000 B2B companies, it pointed out that the primary requirement of B2B consumers is a chance to communicate with suppliers via messengers. Thus, Alibaba has made this decision. In contrast to Telegram and WhatsApp, it also allows us to translate the speech into 16 languages of the world online. Being a service company, it impacts positively, and why is it a solution? Gold supplier is just a vehicle. You should implement it correctly, should align it. if we give a super tractor to its owner without educating him, he will not fulfill its whole potential and increase the crops figures. These maintenance companies get special benefits. The experts of e-commerce are extremely costly, they're extremely expensive. Their salaries constitute 300 to 500 rubles per month, 500,000 rubles per month. Some of them are more expensive. Their salaries constitute 1 million rubles, and not everyone can afford them. This allows us to decrease costs. It is a sharing economy element when you buy certain skills in maintenance company, but you do not pay the full price for it. For state support, let me mention subsidy on marketplace and places, and also subsidizing the contact. We have already discussed it with Ildo. It is one of the regions of the country which started creating the new projects. This project is called Electronic Passports of Enterprises, which have already got high-quality content, HD video, photo, description in different languages. This content is then uploaded into different channels where we do not spend much money for creating the content. Yes, it is a wonderful idea. I fully approve it. I appreciate it. We have already connected all these three vehicles in one kind of arms and one kind of arms, and we have seen these tools. We have large success stories. We have key success stories which are worth millions of dollars. Kaliningrad regions have exceeded. Counterpose has exceeded their sales by millions. Over 1 year, Enoprom has placed 2,000 millions of dollars. One contract is worth $1,500 with Turkmenia. The ROI is very high. ROE. Data acquisition in the area of e-commerce is also of prime importance. People are becoming more and more courageous. They perceive foreign customers as humans, not as aliens, and the same law is for them. Export is very expedient. It is beneficial. First and foremost, we, being service providers, we have to involve the enterprise owners, the company management and company owners have to control this direction. Otherwise, it will disappear on the enterprise. When we create these tools, I mean effective support programs, we will fulfill all the KPI which are set by the REC. I can see that it is feasible by means of using this program. Last but not least, the most interesting session of our forum was the session when we communicated with the representatives of government, vice ministers, vice presidents, the monopoly heads. Andrei Belosov said that we had to create a vortex according to which each entrepreneur will enter the market, and we have to push the entrepreneurs there, and they will go down this vortex. And you can see this vortex here. Here are the key stages of online exporters. We often expect swift results. Unfortunately, it is not attainable in B2B export. We have a good company called ECO. They sell goods which are environmentally friendly. It took them 3 years to conquer sales. Their profits were extremely low on the platforms. They started selling samples on the second year, and as for the third year, they managed to make large profits worth thousands of dollars. First and foremost, the company becomes the potential exporter. It goes to webinars and seminars. Then they open window shopping. Good exporters can also work with data. E-commerce is not only about work, it's also about data, which improve our work. At first we get data, then we enhance our products, our business processes, and then we advance our technology and also increase our sales. Companies become professional exporters. They sell their products in dozens of countries. They have high-quality marketing, high level of flexibility. Sometimes it is not feasible for our enterprises, but they learn it. Thus, companies become successful, sustainable, economically viable. They're attractive for investors. The companies which export are more expensive. And people become happier in these companies. Let me also mention the support of our colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of development. It is not only happening in our country. Over the last 3 years, the categories of agriculture and foodstuff have pushed gadgets and clothes. Yes, so we have potential for growth. What part? Who is the champion? Preserved cans. Canned products. The growth is 5 or 6 times bigger. I'd like to share the data with you. We have reports on the platforms, and I would be happy to share this data so that you could see what you can improve. Thank you very much. I hope it was interesting for you, an interesting report, and we are expecting your report. We are looking forward to it because it would be nice to have a niche to understand how we can enter the marketplaces, both Chinese and not Chinese. So I would like to have our speaker online, Dmitry Georgiev. I'd like to ask him a question. Dmitry, can you hear us? Dmitry, good afternoon, good evening. Traditionally, a lot of exports
приоритетный, несмотря на бурное развитие
a lot of
китайского направления,
exporters
азиатского
are a
направления
bit
внутри.
apprehensive
Какие
about
способы
the
есть у российских
European
компаний для выхода на рынки
market?
Европы?
What
Расскажите
is
нам.
the opportunity of the Russian exporters to enter the European market? I'd like to tell you about the UN, the EU. First, we were told a case when a company cooperated with a number of countries, and we had to struggle through certifications. And if you go to Bulgaria, Bulgaria could facilitate you in settling this issue and help you obtain the certification that EU demands from exporters. And we have common transportation corridors, so it is important to open the market and conduct certification through Bulgaria. And I think our marketplace could help for exporters among SMEs who'd like to directly sell their goods. And if you let me, I can switch on my presentation so that you can understand what I'm talking about.
Да, мы видим
Yeah, we
презентацию.
see your
Хорошо.
presentation.
Вы тогда...
Вы видите?
Да, мы
Yeah, we
видим.
do.
Вы тогда рассказывайте, что говорите по
Обозначено,
So
поводу
just
слайдов.
как Болгария превращается в мост для
So Bulgaria can be
российских,
a
конечно,
bridge
и
for
для
Russian businesses
башкортостанских экспортеров.
and Bashkortostan
Давайте
exporting
следующий слайд
businesses. So next
К
one,
сожалению,
please.
не могу. Значит,
Unfortunately, I can't
Центр
switch
Болгарии
them.
это подразделение
So the center of
Минэкономики,
industry
мы
of
здесь находимся
Bulgaria
в Москве
is the
более
center of
35 лет
economy,
и
and we've been
осуществляем
settling in Moscow
помощь
for
не
5
только для
years, and we
болгарских
provide
экспортеров в России,
the
а
support
для
not only for
российских
Bulgarian
экспортеров по
exporters, but
Болгарии и
for
стран
Russian exporters
Евросоюза
in
совершенно бесплатной
Bulgaria
замены во
and
всех
in the
направлениях.
EU
Каждый к нам может
for
обратиться.
free and
Следующий слайд.
in any market. Next one. Bulgaria is in the southeast of Europe. We have access to the Black Sea and we have access to Moldova and other countries. And next one, please.
Порядке 10, но мы их как-то... Анна Сергеевна так хорошо, между прочим, обозначила шаги необходимости для российских экспортеров, что мне осталось просто определить, куда им направиться. Через Болгарию
should define the directions. I think that their way should go through Bulgaria.
Так. Это расположение Болгарии в Юго-Восточной Европе, транспортные коридоры. Очень важно, что наши соседи — это Сербия, бывшая Югославия, это Турция, как зона для экспорта. Что интересно для российских экспортеров? Я хотел бы рассказать,
Russian exporters. I would like to tell you about the indirect, tricky ways for exporters. There are places where we cannot export, we can support them, provide them indirectly. So the exporter registers a new legal entity in Bulgaria.
Он сразу попадает в сфере, хотя и малый и средний бизнес, он сразу становится так называемым
can provide their goods indirectly through this company. And that's why they can take their goods to Bulgaria without any customs fee and customs clearance. And here they can find the customs. If they want to sell their goods directly, they can find educational partners in Europe, and the VAT and custom fees will be about 35% of the cost. In order to avoid it, the Russian exporter can redirect these costs in the investments for their production in situ. These are the cases that I'd like to point out. There is a Russian company, I don't want to mention it, 4 years ago, relocated their production to Bulgaria, and they become very popular in Europe. And there, the product has been acknowledged by the EU. So it is a great opportunity to find a new market and save money. There is such an example with red caviar. Red caviar in Bulgaria can help save money in the selling procedures. So that's how we can provide goods indirectly and help the exporters. And the European Commission can give you subsidies between 50 or 75% of the cost. Next one. We have a free economic zone, as you do, for production in situ, in free economic zones. Next one.
Так, я тут хорошо не вижу.
I can't see the slide really good. So, in conclusion, yes, there are steps, there are ways for export, and you should calculate them, you should think through the market, you should see and know your competitors, you should obtain certification, otherwise we cannot help you. All your companies that are export-oriented can apply to us and get help free of charge. And we can provide you help with facilities, registrations, logistics. And I want to encourage the new tool, the new goods in new regions. And I guess early next year, we will allow Russian biologically active supplements in Europe. They are really popular, and we are creating the marketplace for such goods. Next one.
Так, тут важно отметить огромный
I need to
плюс для
point out
российских
the
экспортеров,
large
которые
advantage for Russian
имеют
exporters
желание напрямую
that
присутствовать на
want
рынке.
to be
Немаловажно, что
presented
у нас
directly
самая
on the
выгодная
market. We have the most
налоговая политика, и
economic
у нас налог
taxes.
на прибыль составляет
Our income tax
10%,
is 10%.
корпоративный налог.
The
Самая
corporate
ближайшая такая
tax.
страна на 50% больше, это Румыния с
The closest country
15%,
has
Польша
twice
19%,
as
и в
big
других странах
tax.
между 20-22%.
Because on average it is
20-22%,
20-22%, and it can even reach 50% of income tax.
Так, давайте еще следующий.
Next one, please.
Я думаю, что
I think
между Республики Башкортостан и Республики Болгарии недавно сложилось очень хорошее дело. Месяц назад
a
в
good
Уфе
deal months
стал
ago.
действовать почетный
Ufa
консул
has
Республики
an
Болгарии.
honored
И на
office
то
of Bulgaria.
основании, и на то, что мы
And
сегодня
thanks to
проводим
this
такие
fact,
встречи,
and thanks to
нам
this
будет
meeting,
нужно более плотно
we will
общаться,
be
потому что
able
мы
to
очень сильно
negotiate more
заинтересованы
closely.
в продвижении российских
And
товаров
we
на
will
болгарском и
promote
европейском
Russian
рынке. Это не
goods
могло бы,
in the
конечно,
Bulgarian and European market.
без
It
помощи,
couldn't be
содействия
possible
Центра
without
поддержки экспорта
the
Башкортостана и Российского
REC of
экспортного центра.
Bashkortostan and
Думаю,
all
что наши
national
общие
REC.
меры поддержки
So I
будут
think our
способствовать
common support measures
продвигать все
will
эти проекты и в состоянии коронавируса. Тем более,
promote
коллеги, тут
the
очень хорошо
strategy
обозначили
against the coronavirus.
положительные
Dear
кейсы и
colleagues,
положительные
you
моменты,
were
которые
right
дали
saying
сильный
about the
толчок
advantages
продвижения российских брендов
for
на
Russian brands
зарубежных рынках.
in the outside
Спасибо за
markets.
внимание.
Thank you for your
Последний
attention. The last
слайд.
slide.
Там имею свою визиточку. Все могут
It
ко
is
мне
my
обращаться. Я
business
буду рад
card.
пообщаться со
I
всеми
will be
поотдельно
happy
и вместе
to talk to
впоследствии,
you
чтобы могло дальше
afterwards,
передвигать
and we will be able to
транспортные
promote
схемы, логистики и помощь в
logistics
оказании услуг по
and
сертификации товаров.
assistance in
Спасибо еще раз.
certification of goods. Thank
Дмитрий,
you.
спасибо большое.
Thank you, Dmitry.
Я бы хотел
I'd like
подключить тоже нашего спикера
to
онлайн,
connect
Веронику
another our online
Любке.
speaker,
Мы прекрасно знаем, что
Veronika
Германия
Lubke.
входит
We
в
know
топ
that
стран
Germany is in
по
the
потребителям
top of the countries
нашей
among consumers
российской
of
несырьевой
our
неэнергетической
Russian
продукции.
non-raw
Вероника,
materials and non
ответьте, пожалуйста,
power
скажите нам, благодаря
goods.
чему
Could you please tell us
немецкие потребители
why
пользуются
German
нашей российской
consumers
продукцией?
like our Russian
Есть
goods?
ли
And
возможности
is
и
there any
перспективы, может быть,
possibility or
увеличения
prospect for
экспорта в Германию?
enhancement of the export to Germany?
Здравствуйте.
Good
Слышите меня хорошо?
afternoon. Can you
Да,
hear me
хорошо
well?
слышим, видим.
Прекрасно. Я очень рада. Большое
Well, that's
спасибо
perfect.
за
Thank you for having
предоставленное
me.
слово. Хороший вопрос.
It is a good question.
Я бы на него не нашла одного
I haven't found
ответа,
any
потому что нам
answer to
нужно
this question
понимать, о
because we
каких
should
группах товаров
understand
мы говорим и о каких
with
путях
which
продажи.
products we're
Мы,
dealing.
например, наша компания работает
For instance, our
исключительно в
company
B2B.
is working in B2B segment with Russian producers. We work in the B2B segment. I do not mean online. In the context of our previous presentation, we are having the off-top strategy with our topic. Offline shouldn't scare you off because our roundtable is not only about online. It is the trend which lots of us have covered. We do not have to forget about B2B and conventional channels and export opportunities. In this regard, let me emphasize that Russian products which exist without Russian brands shouldn't be based on their origin. It is based on the technological composition and the chemical composition. When we speak about high-quality timber or polymers, as for the goods which are existing, and we focus on the Russian origin of these goods, we understand that the marketing is the key issue on the global level. Answering your question, I'll tell you what contributes to the fact that Russian products are consumed in Germany. We have to pay attention to their value. I mean, the indicators of final consumers if we deal with foodstuff. As for the goods for Russian enterprises, yes, it matters. The value of these products and of raw materials is of prime importance when we're also dealing with them in
Но
Germany.
расскажите какие-нибудь интересные примеры,
Could you
с учетом того,
please
что я думаю,
tell
что
us some
и
interesting
текущий
examples?
год, 2020 год, он внес
In
определенные коррективы,
2020,
и вы это
the
можете видеть с
situation
точки
has
зрения
changed, and you can
взаимодействия с
see it
вашими
in
клиентами,
terms
которые,
of
может быть,
your
традиционно
cooperation with
были
your customers, which
успешны или
used
только
to be
начинали работу
successful
с немецким
or
рынком.
started
Что
working with the
поменялось,
Russian
какие
with the
основные
German market. What
тенденции
has
и
actually
какие
changed?
перспективы вы
Which key
видите?
trends and which prospects can you see now?
Вы знаете, а можно мне здесь попросить вас
Could you
включить
please
мою презентацию и
switch on my
пролистать ее
presentation?
немножечко?
And I will dwell on it. Well, a little
Расскажите,
bit
какой
later.
слайд?
Which slide should we
Я его, наизусть я его, конечно,
demonstrate?
не
I
помню.
do
Мы
not remember
пройдем
well.
мимо всей, скажем, хорошей, красивой теории
We
о
will not
рынке. Здесь,
dwell
может
upon
быть,
the
если
market
можно,
theory.
здесь... Стоп. Уже поздно.
It's too late.
Верните назад.
A
Да.
little bit.
Ну,
Так,
очень
yes, thank you.
мелко. Мы плохо
Well,
видим.
we cannot see it. But well, we cannot
Интересно.
distinguish
Здесь
the
получше.
figures. Here it is a little
Очень
bit
жаль.
better. Well, it's a bit.
А можно еще назад?
Well, a little bit back. Yes, the previous slide.
Да, еще раз.
The
Да,
previous slide.
это было бы здорово. Я хотела в общем сказать, это
Let me
достаточно
outline
важно осознать этот
that
момент, что
it is
отношение к
essential
импорту
to
в Германии
understand
крайне
that the
позитивное,
attitude
или,
to
скажем,
import in
стабильно
Germany is
позитивное.
positive
Это я сейчас
on a
говорю
stable
в общем
basis.
об импорте. Соответственно, у нас есть достаточно
We have
хорошая
enough,
основа для того,
we have the
чтобы
good
заходить на
backbone
рынок.
in order to
Импорт
enter the
это
market,
не что-то специфическое для Германии, как вот
in order to
как
create
видно на этом
something
слайде, мы
special for
подготовили
Germany. We have
сейчас количество
drafted,
импортного товара в
we have prepared
экспорте
the
Германии
a large number of
возросло до
import goods.
43%. Это
It has
достаточно много. Будьте любезны,
augmented by
следующий слайд.
43%. The imported
Вы
goods.
видите, что и
You can see
2019
that
год здесь тоже сыграл определенную роль.
the year
В настоящий
2019
момент, или, по крайней мере, на прошлый
played
год, и сейчас мы
the
придем к
special
этому
role.
году,
This
самыми крупнейшими,
the largest
крупными донорами с точки зрения импорта в Германию были Китай, Нидерланды, США, Франция и Польша.
Donors
Я
were
очень надеюсь на то, что нам,
Poland in terms of import in Germany.
экспортерам из России
They were
удастся
also, and our transporters from Russia, exporters from Russia will restructure this approach.
более существенную роль, если можно.
It will be more essential to us. Thus,
Здесь и следующий мы не будем на это.
let us go to the next slide.
Да, здесь в данный момент я показываю
In the moment, I can show you the difference of the Russian Federation and Germany. It is the German internal economic, foreign economic partner.
Серьезное положение дел.
It is rather substantial for us. Russia is occupies the 14th place in terms of export and the 13th place in terms of import. Let us look which goods are imported from Russia to Germany. This situation has also remained similar in 2020. Fuel, copper, and some other gems are imported from Russia. Still, it is approaching 10%. We are going to enhance this position. Slide.
Вот. Так, примеры в презентации будут позже. Я хотела еще сделать акцент
also accentuate the fact that in 2020
мы видим
we can see the growing trends in exports from Russia. Here you can see the medical products. In 2020, the RBC entered the export supply in Germany.
Как вы видите здесь,
as you can see here,
сеть ритейла немецкая, во
it is
всех
the
ритейлах
German retail.
И сейчас представлена бумага.
It is represented in Germany. This paper out of special materials. I was delighted to see it. The next slide, please. We can see that this industry is developing. Surprisingly, it experienced more challenging time periods. The next slide. There are some circumstances. Let me answer your question. We have some particular circumstances which contribute to export development, as we can see here, and it is evident. It was the resolution of the European Commission. It has just been declared. It will be enacted for a year and a quarter, and it is of prime importance. These medical products of non-EU countries are VAT-free and tariff-free, export duty-free. Let me also point out that there is a large exporter from our Congress, and they have oriented in time, and they've drafted special certification, FRC, and it is necessary for us. And when we launched export, when we started exporting products, we already had this certification in place, and it is our exclamation mark. For our forum, we have updated the information, what topical positions in terms of supplying to Russia and Germany we have, and you can see the position of Germany, the attitude of Germany as export country. You can see its share. It is rather substantive still. The patterns are differentiated. There are various trends, for instance, food for pets, and also electric equipment. We can see significant figures as well as cars. I will provide you with this information. You will consider it. The next slide, please. I also wanted to dwell upon my key topic, how Russian export can be considered by Germany. We are the Berlin company. We are directly interacting with German importers in different categories. There are some German importers which have stockpiled experience of the last years. These importers carry out different functions. They are experienced importers in some areas, such as foodstuff. As for importers, German legal entities can be related to them who cooperate with Russian companies. They import their goods. I have written to you that often does the limited access take place. In other words, if we deliver the goods via importers who are focused on European or Russian goods, they are not always allowed to enter the German retail, which add up to the turnover. I have been communicating with importers, but not all of them implement these programs. It is based on the development of their own business when they strive for being part of German retail. This year, when we knew the company from Siberia, it imported the goods of one company, and there are a few sales points in this area. Still, they will accelerate interaction with other countries in Russia and far beyond Russia. Fortunately, the time is limited. The second type is professional distribution.
Today, we have an actual example. It is the example of a Russian company. It has an interesting content. Here we recommend exporters to cooperate with such a type of importers in Germany that have professional distributors of goods like construction materials or construction polymers. And they're interested in this product, and it's important for them to know the market and what products are created, what are their specifications, and what is the pricing basis. And they're not really interested in the source of this product, where either it's South Africa, India, or Russia, because specifications is something that matters. And they're interested in the amount, in the logistics and costs. Veronica, I'm sorry, can I ask you a question? With regards to the
point
that you are from Germany and you facilitate the export. Do you have any successful cases about promotion of a company from the Republic of Bashkortostan, and what prospects or niches do you see? Because we have here business representatives. What segments, what branches, industries are in demand and opportunities for export in Germany? Answering the first question is that we do not segment our customers according to their geographic location. It is important for us to have a Russian origin. This is how we
Хорошо, услышала.
make
С
business.
компаниями из Башкортостана
Have
успешные
you
кейсы есть? Ну, можете
conducted
привести?
any successful cases with
Понимаю, что вы
Bashkortostan's companies?
сегментируете.
I understand that you don't have
Вы меня сейчас
any segments.
немножечко поставили в затруднительное положение
It
этим
is
вопросом.
difficult for me to
Возможно,
answer
что
because
есть,
probably
но
we
только я не
do,
могу сейчас это
but
назвать.
I
Мне даже
can't
немножко совестно за
remember.
это, но
I
прошу
am
прощения. Если можно, я
really,
вернусь
I
с
feel
этим
really
ответом
guilty
позже.
about it. Can I
Хорошо.
answer this
Потому
a
что я
little bit
лично не
later?
работаю с каждым заказчиком,
Because
понимаете?
I don't work with
Хорошо,
every
ну просто с
single
учетом тайминга
customer.
просто есть
With
буквально еще
regards
пару
to the
минут.
timing,
Вот
we have
если
just a
оставим,
few
да.
minutes.
Да, тогда будьте добры.
Please finish it
Да,
up.
тогда можно следующий.
Okay.
Подождите, у нас, ну, соответственно,
We
да, третий
have
тип.
the third type
Будем здесь говорить проще. Это немецкая
of
компания,
companies. It
которая,
is a
например,
German
закупает
company
компоненты
that buys
российских
components of
сенсора
Russian
или их
origin, like
части
sensors
для того,
or their
чтобы
parts,
встроить уже в
in
свой
order
продукт,
to
и там
build
уже
in
нашего
them
российского
into
товара не
their
будет видно. Про
devices.
бренд, наверное, поговорим в другой раз.
And
Давайте,
we will
пожалуйста,
talk about
последний
it
слайд.
next time.
Я
Next one,
завершу
the last slide, please.
вопросом.
I'm going
Так,
to
нет, это
finish.
был совсем последний. Нет, назад,
No,
назад,
please,
назад.
back.
Это дополнительные слайды, если нам они были бы нужны.
These are
Пожалуйста,
additional
еще
slides.
назад.
One more
Мне нужен
back.
просто был следующий.
Yeah, we just need
Да.
the next one, please.
Еще назад.
And next, and
Ну,
back
вы
one
расскажите, сейчас
back.
найдем.
So just
Все,
keep telling.
все.
So this is it, yeah.
Вот, отлично.
This one.
Давайте закончим на этом.
Let's finish it up.
Соответственно, да, об этой
Well,
же тематике наш российский продукт в
this
глазах
topic
немецкого импортера,
of
правильно,
Russian
я могу
product
констатировать для
in the
2020
view
год живой
of the
интерес
German
немецких
importer,
компаний к сотрудничеству с
it
российскими.
provokes a lot
У
of
нас не
lively
было,
interest.
были,
We
может быть, рандомные
used
какие-то
to have
ситуации, в которых
random
немецкая
situations
компания
when
не
the
хотела
German company
взаимодействовать
didn't
именно
want to
потому, что это
cooperate
была
because it was a
российская компания,
Russian
но это их
company,
личная
but it is
какая-то
their own
личная
like
их ситуация,
prejudice
их личные ограничения.
and
Это
their
действительно
own
случается очень
limitation,
редко.
and
Интерес
it is
есть.
a rare
Очень
situation.
нередко случается такое, что немецкая
And
компания все-таки
usually
предпочтет
German
остаться
company
на,
prefers
скажем так, в той цепочке поставок, которая у нее
to
была,
build a
именно
chain
потому,
of supplies with
что
Russian
на
company.
пути к экспорту создают, ну, как бы есть
And
определенные
they
препятствия
rarely
именно
create
российского
some
малого и среднего или
obstacles or
субъектного и среднего
hurdles
предпринимательства, в общем, со своей
for
инфраструктурой
the
еще не
Russian
готов, но это, как бы,
company.
это те сложности, на которые
And
есть инструменты,
these are hurdles that can be overcome
российского экспортного центра.
by
Есть очень много
REC.
позитивных
There
примеров.
are a lot of
Это хорошо, и я
positive
вижу
examples.
развитие, это могут быть и
I see the
стройматериалы, это могут быть
prospects
и
for
напитки, это могут быть и
thrive.
не могут быть, а есть, и, например,
For
товары
example,
скоропорта. Очень-очень интересные растущие рынки.
quickly expiring goods
Что
can
касается
be
развития или
popular.
продаж под российским брендом, очень
About the
интересная
Russian
тема.
brands, it is an
Это, наверное,
interesting
самое
topic.
сложное.
It
У
is
нас
one of
это
the most
получается, но
complicated
опять же,
topics.
это длительные процессы.
It is a
Вот я говорю,
long-term
как у нас
process.
достаточно известный кейс наш,
We
где
have a popular
мы
case
вывели на экспорт российские
of export
обогреватели,
of Russian companies that produce heaters, high-tech heaters.
там
They
компания,
have
скажем
a high demand, but the
хоть везде
company
пишем, что это российский продукт, там написано сделано в
is
России, всё
kind of Russian,
подано, но всё-таки на
but
сайте мы не подаем
the
себя,
website
чтобы
does not
что мы из
say
России. Это
that we are
действительно
from
просто
Russia
продукт с очень хорошим маркетингом, он
because
продается. То
this
есть
product is in
здесь,
high
конечно, мы
demand.
каждому говорим, да, мы производим в России,
And
но
we
тем
do
не
not
менее, это не
really
основная
like
составляющая его
stress
маркетинга.
that this is a
И
Russian
очень
product.
важно, и это последнее важное, что я
And
хочу
the last
сказать,
thing that I'd
в связи с
like to say,
новым достаточно регламентом.
because I don't have much time, I'd like to point out that in 2020 this trend will continue.
in terms of technologies and services, and just a product goes back, it loses its positions, its role, and Germans are interested in exporters that offer products packed in technologies or in service, in a proper packing, with a proper marking. So the importer will just forward these goods to the consumer. In Russia, this thing, according to our exporters, hasn't been understood properly. Because sometimes this responsibility is given to the importer. For example, in Poland, such companies as Ivolga or some Belarus companies have to provide this marking and high service, and they should consult about their products in order to propose it to Germany. I am for the first path, so thank you for your attention. I guess that your last thesis that the service should have high quality. I guess it is not only for German, it's not only about German market, but about every single market. Because sometimes we get a unique opportunity, so if we deliver goods with a low level of service, we cannot expect any export contracts. So within our discussion, we have heard a lot of opinions of experts that facilitate experts who work with huge marketplaces. Veronika told about B2B platform, and I'd like to go to our final speaker to talk about export with the exporter. How do you see the situation? How do you see the market? How do you see the market of fireproof doors? What opportunities do you have? Dear colleagues, can I have the mic? Do you hear me? I will be brief because everyone is exhausted and the program is really saturated. You have heard a lot of interesting and useful things, and I'd like to summarize it all. Summarize our speakers and to bring a positive vibe by our good experience. We are Citadel, we produce doors, and when you follow the footsteps and go to the export market, we should do everything instead of our client. Only this way our business can be destined to success. We are one of the companies that within 20 years managed to become an exporter #1 in the country and then a producer #1 in the country, and we saturated the market with our products, and we reduced the market by the import by 2 times, and now we are going to become exporter #1. We export to 20 countries. Could you just pass me a clicker?
Значит, общероссийская дверная биржа «Цитадель», да, то есть мы
Citadel Door Holding has a lot of subdivisions. Our turnover is over 10 billion rubles.
Сделать большой сейчас скачок,
and we managed to make a big leap thanks to events, and we have grown by 5 or 6 times. We have representative offices across the entire country.
За последние, наверное, 10 лет мы вырвались в десятку.
For last 10 years, we made it to the top 5 of the importers all over the world. 10 years ago, we couldn't make it up to top 50. We are the company that is a manufacturer. We have 2 existing production facilities and 2 companies that are being built and will be commissioned near
in the near future. One is in Tольятти, and another one is outside the country. Regarding the plans for the Republic of Bashkortostan, what we are going to do, we understand we have good prospects. Our export is growing, and annually, despite of the pandemic, we maintain our growth by 30-35%, while the market is expanded up to 10%. 13% annually. We understand that the price of the currency helps us extend our opportunities, and each causes niches of production that allow us make conclusions that Russia has to finish the cycle of incoming metal doors with a fireproof nomenclature. We have about 56 items, and all the developers and constructors may purchase them from different subcontractors at prices that are competitive and real. So if you have our door, it can resist 1 hour of flames. In total, other manufacturers can bear not more than 20 or 30 minutes. We see large competences and large potential in this segment of the market, and we want to be closer logistically to certain metal manufacturers. We have plans to cooperate with the Republic and establish here up to 3 production facilities. It depends on the state support measures and funding. We are ready to support the production support measures. You understand that if you want to expand your business, our funds will not be enough. So we conduct now negotiations about the funding. We want to have 2 more production facilities. We plan to extend our sales. We don't have our own subdivision in Bashkortostan, and the subdivision that we have in other regions provide us 5 times more sales than in Bashkortostan, so it means that we should cover this region as well. Today we went to the industrial park and thought through the idea of placing the production facilities there this year. The fireproof doors is a serious segment of the market. These are doors, gates, various nomenclature, so we studied this thoroughly. And we want to create a production facility that will be able to produce up to 1 million pieces. And we would like to have certain export opportunities to have these items sold. We need to use all the tools of sales like B2B, B2C marketplaces. We are dealing in automation of processes through SAP, ITMD, and in January last year we are launching the B2B portal, so we expand our presence. We have a lot of constructors, a lot of developers. We have our own network of independent subdivisions and logistical complexes. We are working in this direction, and in this slide you can see our presence and our test sales. The green area is our regular markets, and red areas are our markets where we got the positive feedback, but we cannot fulfill their demand in our product because our production facilities cannot fulfill these demands.
Thus, we are constructing 2 extra production sites in order to satisfy this need. We are actually working with expert red school in terms of education. We have already held all the events related to education. 15% get extra training. It was divided into 5 teams. We have such well-defined markets as the USA, Finland, Iran, and India. and Finland. In the near future, we will supply our goods to these markets.
Собственно говоря, понятно, что мы также
It is clear that we also pursue innovative trends. We implement high-tech. We are launching the biometrical access systems and safety of key locks. We are planning to become residents of the Skolkovo Fund and to use these benefits for our production goals. I will not dwell upon it. I can tell you about myself. Still, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the event for this bulky agenda. Thank you for listening to our last presentation. And now let me give the floor to our moderator. Oleg, thank you. In terms of our agenda, our discussion has come to an end. We were exceptionally convincing and interesting. There is a 14-minute flight delay, but I haven't made anyone hurry up. Still, we have agreed upon with Moscow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. And who will you address these questions? Still, we are out of time. It took us 20 minutes more. We are waiting for our guests for Tata Capital at Salavat Hall. Thank you very much. I am sure that our discussion will give you momentum for the future. I hope that the organizers will send all the presentations and place them online.
С 21 по 25 июля 2021 года столица Республики Башкортостан примет финал национального чемпионата «Молодые профессионалы». В этот раз соревнования пройдут по 106 компетенциям. Сегодня движение «Молодые профессионалы» стало мощным драйвером для развития среднего профессионального образования в стране. Мировые стандарты качества, передовые образовательные программы, тесное взаимодействие учащихся с наставниками и мастерами на практике повышает престиж рабочих профессий. Организация мероприятия подобного уровня – показатель высокого потенциала региона. Здесь формируется большая команда профессионалов, экспертное сообщество, появляются важные партнеры, конкурсные площадки застраиваются в соответствии с международными стандартами. И все это остается в регионах в качестве наследия. Мы верим, финал национального чемпионата вновь откроет и подарит стране новые таланты. Уфа ждет молодых профессионалов в июле 2021 года.
Мы на Международной неделе бизнеса 2020 в центре Уфы в Конгресс-холле Таратау. День первый. Что сегодня интересного, узнаем прямо сейчас. Идем. В Программа «Неделя бизнеса» насыщенная. Здесь сразу несколько площадок. У вас сегодня кто в гостях?
У нас сегодня множество спикеров. Итальянцы, немцы.
Познакомишь?
Обязательно, еще бы, но только после.
Есть место любимое в Уфе?
Конечно, это нефтеперерабатывающие заводы.
А как вам башкирские красавицы?
Башкирские красавицы просто неотразимы в своих тюбетейках.
Проверяем, насколько мы все дисциплинированы. Женщина в красном пиджаке.
Анонсировал Рафик Хабиров, глава республики, третий пакет мер господдержки, на котором правительство работает. В следующий год малый и средний бизнес Башкортостана войдет уверенно, поэтому вот всех поздравляю с началом работы Международной недели.
Официальная часть подошла к концу. Сейчас мы перемещаемся плавно на показ от Космополитен. Мода без границ. Идем посмотрим. Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
Мы с поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау. Международная неделя бизнеса 2020 преодолела свой экватор. Сегодняшний день посвящен туризму, а цвет его зеленый.
Вы знаете, я долгое время занималась спортом и не видела свою республику. Но когда я стала сейчас выезжать и увидела такие прекрасные места, и каждый уголок нашей республики – это уголок такой природы красивой, да? Вот это мы все должны развивать.
Природа Башкирии уникальна в своей сути, и поэтому приглашаем всех сюда и сами здесь отдыхаем.
И это очень здорово, что идет развитие внутреннего туризма в ковидных условиях. И мы очень быстро адаптировались в данных ситуациях.
Мы говорим, что курорт – это место, где человек возвращается в здоровье.
Я считаю, что это мероприятие очень хорошо было организовано. Большое вам спасибо.
Мне кажется, очень важно то, что вот они говорят, что мы приехали в Башкирию, она такая классная, типа мы влюбились в нее, мы обязательно будем сюда приезжать. Каждый такой форум – это на самом деле очень важный момент заявить о себе.
Я думаю, таких корреспондентов в этой юрте пока еще не было. Подошел к концу. Сегодня он был, пожалуй, самым гостеприимным, самым радушным и самым вкусным. Что, впереди заключительный. Увидимся завтра.